culture united. Our culture united. Our culture united. Our culture united. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world.
Word up, you're tuned in live. Culture United. Culture United Wednesdays, hashtag CU Wednesdays, every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. Thank you guys for tuning in. 9-second applause to you all. Word up, we've got an outstanding panel today. A lot of big topics to talk about today. A lot of things have been happening, and I think we're getting to that point in the year where things don't stop happening. Usually April to December, as the ad-libs say. And so this is going to be a fun time of the year. It's going to be a fun panel tonight. Thank you again for joining us on the panel today. Back once again, representing Fig Community World, representing Power 106, representing the community, one of the rawest cats who be delivering takes out here in these internet streets. The one and only AD. 9-second applause.
The Dizzle is here. Sorry for my brush. I got to keep the beard, on point. You know what I mean?
Word up. Got to be camera ready. Over here at Culture United. Sometimes people pop in and they try to turn the cameras off. We don't like that as much. But unless they dropping dope insight. Either way. Joining us this week as well. Back once again. Been loving his yay analysis and commentary. Everybody's favorite professor, the one and only Professor Skye. 9-second applause.
So it's been a little while since I've been on, but I've been in the comment section, in the chat for every episode since. I just want to give a shout out to the chat. It's really fun in there. The testament, Justin, to how good the show is how many participants you have in the chat. You'll have Screw in there, you'll have Reed in there, you'll have Moni in it. It's just, anyway, so the chat's doing great, and happy to be back on this side of things.
My brother, Professor Skye, man, thank you so much, man. 1-second applause again. That's a great point. We all have, in my opinion, the honor of being a part of a really dope community. If you look at all the different channels, all the different platforms, all the different pages and blogs, it's a really dope era. It reminds me of the blog era quite a bit, and it's because there's so many of us saying so many things that are close to our hearts in dope fashion.
And just also, 1 second. Wait, okay. My wife just said my audio sounded terrible. Is it better now?
Much better.
Okay. She just texted me, Skye, you sound muffled. Anyways, shout out to the Dr. and Mrs. I'll mute myself again.
1-second applause to the Dr. and Mrs. Also on the panel today, joining us once again. Hopefully his Wi-Fi is in check. One of the greatest MCs to ever come out of Atlanta. One of the smartest business minds to ever be a part of the music industry. An incredible person, an incredible manager, and my partner and co-host on the Third Verse podcast, the one and only Stat Quo. 9-second applause.
I want everybody to take this opportunity and get all the face in, because I'm sure my Wi-Fi will start interrupting whatever I have to say mid conversation in about 15 minutes. So,
Thoughts and physical, knock on some wood or something. Do something.
I'm trying. I got the worst Wi-Fi in the world. Spectrum been on 40 times.
Hey, bro. Spectrum is the worst, bro.
It's terrible.
I had to switch all they stock stuff, man, and that fixed it.
No, yeah. I did that. I gotta run cables and shit under the ground. I gotta really get on some real.
Yeah, we gotta get fiber, man. Yeah,
that's it. That fiber. That's what I gotta get the fiber.
That's true. We also got to get this show started. On the panel today, back once again, one of the most talented new voices I think most of us have had the pleasure of enjoying her content. The one and only BK. 9-second applause.
Hello, gentlemen and lady. I'm excited to talk to you guys tonight. Shout out to the chat, shout out to the mods all the time for having me back. The best place to be on a Wednesday night. I'm excited.
Word up. Also on the panel, once again, the person you go to when you need to figure out how to fix your problems, always dropping dope insight, the one and only Elle Janelle. 9-second applause.
I like doing this. We don't get to do this that much anymore. I think this is called a hear.
Here, that's what's
But
happening.
yeah, I'm excited for today's show. Happy to be back. I can't wait to chop it up with you guys, and shout out to the chat.
Word up, word up. Apologies on the briefer intros. Usually they're more nuanced, but today we're running behind schedule, so let's maximize time. Thank you guys again for tuning in. As always, you'll see some people on the panel have super chats on their lower thirds. If you love what they're saying, go ahead and break them off directly. You don't have to go through the super chats here. As for super chats, we'll take every week we tackle those after the first 2 hours of main discussion, and let's get ready. Let's rock and roll on the ride. Now, first story of the week is Ye, Kanye West, artist formerly known as Kanye West. And this, I mean, all things considered, when you think about Ye, I've had the feeling that I was seeing something I'd never seen before so many times throughout my life and Ye's career. And this is another one of those times. Now, this week, his album Bully hit the charts. It debuted at number 2 overall behind BTS, sold 152,000. He also sold out SoFi 2 times in a row. And so things are looking great for Ye on that side. At the same time, Pepsi pulled out of the Wireless Festival because of Kanye West headlining. The UK said, actually, we don't want him to come to the country at all. And it looked like the Netherlands was going to follow suit. But today we found out that they're going to allow him to perform in the Netherlands as well. Now, we haven't really done a conversation around the music itself on this platform. And I guess we haven't talked about the music. We talked about some cultural stuff, but we haven't talked about the music. And I do want to start with the music first, because this project is a lot of things, and I think it feels familiar in a lot of ways to his previous work. For me personally, when I hear the album, the more I listen to it, like most Kanye projects, the more I tend to like it. But it still feels like it is missing a lot of the Ye of any time period, particularly, that I'm personally used to. I'm happy that this project is finally out, and I like the changes he made to it from the first version of Bully that leaked or he put out last year. That's kind of where I am right now. I want to start with you, Professor Skye. You've been doing some really, really great analysis around Ye and Bully in multiple videos, from music videos to the project itself. Where are you right now when it comes to Ye's latest?
It's funny because I think like he's really hard to figure out, because I feel like we have the highest expectations for him as an artist and then the lowest expectations for him as a person. So like if he doesn't come out and say the worst thing you've ever heard, we're like, it seems like he's doing pretty well. And then he releases an album like this that's like, in a lot of places, really good, especially the stuff with Andre Troutman. It's like, that's what we go to Ye for. He's like finding new musical lanes and he's making new sounds. But then the rest of it, I think, you know, a week later, I mean, I still think it's great. You know, I'm enough of a Ye fan that I say he has 11 classics. So, I mean, that's how big of a fan I am. But this definitely, it feels too much like he's trying to play it safe. And the one thing that he doesn't do is play it safe. But maybe it's good for him to play it safe for one album cycle, hopefully get some more help, stay on his meds, kind of like stay, you know, grounded. And then he'll like experiment artistically. Because that's the thing that I fear, is that he wants people to dislike him artistically, which I think is good because that's how you grow. But then he got it mixed up with disliking him as a person. And it's like, well, no, we shouldn't think that that you admire the Third Reich. We should think that you're a controversial artist. So yeah, I think a week later, I'm still disappointed as a Ye super fan, but it's still some of the best music of the year is on there, right? Like it's still hidden in there. Like All the Love is just, I mean, the sample, the beat, the Troutman, everything. Like no one else can do that. As far as I could tell, no one can do that. And he gave that to us, and then some stuff that the kids would call mid. So I don't know. I mean, I've talked about this for like 3 hours, so I don't know if I've condensed it well for you, Justin.
I mean, that's pretty succinct. And I think it's, I mean, for me, I relate to that sentiment. You know, that Andre Troutman joint, All the Love, oh, that's the best one to me. Like that even went up in SoFi, and I went to the dress rehearsal. I didn't even see the cool one with Lauryn Hill and CeeLo I went to the one where he wasn't talking to nobody and there wasn't no jumbo stream. You know what I'm saying? Elle, where you at with the music on Bully right now, especially representing Chicago?
I'm not listening to that shit.
Oh.
Not at all. And I feel so bad because I've been saying like, dang, I want us to talk more about the music. This is not the one ramp for me. I'm not pressing play on that shit. And I'm not gonna lie, the Andre Troutman one, ooh, I was like, maybe I just listen to it a little bit, hold my headphones out this far. But as of now, I'm not listening to Kanye West album. Like, who he like I'm Boo Boo the Fool or something. Like, you just gonna wild out, act up hella much. It's like a little badass kid. You done tore up my whole house. Then he like, look at my drawing. No, fuck your drawing, little kid. Fuck out of here. So no, I'm not. As of now, I'm not listening to that shit.
And can I interrupt and say how much I love that? That's incredible. that might be my favorite take on Culture United. Somebody standing up for their shit. Yes. Whatever. I love that.
Somebody should clip that. Somebody should clip that.
I love
Send that around right now.
I love that.
BK, where are you at on it?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't as convicted on listening or not listening just because I've been checked out of Kanye. Like, I didn't listen to Donda or the Vultures or any leaks, or like he's just not in my orbit musically. I think Skye says something like he's a fan enough to like listen and buy in and find all these like, I'm just not that. Like, we all have our problematic faves that we're like, okay, I'm definitely gonna listen to that a little bit over to the side. But this just wasn't that for me. And I feel like a couple cycles ago, it was more on like really principled grounds. But it's been so many cycles since then. So I'm not yucking anyone's yum per se, but like, I'm just so checked out of dude. Like, I hate that because I mean, what I'm hearing is I guess there's some really beautiful stuff there, right? We know like he has that creative genius. So I'm sure I'm leaving stuff on the table, but it's just not worth it for me. So I'm not listening to it either.
1 second applause. AD, have you heard it?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Where you
I was gonna say, like, as a Kanye fan, you know what I'm saying? Musically, the last couple of projects like Donda, I wasn't really a fan of, or like the Vultures movement. I ain't really like fuck with all that. So like, just to hear this, I played it like maybe 3 times. And to me, it's kind of like a return to form. You know, what made me get into Kanye was like the soul beats and the samples. You know, I was a big Heatmakers fan with like Dipset and them. So when they were playing those type of beats, and I found out like Kanye was making them and shit like that, when he incorporated that to his career, that's what made me a fan too. So the lyrics, they was there, but I think overall it kind of like the central message, it wasn't really a message in the music. So like, if I had to grade it right now, I'll probably give it like I'm leaning towards an 8. I want to give it an 8, but probably more of a 7, because there's like, there was some parts where I was like, okay, lyrically, he don't sound like somebody that's on his 12th studio album. The beats was there. I mean, I fucked with like almost everything, but you know, that feeling that I got with like Graduation, my Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, that wasn't kind of there. And I'm still trying like, let me see if it's going to catch me, you know, a month from now. But like right now, I'm like in the 7 and 8 range right now.
That's still really high. 7, 8.
Compared to today's music, it's definitely it's a little higher than usually. Yeah, for sure.
I hope so. It's Kanye West. I had to remind myself that a couple of times, because it's really easy for me to get nostalgic, you know, with Ye. Ye is extremely important to me personally, you know, particularly, you know, those first 5 or 6 albums. You know, he had a way of capturing what I felt like I was experiencing, unlike any other artist at that point in time. And, you know, when I hear shots that remind me of that, when I hear King, when I hear Preacher Man, you know what I'm saying, when I hear Brothers and Sisters, like I'm like, okay, this is him. And you know, from a lyrical standpoint, and this is if I'm understanding what you said correctly or understand this point, I do feel like it's just kind of like there's no real depth into any particular topic, and maybe that speaks to what you're talking about, Skye, in terms of like, hey, maybe it's good to play it safe right now.
Yeah,
Seth,
I mean,
what do you? Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like every one of his albums is like a like a autobiography. Like you can really see where he is. Like Donda, I think Donda's great, but part of the reason it's great is like I've been through a divorce that was pretty messy, and like that album is like that's a pretty messy divorce album, and it felt really real and it felt really raw. Whereas Bully is like I don't really know what he's feeling, and like most of the stuff was written when he was still like working with like, you know, straight up neo-Nazis. So it's like there's something missing there, and I think we all feel it, and I think even the fans feel it, right? And it's a weird thing. The one thing I wanted to say just quickly is that whenever you support Ye, a lot of people come after you and call you bad names. And my new thing is good. Like I think people who support Ye deserve the smoke and should just take it, and like just be like, we can just have this dialogue. Like we can hold these two things to be true. Like he's a genius and a bad person who's done terrible things, and like try to have that at the same time. So if we could just do that more, like if there's any Ye super fans who heard what Elle said and want to say like, how dare you say that? Just say like, all right, I get it, and just kind of move on. That's my kumbaya moment. I'm sorry, Stat. I didn't mean to interrupt you while your internet's working. I'm terrible. I'm gonna mute myself.
Second applause.
Get that up.
What do you think, Stat? Where you at with the music, but also with what you've seen from Ye so far with this rollout?
I think after he went to go holler at the rabbi, we should have had a moment where he hollered at Jay-Z and Beyonce about what he said about the kid.
100%.
You know, I think that wasn't addressed on the album if my ears deceived me. So for me, the fact that he didn't take a moment to really do that, he get a 0. And I know a bunch of people that worked on it. Shout out to y'all. I hope it does well commercially. Shout out to Kanye for him even putting out music. But man, when you start talking about kids and all that, I can't rock, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's one thing to denigrate a whole race of people. How about that? And then you're gonna just mess with the children of people that you actually like. It's wild. But to AD's credit, I want to say this too. Some of the music the samples. I'm glad he did that. But for me, it was hard for me to get past the conversations that was leading up to it. I couldn't just like let it go. Normally, I'm able to do that when stuff is like 20 years in the rear. Like when R. Kelly come on, I don't cringe now because it was so long ago. But like I just seen it, you know what I'm saying? Like I just seen him do what he did. So it's gonna take me a little time, you know what I mean? Especially when the music is not like extraordinary and on the level of the things that really made him who he is. None of this music compares to any of those first 3 or 4 or 5 albums. You know what I'm saying? Let's just be honest about that. None of this. Nothing on here would have made the Graduation, College Drop. None of this would have made it. It's all scraps. So it's like, if he made that, maybe I would have a different outlook on it. But I, for one, and I don't know, whoever interviewed Jay-Z, how did that not come up? Hey, Hov, have you talked to Kanye West after he said that about your son? Like we just we're like, who? That would have been my first question. Did y'all box? That like, did you knock his ass out? Did you slap the shit out of him? Like, come on, bro. Like that's what we want to know. All these people sitting in front of you, people asking questions. We want the real question. Did you slap the taste out this motherfucking mouth? That's what we want to know. We don't give a damn about your $1 billion. Did you slap that nigga? Anyway, so yeah.
That's second applause. You know, I mean. Okay, and I think this panel is actually a great microcosm of how all of this looks to me, right? We have 6 people on the panel, right? We have 4 people who listened to it, because I know Stat heard it. We have 3 people who are just basically like, I'm not even there with him yet, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure AD's probably over in that corner at the same time too. Skye has some reservations. And I keep looking at this as somehow this is different. It's almost like it's been too many things for too many people, right? Ye to me he does 2 things better than anybody I've ever seen in entertainment. One, he grows younger, better than anybody I've ever seen in music, period. You look at some videos from SoFi, go watch that show from Friday. That mosh pit had nothing but Gen Zs and a couple of Gen As in it. You know what I mean? Like, he grows younger every project better than anybody I've ever seen. I think that is part of his brilliance and the key to his genius and effectiveness when communicating. And 2, he has somehow been an ally to every different community, every different target market, and an enemy to every different target market at the same time, right? I used to have this theory that kind of made him bulletproof in the zeitgeist, meaning everyone has a visceral connection to him while also having a visceral disdain, arguably, or perhaps, anger towards him. But what I'm seeing out here from a lot of different people is almost in dare I say, irrelevance. Almost as if people are just like, whatever, it's Ye doing whatever Ye stuff. And that is something I never thought I would see. To me, it feels like there's a large segment of people who are angry, a lot of people who are really excited, but that middle chunk of people who are just like, whatever, I'm tired of it. That seems bigger than ever. And I've never seen that with Kanye West. Open floor, am I off?
I don't think you're off, but I also think Kanye used to be stark. And now he just blends in with the average MAGA / America First movement, like with the things that he's associated with. It's not like there is no more shock value, like that dopamine has just been like maxed out. And also what I'm hearing from even people who are fans and are like shooting him bail enough, like from a fan perspective, the music is not good enough to penetrate. Like a lot of this, if it's spectacular, people do not care. Or the faction of people who are singing its praises are much louder than what it is now. So I feel like he hit the third rails, which is like anti-Semitism and Hitler. And so that's just kind of a place that people just kind of put you, you're like Pluto at this point. You're out there. But then at the same time, with authoritarianism, fascism, all this stuff on the rise and it being so prevalent, even those antics aren't stark enough or like peculiar enough to like matter. So I don't know. I think that kind of combination of things is why you're seeing kind of like just a reluctance. Like it's too much going on, right, nigga? Like it's too much going on right now that's even in lockstep with the shit you was professing before you apologized. So yeah.
Do you guys give any credence to the idea of he wanted to be canceled to get out of his contract? Like he said all this crazy stuff on purpose as a tricky way to get out of a contract he couldn't get out of. Do you guys?
What contract was he under? What you talking about?
Gap and Adidas particularly.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I think he was really off his meds. Like, if you ever been around bipolar people, they can be very, very erratic when they don't take medicine. They say things, they you know what I mean? And then him probably, using his celebrity, like, you know what? I don't have to take my shit. It's me. And which made that shit develop even worse. And, ain't no excuse, but, if you be around somebody that's bipolar, I got a family member that's bipolar, schizophrenic, and when they don't take their medicine, they're a whole totally different person. It's literally night and day.
See, interesting. Oh, go ahead, Stat, while your internet work.
No, go ahead. You're right.
Oh, no, hell no.
You are hilarious. But you right. You ain't lying though. Well, I'm gonna say this because I done been around dude. Dude's so cool, man. I know a lot of people don't like him, but dude's so cool. And some of the things he be doing, this is why people forgive him, because when you around him and he not in that mode, like AD was saying, dude just cool. Like you like, man, this can't be the same guy. You know what I'm saying? And he's a very talented person. Like, people give him and say he can't write. I have written with him. The dude is dope. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude is dope and very talented. But man, that he got a condition. He got Tourette's of the mouth. You know what I'm saying? And he just be out here saying some foul stuff. And sometimes like apologizing just ain't enough. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. It's just, I'm sorry, just don't go far. It ain't enough. That's not enough no more, I don't think, in his case. Sorry.
Yeah. I was watching. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I'm cutting you off, Elle. You go.
That's fine. Your internet works, so I'm good before you.
Yeah, I'm good.
I think
I'm here all night.
If I believe that it was just the medicine thing, I would definitely have much more grace, because that's even a scary thing, dealing with like degradation of your own faculties. Like that has to be scary in itself. And maybe you don't trust the pharmaceutical industry or whatever. So I would actually have more grace, but I don't think I believe it like to that extreme. Like, because there was like a laughing gas thing going on and all that. So I lean a little more towards, you got to be, hard to be humble when you stand on a Jumbotron. You got to be so big And it sounded to me like the people you looked up to and the people you wanted to be like were like white heroes. You like he had all these white Walt Disney. Like I still can hear that in my mind when he was like Walt Disney. Like he was really trying to stunt on reflecting those people's career. And I just think it's like a level of like self-hate in a way. I don't even want to say self-hate. It's almost like it feels like he didn't think Black success was good enough. He wanted white success. And then I feel like he kept pushing that image out, pushing that idea out in kind of a taunting way. I'm putting the hat on and I'm doing it for Larry Hoover. Like it kind of reminded me of Black MAGA in a way. And I feel like we had a lot of precursors before he got there. And so that's really what I don't forgive. That's really what just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I'm like, nigga, well, whatever. You on your own now.
You know, I actually did think he did some of the stuff to get out of his contract at the time. I've made content about it. You know what I mean? He was vocal about wanting to get out of Adidas and Gap at that point in time. And so he went to he stretched that contract as far as possible to figure out when it would break and found it. And he did, and as a result, end up getting his IP back, which is almost unheard of in those type of contracts.
Exactly.
Right? So whether or not he did that intentionally, it worked out to his benefit, which I guess you could say a lot of things tend to do with Kanye. I also thought it was really powerful when Vultures dropped and he had the #1 song and the #1 album at the same time, because that was an independent project, right? And so you look at the Adidas stuff, you look at the Gap stuff, and you look at Vultures. To me, I'm like, I mean, what can I say, right? It's after Vultures and a lot of the antics or whatever you want to call them, because I don't think antics is necessarily strong enough to capture what was happening. Perhaps the mental illness. When that really exploded, that's when I got confused. Because after Vultures, after he accomplished all these things that he was saying during the time when he first started White Lives Matter, when he first started, talking about the Jewish community, to me, there was at least a purpose that I could see. After that, it started to feel different. And I asked a friend of mine who's also from Chicago, what they thought about Ye right now. And they said they left Ye alone since Life of Pablo. And I said, well, you don't believe that he has mental illness? And this is what they said. And I thought this was very interesting because I think maybe there is something to this. I could be off. But they said, I believe the unresolved grief he has in his life, mixed with drugs and the pitfalls of wealth, can mimic bipolar disorder mania. And so, and this person has dealt with, mental illness in a chemical way at different points in time. And so that was a brand new thought for me this week too. I don't necessarily like to focus on people's health challenges, addictions and struggles in that regard, but there's a lot of different reasons that people have been giving to explain where they are with Ye right now. And I don't know what the future holds, for him, at least publicly.
Can I ask the question? Can I ask the question for everybody up here? Because I'm just curious. If Kanye West dropped an album that was comparable to like his whatever you think his greatest record is, but the conversation went against your political viewpoints and your standpoints, would you guys still listen to the music? Does your political viewpoint mean that much to you when consuming music to where you can't support it because he doesn't agree with you? I want to ask Elle that first because I'm just curious.
Depends on what level of my political viewpoint. If you think that
on his level, where you frustrated right now.
Yes, his level is because it negatively affects my life in a real way. Like music is fun, but I'm still alive. You know what I mean? Like you negatively affect my life in a real way, promoting Trump, especially being as powerful and influential as you are. Like a lot of people just say, oh, it's just Democrat, Republicans, it's the same thing. No, they formed an oligarchy and they specifically targeting low income and middle income people to rob them blind and enrich a bunch of billionaires. Like that's literally happening right in front of your face, committing all types of crimes, but let somebody in a different neighborhood, steal some shit out of Walgreens, you're gonna swear to God they supposed to be under the jail. Like it really is a serious shift in what's acceptable in America, as troubled as America already is. And so you being like, I'm gonna be different, go Trump. When I remember you from being like, George Bush don't really care about black people, it's really a significant thing. So things like that, yeah. But if like we disagree on school choice, I'm gonna still bump your shit.
I feel the exact same way, because it wasn't even just the MAGA hat and Trump, like the Trump 2.0, like, or the Trump 1.0. It was Nick Fuentes, like it was the next generation, like the Hitler Youth, so to speak. Like he had his hand in kind of that legacy Republican side where Trump was just like, oh, like he says fuck, like in a debate, like we were clutching our pearls, to the point now that it's like, you will not replace us and blah, blah. Like he was stoking that type of brandishing, you know, swastika with Nick Fuentes, with all, you know, Sneeko, all these Holocaust. Like he's stoked even the next iteration of this fascism that, to Elle's point, is directly impacting us. And it's like, I can't put that in my ears, in my universe. No.
I think it's telling of your character. And I don't even really think he understands it to the point of being like, yeah, let's go white supremacists. I don't think he even understands it to that level. I think he's like, I want to be different. And these Democrats have been doing us wrong, which they have. And so I'm going to be so outrageous that I'm going to stand over here where people say I can't stand, because who are they to tell me where I can stand? I'm big bad Kanye West. And I just think it's wildly irresponsible, and fuck them.
So no matter what that music sound like, you not rocking
Now
with
hold on. If we get college dropout late registration level,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm going to listen. If inside of that album he goes, shout out to my nigga Trump, I'm going to turn it off. So
okay, cool. I'm just
that's my limit. So if we start getting that high, I'm
talking about up there. I'm talking about Thriller. Like this is the great. Like, oh my God, this is
Thriller.
Award. We're like Pulitzer Prize. I'm saying like the greatest album he could ever make. But all throughout it, and you know he's on the opposite end of you where you are politically. Would you still listen to that music? So that and enjoy it. That's my question.
Is he saying the political stuff in the album?
All through it, but it's jamming all through it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm just asking.
If he's talking about something else, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't want to act like I'm just super holier than thou. If he's talking about something else and it's Thriller, I mean, damn, Thriller, shit.
Well, maybe. I'm not a super religious dude. Like I'm not like I don't subscribe to like different religions. But if it's like a song that's incredible, whoever they singing to, God, Allah, Jesus, whoever they rocking with, I'm like, oh, this is banging. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got a whole gospel playlist, even though I ain't like the super church man. So I'm just curious you guys' point of view.
Well, no, I get. Well, if your question is, and I don't know if because I know we started late, so I feel like I can hear Justin being like 30 seconds and we're changing the shit. But
no, go ahead. You're good.
If your question is it because I disagree with him that I don't want to listen to it? No, that's not the thing. I can disagree with you. I mean, I disagree with some of the people when they talk about women or who can and who can't snitch, and some of the people who are not black who say nigga. I disagree politically in a way with those politics in a lot of ways, but I am a failed revolutionary. So I still believe in a lot of liberation science that I feel like he's directly working against, like not just speaking against, but working against, attempting to convince people to look away and to help oppressive people. And it's like, nah, I could never fuck with that. Hell no.
Yeah, I'm not trying to tell you. I'm literally.
No, I don't think you are. I just want to be specific. It's not that I disagree. Yeah. It's that I disagree so much. Like he's like it. Like he's on like a super sensitive spot for me. It's the third rail for me.
You know, with these Ye conversations, particularly when I guess they popped up again this week when he was banned from the UK. Mm-hmm. People draw the comparison between the things that has pissed everybody off that Ye has said and done, to drill music, to violent rap songs where people aren't necessarily positioned the same way, to people who are in the Epstein files, to a number of things that are way worse in the world to a lot of people, from a lot of people's perspective, than the things that Ye has been, or at least attempted to be canceled over. Is that a fair argument in you guys' mind, or do you guys feel like that's kind of a it's kind of a false equivalency?
Well, the problem is it's a racist law in England. So, like, if you look up the history of that law, it's Part 9 of their immigration law. Like, it's been known they had an algorithm for choosing which countries would get more investigation to figure out if you are not conducive to the public good, which is the term that they're using. There was like a Nigerian family that wanted to go to England, but they were considered not conducive to the public good because they were like the bodyguard of some politician. So it's always been like kind of a racist law to make sure that the wrong people can't get into England. So it's not surprising that if Tucker Carlson, who is a much more noxious, much more overt white supremacist than even Ye is, I'm sure he's going to have no problem going and giving a speech to a bunch of ghouls somewhere in London. So I'm not saying I'm not saying that Kanye shouldn't be banned from going places, but I'm saying this law, like, I feel like if we're focusing on, but other people did it, it's like, these are the kinds of laws that Trump has been passing in America. This is why no Haitians are going to be able to see Haiti play in the World Cup for the first time since 1974. It's just like, there's this just wash of all these racist laws that are coming in, and somehow Ye is in the middle of all of it. And anyways, I'll get off my soapbox, but that's what I feel like the argument should be.
AD, what do you think? Are you? Oh, my bad, BK. Go ahead.
I just think that's a great point. I didn't know it was a racist law, but I was against the banning because of the First Amendment issue. And I know that the UK doesn't have, comparable First Amendment laws that we do. But, as someone that is pro-Palestinian, I know that a lot of these bans have been hit on pro-Palestinian protesters and artists even. And so this kind of smelled like that to me, where I was like, okay, I don't know if I agree with banning someone from a country over their words. And also I don't like this bad person got away with this bad thing. So why let him and not let, I'm pro justice. I'm pro equity with the law and stuff. But I think the whataboutism is a slippery slope when it comes to why did this white evil man get to do this and this black evil man didn't get to do this? Okay, well, neither of the evil men should be able to do that. But when I saw the banning, over that, and not to even say that his words and his actions were not directly harmful. I think that they are, but it is a slippery slope when you start to ban people over their words, thoughts, ideas, and I'm generally just not in support of that.
1 second pause. AD, what do you think?
How much Pepsi did Kanye West sell? I mean, I didn't listen to him at first because he did those Pepsi commercials. And I thought, oh man, he sold out. That sucks. And now they're the ones who are banning. Remember where he's walking through Chicago opening up the soda can? Anyways, bunch of hypocrites.
I mean, I think that if this was somebody from another race and they said, something is equally disrespectful and, especially called us the N-word or anything like that, they wouldn't have no problem letting them in England in any type of capacity too. So, I mean, everybody asks for freedom of speech. Hey, let the motherfucker go up in there. You know what I'm saying? Do his thing. That's how I feel. So when it comes to black people, nobody blink an eye when people are, you got white content creators fighting to say the N-word. No one's banning them for their platforms or doing anything like that right now. So yeah, that's where I stand with it.
1 second pause.
Yeah,
You look like you wanted to say something.
I was looking at him too, but he ain't say nothing. I was like, I leaned forward with him.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna be quiet because I'm just gonna say, whenever you want to know who has all the power, just think about who you cannot speak about without serious retribution. So that's it. Y'all figure that out.
The thing that I'm always, in my core, especially from a principle standpoint, a value standpoint, I'm right there with Elle and BK, right? That's how I've been raised. That's the generations of us, how we've been raised, right? But then when I see the corporate backlash to Ye, it pulls me back in.
I know.
You know what I mean? It's like, wait. This can't be the priority, right? And it's almost like, me and Elle were talking about this last night. You want to tell them what you said? I don't want to take what you said.
Yeah, I hate that now you guys are giving me a reason to have to take up for Kanye, because fuck Kanye. But we're going to whoop Kanye ass in the house. Y'all not going to whoop Kanye ass outside in the street like that, because if you could whoop on him, y'all going to think y'all can whoop on us. And really, that's the issue with Kanye to me. The way it's supposed to work is we beefing here and we stand united outside. He want to stand with them, and then they're gonna turn around and slap the shit out you, and then now we got to come outside and take up for you. This is some bullshit, and pull you back in the house where we was already whooping your ass. So I really don't like that they banned him, because now it's like I feel like now I got to come outside and be like, all right, take your hands off of him though, because there's like you said, there's a lot of problematic people that they gonna let in the U. And I think Tucker Carlson was a great example. I was trying to think of another good one. I don't think I can think of one better than Tucker Carlson, especially if we're only talking about anti-Semitism. And so, although I still want to throw him down the stairs in the house, I am going to come outside when they rough him up outside.
Black people can't save Kanye West.
Black people can't save Kanye West.
No, they can't, because the people that banned Kanye West from that country, black people can't control them. So y'all,
yeah, but we're just not mad enough. Black people. The thing about black people is we have to. Our powers unite. What was that? Captain Planet. Yep. All of our powers have to unite. We all have to be activated.
We don't control the money. We don't control the money. He who controls the money controls the world. And because we all fixated on having more money. So all they gotta do with us, just being truthful, is throw money at us, and we gonna separate anyway. Money will split us apart. We ain't gonna stay together. That's what happens. You give one $2 billion, you give this one $2 billion, then they separate from the rest of the flock. This is a known. This is how you do it. This is the game. So that's why we're not power, because we won't come together. We won't, because the money will separate us for sure. And he who controls the money controls everything. That's why.
Although I understand what you're saying, I think history shows when we get activated enough, the real question is, what does it take at this time and place to activate us? When we get activated enough, we do gel into one huge blob that will overtake the world, money or not. Because I know you say we don't control the money, but a lot of ways we do, because one, we will tear some shit down, first of all, and two, we are kind of the arbiters of cool. And when we come together and dismiss something as not cool, a lot of times it can disrupt the money, especially if, like I said, if we're activated. So I get what you're saying. I just don't think it's an absolute. There are some times when we like, what? Like, did you see the Montgomery Brawl? Them people had money. We didn't have no boat.
to quote my great scholar, Killer Mike, we have no weapons, no hospitals, we don't have our own currency, we can't grow our own foods. We what are you talking about? So
no,
like, if they shut the grocery store down right now, there will be panic and pandemonium all throughout the streets. We saw in COVID. In COVID, they told us not to stay. They told us to stay our ass in the house. Didn't we do it? We don't control. We don't run nothing. And you know,
there are a lot of places that didn't. For instance, Atlanta never closed. Them niggas got immune systems from out this world. But there's a lot of places that did not do that. There was a lot of people who were eating, because really in our community, we share food anyway. So I don't think a lot of Black folks was just starving to death during that time. We'll come up with our own barter system and trade food. And we will kick the door in the grocery store, take everything, lay everybody down. But we don't want to, but we will. And I
do you have you got a nuclear weapon over there?
Hold tight.
But I agree with what you're saying. I'm about to come agree with you about that. Now I agree. And no, Trump, I don't. This is that little.
No, Trump, I don't.
I'm not gonna make it. I wouldn't want you to fake threaten me.
Oh, me? I'm
Trump.
right now. I wouldn't want you to fake like you're gonna do something and ruin the civilization, Trump. Well, anyway, I'm just saying this. I'm not riding with.
I'm about to agree with you.
I'm sorry.
I do push back on a lot of people. Like I said, a failed revolutionary. And I say I'm a failed revolutionary because I don't have drones. I don't have tanks. I don't have the ability to blow some shit up without you even seeing me. And I think the only way to overtake something on that level requires those type of resources. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about getting Kanye West to headline a damn wireless festival in the UK. That type of shit, I do think we could shift if we cared. But Kanye, we don't care.
You think that's a whole nother country? Black people over here that can't even come together and decide if we're gonna shop in H&M and Target, we're gonna tell them what to do with Kanye West. I'm just asking a question.
I'll say this: the BBC,
I was gonna say the BAFTAs.
Yep,
I was just about to go
hell. They call hell over there. They made a lot of policy changes based on the reaction that we had to my man with Tourette's talking to Michael B. Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
And I think more than anything else when I think about this conversation, because I know that we think about this stuff all the time, and I think that I no longer think that this is a conversation that has to live at the polls. Like, can we do something or can't we do something, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just think that what's important is for any community, including our community, to figure out what our Hormuz Strait is. What is this one thing that we got that can disrupt everything? And I think over history, we've shown that we're willing to do that, which is where I tend to agree with Elle, right? A bus boycott, for example, is a Hormuz Strait, right? Mm-hmm. What does that look like in 2026? Perhaps we're not organized enough, like Stat said, because people got money now. You know, people can floss on everybody now, so we're not even thinking as a community the same way. But I don't necessarily think that it's always has to take the biggest bombs, most expensive weapons, the biggest bank account to force other people to recognize what's important to you or recognize the issue that you have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, depending on what you want.
And I agree with y'all from that standpoint. But my issue is that because money is it's something that's so sought after in all the communities, right? It can be used as a pawn to separate and split people apart. So what would that thing be? Whereas like when you talk about the 50s and 60s, we were doing a lot of the manual labor and these type of jobs or whatever, where we could really disrupt. What would be that thing where Black folk could unify at this particular moment and really disrupt industry where you guys think that we would be more prone to come together and money wouldn't be able to separate us? I'm just asking questions. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if
thinking on the side.
You know, it's class. That's what would unite, because if you focus on money and the wealth gap and the fact that a vanishingly small amount of people have more and more money and there's no universal basic income coming, we're all living with less and having less, then like, you know, if it's a class revolution, which is probably on the way based on how bad things are right now. And obviously I'm not giving an opinion of a Black revolution. But what I'm saying is, if there's going to be a big revolution that lifts all boats, it would probably be that way. Cause I think that's why they killed Martin Luther King, right? Is when he started talking about class. That's when they got him. It wasn't the rest of the stuff. The people in power were more than happy with. But the second that he started talking about stuff where you could actually unite the entire country, like the majority of the population across everybody all together, I don't know. But
yeah, that's exactly it. Because when you start to move horizontally and you start to know your neighbors, work with your neighbors, starting just on your block, on your street, in your apartment complex, whatever, big things start to happen. And organized people can outwork organized money. Small dollar donations, even on just the electoral front, small dollar donations of grassroots organizations have, campaigns have been able to outraise corporate backed donors. And so like, I think with the mission, with a plan, with organization, anything can happen. And I think to Skye's point, the working class movement and the labor movement, like via strikes, via unions, that's going to be the fulcrum for us as a working class movement.
Word up. 1 second pause. Last words on Ye? Anybody before we move on? Anybody got something they want to let people know how they feel about Ye?
Okay, I'll say one last thing. It can be both things. He can have mental health issues, and when he's well, he can also be a complete asshole. And I think that's the case. I think he has major issues, and I think that we do need to give him grace for that. But also probably, like, there's 2 songs that he played at those shows, and they always make me sad. Can't Tell Me Nothing. I hear that song and I cry, even though it's a great song. It's like my son's favorite song. We listened to it 1,000 times, but it's like, it's really sad that that's really his goal. And then no one man should have all this power. Like, no, Kanye should not have this much power. Like, it hasn't helped him. It's only made it worse. Whatever was sort of dormant in him, it only made things worse. So I'd say that's my last word. I don't think we have to say, does he have mental health problems or is he just a jerk? It's probably just both. And that's why it's so confusing, because you never know which thing you're dealing with.
1 second pause.
I'm really tempted to know which albums you think aren't classics, but I know we don't have time, but you slid that 11 classics in really smooth. I want you to
Jesus
know.
is King, Vultures 2. Is that what it is?
Oh no, I love Jesus. Jesus is King, absolutely a classic.
I love that.
Vultures 2 is not a classic. Vultures 1 is not a classic. Bully's not a classic. I think that, and I don't think Ye's a classic either. The EP, but yeah.
One thing I saw that surprised me actually was that this is Ye's 13th #1 on the R&B and hip hop charts, and Life of Pablo wasn't #1 on the R&B and hip hop charts.
That's crazy.
Shocked by that.
I don't know how, 'cause y'all love that album.
Did it drop at the same time Drake dropped? I don't even know who would be around at that point in time to take that #1 on the R&B hip hop chart spot from him. But that is, yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Views hit around.
Me and DJ used to manage. One of my first producer clients was S1. I don't know if you know who that is, but he made Power by Kanye, and I remember talking to him about that song. I'm like, do you hear what he's talking about in that song? And to be like here after that song became one of the biggest songs he's ever had, and to be here and what he says in that record, it just was so powerful what you just said right now. Because at the time I wasn't thinking about it like that, but like just in retrospect, I think I'm gonna call S when I get off this live and just like, because at the time I had no clue that he would ever be like, even though he was big, but like you never knew he would be getting banned from countries. Like no one man can have all that power. It's crazy. That's the crazy line. Be careful what you ask for, kids.
It is.
Be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, and he definitely told us. He said he had a dream he can buy his way to heaven, and when he woke up, he spent it on a necklace.
Yeah, he did.
It's all in the bars. All in the bars. This is what I'm saying. We're in a critical moment of Ye right now, and all of us are still kind of like, oh, I like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that part was cool.
I hope that necklace help you out, nigga.
Word up. Word up. 9 second applause to the first conversation. If you're just now joining us for the first time, thank you for tuning in to Culture United every Wednesday right here at 5 p.m. We will tackle the super chats at the end of the main discussion, which is in 55 minutes. But I do put them on the screen so people can see their comments in real time. Next topic, it's so funny because Culture United started, when Culture United started, everything was Drake and Kendrick. Drake, Kendrick. Biggest stories in the world. And to a degree, there's those two stories, or those two artists still loom large over everything that's happened. And this week, I guess 2 weeks ago, UMG actually responded to Drake's appeal. And there's some funny moments in their rebuttal. One of the ones that I think is funniest is that Drake, while trying to prove defamation, that UMG pushed Not Like Us to different audiences that weren't aware of the battle and only heard Kendrick say, all
PDF.
There you go, certified PDF, right? And so they pointed out the Democratic National Convention, and they said they even played this song at the DNC. People at the DNC don't know about Drake versus Kendrick. And in UMG's filing, they pointed out that, they only played the hook and the instrumental. Y'all are just making stuff up. So the defamatory portion of Not Like Us wasn't even played at the DNC, while Drake's team is trying to use that as an example of how Drake was defamed. Right. And I think that just sort of speaks to, just the reach that this lawsuit is at best, I will say. But we're still waiting to see if the case will be dismissed at the appellate stages. But this week, and I did think this was significant because this is something that happens quite a bit when it comes to big legal cases. And I imagine we can expect a few more of these before the judge makes a decision in the appellate stage. But people drop amicus briefs. A bunch of lawyers get together and they drop amicus briefs amicus briefs, excuse me. And that is them getting together, different legal scholars getting together and saying, giving their legal opinion on a big case. And that happened this week, and there was 2 amicus briefs about Drake's lawsuit against UMG, and one of them came from Yale. And it said, Yale Law School scholars back UMG in Drake's Not Like Us defamation fight, arguing rapper consented to Kendrick Lamar's lyrics, right? And the premise of this brief is actually pretty simplistic. And I was actually surprised UMG didn't go further into this in their, in the first rounds of this trial. But essentially, what they're saying is that consent is a complete defense, right? Consent is a complete defense. And their example is, suppose a self-assured boxer challenges the world champion to a prize fight. He's knocked out on live television and with bruised ego and body files a lawsuit for battery. The lawsuit would fail at the outset for a simple but important reason. The challenger consented to the fight, and consent is a classic defense to an intentional tort. Defamation is also an intentional tort, and defamation claims are likewise foreclosed by consent. Now, again, these are just amicus briefs. They're not tied to this case particularly, but these are legal scholars, some of the top legal minds around the country who are weighing in on this. I saw that and I was like, that's all UMG had to say? You mean I read all these legal filings, all these hundreds of pages of things, and this wasn't like the primary thing that they led with? Perhaps there's other reasons. I can't be too critical. They won the first round in the first place. But one of the things that popped up this week was a conversation around maybe this is what's holding up Iceman. Maybe Drake is also hesitant to put Iceman out while he's still in a legal dispute with the label that's releasing the music. Open floor and anybody. How many of us are just ready for this Drake lawsuit to go away? We'll start with that.
I think what's holding up Iceman is the confusion in the marketplace. I don't know if y'all listening to the music right now. People are confused. Traditionally, that was a sound that we would all chase and try to like emulate, and kind of things kind of fell into that pocket. In hip hop music, like that's not going on right now. It's kind of like all over the place. And so there's nothing for him. There's nobody that's really hot for him to kind of latch onto a flow or somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not really, it's kind of like we're in a no man's land, like we're waiting on him to dictate or the artist of his caliber, like a Kendrick, to drop out to dictate what to follow as opposed to something to follow. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's going on with Iceman. It's confusion. Should I do a bunch of singing songs? Should I rap? Which one do the people want? Like, if it's not enough rap, he don't want to put out an album, then he got to put out a whole nother like rap album. That's what happened before. So I think it's more confusion than law, because that legal stuff gonna figure itself out. You know what I mean? Period. So that's my take.
I mean, is Drake at a disadvantage now, just given where I guess his relationships are potentially post-battle? Because Drake's always been really good at, I guess you're saying there's nothing for Drake to latch on to, and that is basically how he's been successful.
Who's hot? Who's I'm saying, but like who's got a new sound that's put something out that we can all say that has taken the world by storm? Whereas it was a time we had a bunch of songs that would come out, you could latch on to the flow of it or something different. Everybody's trying to find that thing. I mean, look at these conversations that we have. We don't talk about nobody else.
Nah.
Kendrick ain't dropping nothing soon. None of that Keem stuff stuck. Don Toliver's them was fake streams. Like really, what came out that we like? Oh my God, you know what I'm saying? Even this Bully album is gonna be gone next week. What's sticking in rap?
I feel like the ladies in hip hop is holding it down right now more than anybody.
Facts.
Like they the ones like Sexy Red and the Lottos and the Glorrillas. They drop something, everybody's they rocking with it. They getting behind it and shit like that. But as far as the men in hip hop right now, it does seem like it's a scary time. And then you got Atlanta always been like in the center of what's hot for the last 12, 13, 14 years, and they going back and forth with all these snitch allegations. They beefing with each other, and then the Kendrick and Drake beef split. You know what I mean? Probably the industry in two, and everybody right now is just like, this ain't the time. And then, like Stat said, there's a lot of people now who are scared to fucking put bots on their shit that benefited off of that shit before too. So the guy that would have sold 50,000 first week, he may sell 8,000 the first week, and that looks bad to the label. So yeah, right now it's a scary time for hip hop. So it ain't nobody like Stat says coming out right now that's blowing anybody away right now either. So yeah, it's fucked up.
One second, plus.
Yeah,
I wonder if success just looks different now. Oh, go ahead, BK.
No, like that's similar. I'm like, I think it's this monoculture conversation that we've been kind of having and orbiting around. Like Don Toliver's stuff is doing crazy where it's supposed to go crazy, and like Keem's stuff is going crazy where it's supposed to go crazy. And I think to AD's point, what's actually cracking through is the women in hip hop. He can't really latch onto that or emulate that, namely because he's just made the last 5-6 years about like dogging women out for all the dogs, all this stuff, the sexy red shit. He's already pressed that button a bunch of times, and he's not going to go. He can't do what Doechii does on any level. He can't do what Megan does on any level. He's already been Team Tory, taking shots at her or whatever. So like anything that's up there that's popping, Cardi, same way. I just don't see her maybe doing anything with him either. So if he was going to latch onto anyone that's picking up steam, it would be any of the women that are superstars right now, which is not happening. And also that coupled with, I guess, the market confusion or lack of monoculture or prevalence of subcultures. I don't know what Drake's subculture is. I mean, like he leaned into the Canada stuff like for some sexy songs, and like that kind of came and went. It just kind of felt like a last ditch effort that he did with Party Next Door. It's like we asked for a collab album 10 years ago. Like that's kind of well overdue. So I always just kind of chalked it up to like he's listening to too many outside influences, right? We hear like Axang do a mix of hits and raps, and then Ben the Don, I guess he refuted that by telling him he's listening to all these other people. He hasn't tapped into his creative center. And I think that's the years are behind him. So he's going to be in no man's land for a while, in my opinion.
So I want to be a teacher's pet and try to answer directly your question, Justin. So are we tired of talking about it? And I see in the comments a lot of people saying, why are we still talking about this? I just want to say we live in the era of cry bullies winning everything. So our president is a cry bully who picks on everybody, and he just complains about how unfairly he's treated. All the white supremacists are talking about how unfair things are while they take everything. All the Manosphere are talking about how unfairly they're treated by women while they mistreat women. This is the one time in this whole era where a cry bully, being Drake, is losing, and he keeps losing. And every time he loses, Justin makes a video, and I get to watch it for 40 minutes as he laughs at him and throws tomatoes at him. And I find it cathartic because Drake just keeps losing. He just keeps, he's like, you know, at the carnival or whatever, you know, like the dunk tank, he like just keeps climbing up into that chair and waiting. And then he hits the button himself and he falls right in. And it's like, it's just so wonderful to watch a cry bully just lose, you know, because like Trump lost in 2020 and then all the cry bullies stormed the Capitol and we thought that we won, but then they were all freed and they all are basically in the government now. It's like we never get to win. We never get to win. But this one time, it seems like we actually pushed one of these terrible figures and the good prevailed. So I'm all for him continuing to do this. And also shout out to Yale for directly saying bringing up rap lyrics in court is racist, and we can prove it because we don't do it with rock and country, but we do it here. Because if you did it with country, you'd have a whole lot of people arrested for killing their cheating ex-husbands, but we don't do that. So anyways, I'm all for it. I want it to keep going. I want to keep watching Justin's videos as I drive home from work.
Let's take applause to watch my videos.
The reason, and I want to address the audience because before I got into this content space, I used to say the same thing. Man, why do we talk about Kendrick? Why do we talk about Drake? It's the same reason why when you turn on ESPN, they talk about the Dallas Cowboys, the Los Angeles Lakers, the LA Dodgers. Because nothing else moves the needle. So if you guys as the public that enjoys hip hop, if you guys could latch on to another artist that y'all think is great, MC, go get your clothes. We'll talk about that MC. Till then, y'all still are polarized by Drake. So when we talk about it, the numbers skyrocket. That's why we talk about it. And we're gonna keep talking about it right on the Third Verse podcast that you can catch every Tuesday and Thursday. And Culture United.
Let's take applause.
I definitely am on I'm tired of talking about it. I feel okay, y'all about to disagree with everything I'm gonna say. Brace yourself. I definitely am on I am tired of talking about it boat. It's crazy. It's only 3 niggas. Like, damn, we have all of these rappers, we have all of these, because it's not even rappers, we have singers, we have people that are doing like alternative music, like we even have a soft rock band with Infinity Song. Like I would like to talk more about other people. Like I was looking at the hip hop blogs the other day, and it's like it's really all gossip. None of it is really like the music or the vibe or the feeling. But I think what Stat says is true, that this is what bubbles up, and this is what we're becoming the Drake of media. We're becoming the pop culture of what's the most popular thing to talk about, and we're going to focus on that because it does the most numbers. And I just think slowly but surely, as this fizzles out, we'll get to inject more not the big three, so-called big three, the late big three, into the conversation. But I think it'll come over time. And I do think this was a really big thing. So, you know, it's almost like the residue of this. I'm not super surprised that it lasted this long because this was huge. This was really huge. And I do think, first of all, Yale cooked him. They cooked them. Like, if you're really into reading legal briefs, they cooked them so bad. And they just kept going. I was like, oh my gosh. And it does kind of highlight how he really did try to put hip hop on trial. When he first sued, I wasn't as shocked as everybody else or as mad as everybody else, because I was like, well, what if he gets $1 billion? And I started thinking, people was like, we don't care. I was like, but did you hear me say billion with a B though? That's a lot of money, right? But then the more you read into it, it's like, you really did try to put hip hop on trial. You really did jump into the fight and say, you know what, officer, he did it. And I noticed that they kept saying, well, we're not suing Kendrick. We're not suing Kendrick. We're suing UMG. But that wasn't a good enough like workaround to me. Like you really tried to put hip hop on trial. And I think the funniest part of the UMG response is when they said, wait, didn't this nigga sign something like a couple years ago that said don't put rap lyrics into court cases because it's racist? Like how he gonna sign that petition a couple years ago and then turn around and do this? Like they just kept. It's funny because in a rap battle, you say all these witty things where you try to disparage a person, but I feel like we see in the rap battle version of a legal case.
Yes.
Like
And
every new appeal is a new diss. They just like this. So Yale cooked them. Differently though from Professor Skye, I don't think Drake is a bad guy like that. I just think the idea of him representing all of hip hop in the way that he did, where it's like, wait, why are you doing everybody sound? Why you keep going back and putting on different costumes? Like we got more actors in here that want to get on stage, and this nigga like, no, I'll play the role. The Tyler Perrying of hip hop, I think that was problematic. But I don't think Drake is a bad person. I still listen to Drake's music. Like I was just playing After Dark the other day, you know, the jams. So I think all he has to do is make a classic album. Drake, you can do it. That's all you have to do. Be yourself. Don't be Meek Mill. Don't be Pusha T. Don't turn into fucking T.I. Don't turn into Hove. Don't turn into nobody. Just be yourself. A problematic October Scorpio. Watch out for them ladies. Be yourself and make a hit album. That's all you have to do. And everybody is just gonna, well, not everybody, but a significant amount of people, they gonna fuck with it.
I mean, if people are willing to, you know, if people rock with Ye, you know what I mean, and still have the disagreements that they've had, you know, with the third rails that Ye's touched, you know, I think people will definitely rock with Drake if he puts together just a really great body of work. AD, what are you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say, like, what do y'all think a hit album looks like in this climate right now? Because
he's gonna have to show us. Because I don't know.
I have no idea what it looked like. That's one of the best questions that's been asked.
Yes.
He would have to know. Well, what's this climate? Are we talking about particularly the past 12 months, past 24 months? What?
Right now.
I mean, yeah, just right now, what's going on in the world, what's going on in hip hop? Like, it's like, who stands supreme of everybody and encapsulates what's going on right now, and what does that look like? Because I'm like, this is
what Eclipse did it.
You think that was
the Eclipse album was dope, but I'm saying, does that stand? Are the Clips the poster child of right now of hip hop? Like, no.
No,
That
but
shit it didn't penetrate pop culture. So it's not to me. It's not a classic. It didn't make no money.
I mean,
Classics make money. To
okay.
me,
Now, sonically, it was an amazing album.
I know my man Justin hates to hear that. He's the Clips. I love the Clips album. I don't want y'all, but I'm just saying. I'm saying we got to put the butts in the seats, as they say. When you know, so when you talk about like GNX, right? Let's take GNX, right? You can deem that to be a classic because it did so well from a pop standpoint, and it also had those records where you can just get in there like, okay, it was deep, but he put butts in seats with that album. The Clips have no record right now that we're gonna be playing. They had no mainstream song. It just didn't happen, and so that's a major point. You got to hit all to me to be a classic, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. Everybody can have their own viewpoint of what it is. Like you got to hit all of those places. Like Sinners is a classic movie, not just because it was a great story, not just because it was a great story, but it made a substantial amount of money because people went out to support it. It hit that spot. You get what I'm saying? It covered all the bases, and that to me, for something to be a classic, you talk nothing but a G thing. All these different, they have these records that you still go back to. Clips ain't got there is no song.
You think you're only successful when a person that's a casual listener that really don't give a fuck about hip hop or rap or black culture at all accepts you.
What?
In order for those things to happen, the things that you name, that requires the acceptance of casual listeners. That's a requirement in order to.
I mean, I think that's a fair assessment, though, right? I mean, if you think about it, if you're talking about massive hits, mass appeal, selling a bunch of records, you're talking about people that reach way farther outside of hip hop, right? Like I don't know, Criminal Minded didn't sell crazy, but people still look at Criminal Minded as a classic because it was classic hip hop.
What I'm trying to say is, I just said mine.
Right.
No, I'm talking about. I'm just asking. Can we flesh out our opinion?
So for me, I love when hip hop goes to places where it's not, so that we can go to those places and now those people are consumers of what we do. So the infrastructure of what we have built, me and AD and YouTube being a part of this, can continue to grow. So our children's children can reap the benefits of it. So in order to do that, we have to penetrate places and people that don't necessarily enjoy what we have. And for them to say, you know what, I love that. Let me investigate. Maybe I'll get into it and learn about it. I didn't know a lot about rock and roll music, right, per se, but it was certain groups that drew me to it. And then I've been studying it. Even country music, it drew me into it. So now I can say, okay, I learned more about it. So I do want casual listeners, and I do feel like they're important because they are the future fans of what we have. That's my opinion. I'm not downing anyone else's and how they feel, because a classic is really something can be classic to you and somebody can hate it. Everything, this is all about how you feel personally about something. Some people like macaroni and cheese and some people like broccoli. You know what I mean? So that's fine. I'm just talking about my personal point of view. I don't deem something to be a classic unless it penetrates places that you wouldn't necessarily find it. So it penetrates pop culture. That's for me. It has to hit all those.
And I would say, to go back to what Elle was saying too, that goes back to saying that we dictate what's cool. You know what I mean? So, I mean, if people perceive the artist as, hey, you're cool, they're gonna, walk like them, talk like them, act like them, say everything they do too. So usually we're, 90% of the time we're at the forefront of that. Yeah. So somebody can emerge, and everybody that's not, that are casual listeners or don't look like us, they're definitely will support for sure.
I feel like for Drake, he has like a one up already because he is a mainstay. Like he's just almost too big to fail. Like, he's gonna sell a lot. Like he's gonna put asses in seats, so to speak. But I think for him to give us a classic, like if we just compare Drake to Drake, I think that can make it condense it a little bit more. I feel like Nothing Was the Same is a classic, and I feel like he was hungrier, right? Like he felt like in that album he had something to prove. Like, you think I'm just a singing nigga, but like I'm gonna like give you a Tuscan leather, like I'm gonna give you a pound cake, he was hungry. He felt like he had something to prove. I feel like he's like, fuck the black community. Like, fuck y'all. But I'm not proving shit to y'all. Y'all don't accept me when I reach these accolades. You don't say the first black artist to do this, but like, fuck y'all. To the point where you didn't just put like hip hop on trial, you put black people's First Amendment on trial. You tried to set a precedent that would literally like criminalize black thought and black artistry and black IP, right? Like after our history of taking hip hop to the Supreme Court and saying, okay, we'll do the parental advisory label, but you cannot criminalize, you cannot ban the sale of like our thoughts and opinions. Like he tried to literally turn the clock back on that front. So I don't think he can give us a classic because he doesn't care enough to like care. He doesn't care enough to put the effort in, right? He wants to shill for steak because that's where his fucking money's coming from. He wants to shill for kick because that's where his fucking money's coming from. And I don't know. I think Iceman people will stream it, they'll buy it, whatever. But even if you think about the episodes that he dropped, no cohesion. I think the first one he dropped was like around some sexy songs drop, which was last February. He doesn't
4
care.
years ago.
he doesn't care to have continuity. He doesn't care about the craft enough. And I don't think he's hungry enough, like genuinely. Like he's still trying to fight this shit. I don't know. It's some deeper anti-black shit going on with this nigga. But I think
you don't think this big loss could make him hungry again?
It totally could if he lets it. If he lets
I would
it.
love
like,
that. That would be so good. Like his
I
head
love
got
it
this big.
I love the nigga too, or whatever. But I mean,
he doesn't think he lost. So he
he may not think he lost, but he knows.
Nah, I think he knows he lost.
He knows.
But he's in a temper tantrum.
He probably feels like I lost, but
you know,
everybody went against me to lose. I feel like he thinks.
Yeah, like y'all are the problem, not me.
Yeah, it wasn't me. Y'all had to team up on me to get me out the paint, basically.
I'll say this. I tend to be where Elle is, right? I think right now we'll learn more than we've ever known about Drake as an artist and as a person through this project. And I'm not saying that anything that we thought before is no longer relevant because of this, but this is a once in a generation opportunity for someone to bounce back from something that no one else in the history of Earth has experienced except for him. Yep. He has the most unique experience ever. No one has been able. A lot of people lost rap battles. Nobody lost it like Drake. A lot of people have been big artists in the world. Nobody's been the biggest artist in the world and suffered or had to weather the things that he has. And I think that Drake is amazing when it comes to talking about himself. And hopefully talks about things from his perspective, because that's pretty much all he does. I think if he can find a way to find the humanity that he's experiencing and connected with things that are happening around us, it'll win big. I think if there was ever a time for him to make a heal the world, this is it. You know what I mean?
That's funny. Y'all was thinking not heal the world, but I was like, he needs a Michael Jackson moment.
Right.
He needs a moment where he takes that story. Because I know people always say we Drake haters. Like somebody jumped in my inbox. I've been arguing with some random dude for like 2 days straight with me. Like, y'all just hate Drake on Culture. And I was like, I like Drake. So now what? And he's like, no, you don't. So it's just funny. We've been going back and forth.
I feel like what J. Cole did, how he came back was dope as fuck. Because I feel like at one point in time with this battle, everybody was let down. And the way that he rolled this project out and, you know what I'm saying, have people come jump in the car, listen with him and shit too. I feel like he won the people over. So, I mean, there's ways that you could do it, but this is the biggest mountain that any artist, rap artist would ever have to climb. So we're going to see.
He would have to be more PR trained than J. Cole. I'm sorry. I feel like the rollout and all this up into a certain point.
He started talking.
He was like, oh, bitch, that your whole shit fell apart. I think Drake would do a proper sit down media trained situation, but he needs to get autobiographical and he needs to lean in. Like it's up to his own vulnerability and wanting to tap into that to do that. And I'm not sure that he wants to do that or can do that right now.
Has he ever did that?
Hold on. We got a lot of crosstalk right here. I know, Stan, you look like you're about to try to get something in.
I think individually, like sometimes we take our particular own position on things and think that a lot of people think the way we think. But if you really look at the landscape of the people, if you have been to his shows, generally, as I look at the docket of great individuals here, we're not the people that's at the shows. So I think he's gonna be all right. He's gonna do the numbers that he did, and we probably would think it's garbage. But his and we probably won't be into it as a collection of people here. But I think a lot of his fans will like whatever he does because, truth be told, a lot of the music that has been coming out from him since maybe Scorpion has
First
been
half of
kind of
Scorpion.
like, yeah, the first half of Scorpion has been really subpar for his own standards, and he still was doing massive numbers because his core audience is not made up of people like us who are going to be digging deep into that shit. They just want to hear, oh, it's Drake, and they're gonna listen to it a bunch of times. You know, I know we are important, you know, but when it comes to Drake, I don't think the core of people that enjoy his music at this point, they don't really look like us. So that's something to take into account.
Based
as
on
we
your
have a conversation.
politics, it would only be a classic if he's able to reach the casual listener. So now we get to experience being the person that's not in his core audience. So in order for him to be successful, he would have to bubble up to reach new places, which would be us.
No,
So
his core is the cat. His core are those people. That's why they don't. That's why they don't look at it the way we do. He's already reached them.
So I'm
they
saying
ride
us.
with him.
I'm saying because we're not his core, right?
Oh, he don't need us to do the numbers that he's
Hold
been doing.
on.
He don't need us. He don't need us because we ain't been with him.
You need somebody in fucking Greece to like an album for it to be a classic.
Yeah, no. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you why I need it to be because this is what I do for a living. So I need them people in Greece to like it, so other people around my infrastructure can continue to get massive contracts and get paid because it affects the overall business. So I understand
that, but I'm saying, aren't we? Since we're not the core audience, wouldn't him reaching a level where he gets us to buy in? Wouldn't that be the same thing?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that he does not.
The answer is yes.
In his case, and where he's at, he does not need that because he's been hitting his core with the mediocreness that we have not been rocking with for a very long time since the first half of Scorpion. So I'm saying since he's been getting by with that, he can continue to get back with that. I mean, continue to get by with that, but it won't be a classic. We won't think it's a classic.
I would say this.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So you're saying although he's not creating classics because he's not reaching us, he is still getting. So you're saying Drake doesn't need a classic?
He don't. He just need to get by.
His
audience.
I think he needs. You must have a. As a matter of fact, not only must you have a classic, if you make a classic, you turn this whole shit on his head in a way.
He's not gonna do that.
His core fan base is going to be there, but I feel like he wouldn't have this much self-doubt or wanting to prove himself to the real hip-hop listeners at the end of the day. Not everybody else because he would have been dropped. He's been dropping records, and I feel like we just ain't been fucking with it. So it's like he wants that acceptance of like, okay, I got hip-hop again, and hip-hop looks like us. It don't look like the other non-casual listeners and stuff the casual listeners who don't care about that. So he wants that.
I think he can do it.
Hey, D, I want to tell you something. I remember when Ludacris was the hottest thing in the world.
Yes.
Y'all remember when Ludacris was the hottest thing in the world?
100%.
What Ludacris wanted more, and he would tell you this, he wanted that same respect that Scarface and them was getting, right? As an MC. But Scarface and them, right, wanted that same admiration from the pop. They wanted that, everybody wants what they can't have. Drake has been fighting for the respect of the ADs, of me and the Justin and Elle and everybody on this. He's been fighting for us his whole career. That's what he wants. But what I'm saying to you is he can put out a project because he's done it. The last 2-3 projects, they're gonna consume it, and he's gonna be A-okay and still because the landscape around him, the people that's coming up and making hip hop, they're not making music that's just so superior to what he's doing. It's so subpar, and that's why AD's question is, what does a classic look like right now? Because like the music is subpar in general. It's a lot of great underground stuff, but from a mainstream level, it's not good. Let's just be honest.
That's
cool.
But maybe we just need to. Yeah.
Last word on Drake. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I feel like both sides want two different things. So like y'all said, vulnerability. Like that's what resonates with me when I be like, damn, an artist really went through something. I want to hear you talk about that. I want to hear that. But then you got the core fan base, his core fan base that just want to dance or play some shit in the Miami club. And it's like, how do you package that?
You can blend
it. You can blend it, but how do you package that right now with the message and make that a classic in 2026 with the climate that we have right now in hip hop?
I mean, I can never lose this instinct and reflex that I have that the greats don't worry about the climate. They just make great music and they put it out. I think that there's a whole lot of engineering and calculation and positioning that everyone's trying to do now to maximize whatever artist. But in my mind, regardless of everything that has happened with this battle, or regardless of, however he's made songs over his history, or any negative thing that you could say about Drake, to me, he is one of these artists that is a bellwether artist. Like, people will move or have shown to move based on things that he's contributed. And so if I'm Drake, I understand, especially what Sat was saying and what AD were saying here is like, what's a classic look like? How do you do it? If I'm Drake, I'm probably very concerned about that, just given what it appears his career has been for this long. But that to me is the true example of greatness. And he is the last remaining super highly anticipated artist right now. He has the benefit of everybody in the world wanting to hear what he has to say. And so the positioning and the triangulation and all those kind of things, given that it's Drake at this point in time, and he hasn't put out a solo project since 2023, I guess, I feel like this is an opportunity for him to really show the totality of who he is as an artist and whatever that means. And I think he'll be successful with that.
If he does that. It's like, really, nigga, just drop your shit and go. You've been teasing me for a little bit. At this point, it's going to be what it's going to be. You're either there and giving us what we're really looking for, which is leaning in and telling us this story that we feel like we didn't even really fully get from Cole. It was like, this was like the abridged version. Like, tell me like the underbelly of what really happened. It's like when you think about GNX, like obviously like Kendrick was coming off of the dub, so like I understand that context. But it's like he just dropped it. He was like, I'm just gonna do a West Coast track and like collab with people in my area that you've never heard of, and like put on this kind of weird funky beat. And what I'm gonna march to the beat of my own drum. And I have the money and the access and the connections to like produce this and make it luxury and put a lot of money into it. You have like the label, like you have a lot of resources that like artists don't even have right now. So like just do it. Like just do it. You've been in this profession for long enough. People are going to it. He's made it so much more high anticipated. Like the longer he waits, the longer he draws this out, teasing stuff, dropping stuff through streamers and stuff. It's like, just drop your shit and go, bro. Like you've been like teasing them.
Yeah, I think we're sort of all in the same place though, because like a great man once said, he's not a colleague, he's a fucking colonizer. So who's he going to colonize? No one cares about Atlanta right now, so he can't colonize Atlanta. He went to England. He tried to like I'm fake Mink and I'm all these guys, and no one cared about that. The hottest people are Doechii and Kendrick. So what's he going to do? Try to do a Doechii album? Try to do a Kendrick album? He has nowhere to colonize. He has nowhere to go, so he's just going to sit there spinning his roulette wheel all by himself, trying to be a gambling groomer and get all the teenage boys in America to follow him and a bunch of other Nazis to become gambling addicts. He doesn't need hip hop. He doesn't need rap. He doesn't need anything. And he's not capable because there's nowhere left to colonize. And no one wants it. Andy's a bad person. I'm sorry, Andy's a bad person.
We have an angry Caucasian male on the loose.
Wearing a green V-neck.
I'm not.
There's a dog in the background.
Yeah. She just dropped the nuke.
OVO, find him and annihilate him immediately. Where are you guys?
Colonize yourself, Drake.
Coming in hot.
Oh god. Okay. I think we covered it. I think we covered the base. We don't know what a classic looks like, and we're all waiting to see what.
No. See, Justin, this is why people think Culture United hates Drake. See how you see what
It's
just
my
happened?
fault?
You gonna ending it with the death shot. See, you ain't let nobody come back in and say something.
Oh, my
nice
bad.
about
That's
it.
not. Did you? I thought you wanted to say something, but
Anybody else want to say anything?
This is what I want to.
Go ahead, Stat.
This is what I want to say because people think I'm the Drake lover. No, I just want to
They
balance.
call you
things
OVO
out.
Stat.
That's definitely not the case. AD knows what my alliances are.
100%.
I'm from Atlanta, but I'm damn near just a West. I'm pretty much a West Coast guy at this point in my life. So, but I'm gonna say this, Drake, if you're listening, which you probably are, because you love to come on here and hear people hate on you. We really want you to succeed, despite our Caucasian colleague who just ripped you a new one. We really want to see you do your best for the overall health of hip hop. Please, I hope that you make something that's great so that we can continue to talk about you and all your casual fans and listeners will come and make all our YouTube numbers better. Thanks,
No.
Drake.
No, not for the health of hip hop, for the health of pop music. That's the only thing. I agree with all of that up to hip hop. Pop music. It's okay to be a pop artist, Drake. Make a banger pop album. Colonize yourself.
He's hip hop. I ain't separating because I want hip hop to get the money too. See when you say what you say, right? And then when you go in the office and be like, no, I got my hip hop back. They say, no, Drake's pop. So he got to be pop rap for us to pay us a certain type of way. Nah, I want Benny the Butcher. I want all these guys to get the same checks that Drake gets. So Drake, you are hip hop.
That is a businessman. He's speaking from a business.
I don't give a damn about that. That shit ain't true. That ain't
That
true.
is a fact.
We don't need Drake to stand there.
So you don't want Benny the Butcher?
Watch the crosstalk. There's a lot of crosstalk.
Okay, first of all, that's not gonna happen. That's like there's a fallacy in there. It's like, come on, man, we gotta let him ride in the car with us because he gonna pay for the gas or some shit like that. And then he be like, here go 10 on it. Like, nigga, 10? I thought you was about to put 80 in the tank. No, him being classified as hip hop, I don't think it's gonna trickle down to Benny the Butcher getting a Drake budget. Now, why would you lie to me like that, Stat? That's
Benny the Butcher got $1 million. That had a lot to do with Drake. It came out of the universal system. I can personally tell you that. And Benny will tell you that out of his own mouth.
When you signed the Def Jam. When you signed
yes, that's a fact. And the reason why he got it, because people like Drake make a substantial amount of money. If they didn't have a pool of money, they wouldn't do it. It's the same way when Eminem was doing massive numbers. He made it to where people like Stat Quo could get $1 million, and people like AD, he makes more money off of these things. The infrastructure of everything. Now I understand when you get down to the KRS One of it all. Yes, I feel you, but I'm talking about in these offices. I need Drake to be hip hop because it helps us all. It helps people that look like me, you, AD, and everybody else on this panel. It even helped my Caucasian brother to the right up there. You know what I'm saying? It helps us all. You know what I mean?
It got me my YouTube plaque. Hating on Drake got me my YouTube plaque.
There you go.
Well, why did he have to
Introduce
be
me to Justin.
classified as hip hop to do that?
We only got 15 minutes left in the main segment.
I hated that opinion.
It loves you though. That opinion loves you.
Big 9-second applause for another segment. I want to get to a couple of these react to this, and there's one in particular that I wanted to talk about last week, and last week the timeline ran out. We didn't get a chance to get to it, but this first one here. Well, I'll do that one second. This first one right here, we'll start with this one, and I thought I was actually pretty shocked when I saw this today. So we're gonna pull it up and react to this. And it says, Will Smith and Jada Pinkett are reportedly getting a divorce. Now, I was shocked to see this, especially just given how down for each other they have seemed over the course of their career. But the comments on this are crazy. This post right here alone has Chris Rock trending because everyone feels like he deserves to get a lick back. Open floor.
Get a lick back how?
Because Will Smith went and slapped him on an Oscar stage and they're getting a divorce anyway. That's where the conversation is going.
What they got to do with defending Jada Pinkett's honor in front of her face? Okay, divorced or not, separated or not, if you feel like a woman that you spent decades of your life where it was disrespected, yeah, you go up on that stage, you smack that nigga, period. I don't think he needs to get a lick. Like, no, this ain't got nothing to do with no damn Chris Rock. But I will say I am glad that this is officially over. Not that I'm personally glad about that, but it just feels like this has been lingering, like, to the point where people just started like clowning Will Smith for even being with her after the Red Table Talk era. I don't know. It feels like the end of an era. No one's talking about that Jada and that Will love anymore. It's over. It's done. I'm like on to the next chapter.
Yeah, it seems like, Will really, other than the slap, he never really said nothing. I mean, Jada has been like very vocal on how unhappy she's been. And I know like recently it was like, okay, he want to move back in. I don't want him to move back in. And, he could never make me love him like the way and all this stuff too. So it's just like, man, it's beating a dead horse, man. I'm just glad that it's officially happening now. But if they could have went through all of this stuff and still stuck together, then that would have been amazing. But hey, here we are now.
I don't find that post to be convincing at all. That goddamn split in half pic and everybody with that logo that looks like that. I don't find that to be convincing at all. And I think it's kind of odd that everybody's so excited about the possibility of them getting divorced. I think Jada Pinkett gets taken out of context a lot. I think a lot of people who are married are annoying to each other. I think they're actually pretty happy in their relationship, and everybody else just don't like the clips like that. He can't make me happy. I got to make myself happy. I heard that shit on Oprah when I was a fucking kid. I heard that shit hella times. People say that all the time. I think it gets taken out of context a lot. And I think that people want people's business, but then when they get their business, they demonize them. I don't believe Will Smith is a saint. I don't have any reason, but if I had to bet my bottom dollar, I would not bet that Will Smith is just a saint and he's just getting done so wrong by the mean little Jada Pinkett. I don't believe that for a goddamn second, Will Smith. And I don't even believe that they're getting a divorce. I don't believe it. I think they're gonna stick with each other and live in different houses and all of the shit forever.
1 second pause. Gonna move on to the next one real quick. This one's real fast because I know Stats got to bounce here shortly. Let me get this.
Oh no, who will I argue with?
I'll try. I'll say some stuff.
Okay.
And listen. I think Justin should set up a 3-way call so we can argue for real.
Put y'all in the group chat. We ain't
gonna do it on live because I don't want to hear people.
You should crash
talk to me in real life. Nah.
I don't mind crashing. It's fun.
You should talk to me in real life.
React to this. Jake Paul. Real? This is Jake Paul doing his Drewski. After Drewski did the video mimicking conservative women, spoofing conservative women, Jake Paul came out and said that he was going to do blackface to show see how Drewski feels. And so
is this real though?
Yeah, is that real?
This looks AI.
Well, he posted it though.
He posted it. Yeah, he posted it. So whether it's AI, whether he's done this, or whether the videos come out already, the interview was him saying he was going to do it, and then he posted this. And now this is a joke saying, Odell Beckham, because everyone knows it's Drewski. The idea of it. What do you guys think?
I think what she said before of us having power as a community to get someone up out of here. I hope we can unite to get this motherfucker up out of here. I'm tired. I'm sick of this dude, man. I'm sick of this dude because at the end of the day, like, for you not to understand the history of blackface, and I want my Caucasian brother to the right in the right hand side to get to jump in here and really break that down. Like for you not to really understand the difference based on what our people have went through. I'm gonna hand it off to my brethren here because he about to go in. Go ahead, my friend.
Well, all I'd say is I teach it in my class. Like, I don't teach that story, but I always ask my students the question: when does history start? And I always make them say that, like, if you're going to take a position, you have to tell me when history begins. And this is a great example. I think the Drewski thing and the reaction to it might end up being a net positive, because it really seems, based on the reaction, that a lot of people really don't know the history of blackface. Like, it actually seems that a lot of people, and I think there are people who actually have goodwill and hear, Oh, that's how it was used. Oh, power matters. Oh, systemic racism for 500 years makes a difference. Like all these questions. So I mean, it is a discussion that has to happen. It's just, did it have to be Jake Paul again figuring out ways to make money off of it? I don't know. So it's a learning moment, but I can't tell how much of my white brethren are capable of learning anything at this point because they're just so quick to be cry bullies. Going back to that same question. So yeah.
I think it's like why it happened and what it's rooted in. It's like you feel like, oh, Drewski attacked your white sister, so now you're gonna, you know what I mean? You want to attack our black brother now, and it's like the reasoning behind it. Like I don't fuck with that. You know what I mean? This is like another example of like white boys fighting to say the N-word, and it's like, nah, it's like that shit ain't cool at all. Not in my book. No.
1 second pause. All right, and this next one is a clip from a recent episode of the Joe Budden podcast. I'm gonna play about a minute of it, but this is a debate between Marc, Lamont Hill, B. Dot, and some others. And let me share this page.
I just want to say I hope the Samoans whoop his ass for dressing up like them because that wasn't no black man.
I'm like, AI blackface? We're in the pits of hell. Like
All right, let's get back to this.
You bitch ass nigga. You don't want your wife ain't taking it. But and so my wife, when we put clips up sometimes of our podcast and this thing together on Patreon, sometimes she'll say, I don't want to put that out because it's gonna make you look bad. Or I don't want to say this thing because I carry. And I'll be like, no, I'm with you. But I'll be like, put it out anyway because I don't care.
Right. So they've been calling me a bitch ass nigga.
Man, since day one. So, but also like if you're gonna take a certain position or have a certain politics or just care about your relationship in a certain way, there's certain things you're gonna allow, certain things you're not, and it's up to each individual person. I don't think that makes the person a bitch ass nigga. Certainly don't make me one because I'm not. So, but it's about what works for your relationship.
I feel like people are changing I feel like people are just changing the structure how things work though. That people's comfortability is the structure changing.
Would you feel that if the shoe was reversed?
I have a second question.
I do. Wait, what do you tell me what you mean? I think I thought I did, but I
because oftentimes, especially who you are, you stand on the side of women's rights. That's for lack of a better term.
He's a feminist.
He's a feminist.
So if the man was feminist, no, listen. Why is that funny?
Yeah, because that's the clean word for what we want to say.
Like you're Susan B. Anthony or something.
He is.
Susan B. Anthony fought for women's suffrage. You don't think women should vote?
Of course.
So what the fuck are we talking about?
Wow. Yeah, man.
He's a feminist.
I think clowning a dude for being feminist is like clowning a white person for being anti-racist. I just think it's a crazy position to take.
Oh, now he's sensitive about it.
I'm not sensitive.
Now he's sensitive about it.
I'm just disagreeing with him.
I'm just saying it's like feminist.
You think women should be feminists?
No, it's just a label that is more aligned with women. That's all.
It's
right,
not.
because we live in a society that doesn't support women.
The dumb just dumbs on. It just dumbs down the street. Just dumbbell. Just goddamn. Okay. So I actually argued with B. Dot about this on Spaces. I tried to explain to him that he is using English incorrectly. He said, it's similar to a waiter and a waitress. If I'm a guy, I wouldn't want you to call me a waitress. If you're a woman, you would want to be called a waitress and not a waiter. And I explained to him the difference between a suffix and a prefix. Because in the case of a waiter and a waitress, the suffix is explaining the person, who you are. The prefix is talking about waiting, the action. So in the term of a feminist, the ist part is you. The fem is the subject matter when we're talking about like believing in the equal rights of women. And although I explained it so well and so articulate, he didn't give a damn. He didn't like that fem was in it and he's a dude. And he said, we need a new name. Let's just call it an ally. So I think this is hella dumb. And Marc Lamont Hill did a good job explaining. That's all I got.
Yeah, this is the everybody's 12 meme personified, because like I'm a boy and femme is girl and girl is pink and I'm blue. Like it's a really that is so crazy that you explained all that, because I was thinking, oh, if someone could just break, like he's not even but that and he still doesn't give a fuck. Something that I feel like, I think I do agree with Elle that Marc did a good job, and he usually does a really good job breaking down really, large and complex topics to like 6 antagonistic voices that are like barking at him. So not only is he trying to explain a difficult concept, he's doing it in a very like adversarial environment. So I don't fault him for not going on a whole dissertation about like feminism, but I think a key part that's missing here is a big part of feminism is equality of the sexes. It's not even like parts of it is specific to women's suffrage, but this is a critical framework of a patriarchal system. It is to say that all of the sexes are oppressed by patriarchy, like even men. And so it would behoove you to have a feminist critique if you don't even want to call yourself a feminist, because patriarchy is a cage for men. Like the fact that we condition them to be inhuman and don't cry and don't act like this, like that's an ill of patriarchy as well. And then you think of the racial dynamics where straight, white, rich, property-owning, able-bodied men were the ones holding the power in this system. And so that just because you're a man, you're not at the top of that hierarchy either. And so I think for Black men specifically, looking into a feminist or even womanist critique, intersectional feminism, thinking about ability and race and class and like how all these things intersect is important. And I think that like, even though it wasn't perfect, clean cut, like a lot of these conversations won't be, they'll be a little musty, a little hairy. I think it's good that Marc is putting that into that world, because I know millions of people are tapped into the Joe Budden podcast, and that may have been the first time hearing a man earnestly be like, what's wrong with being femme? Like, even if you let the clip play for the rest of it, it's, well, what's wrong with being femme? Like, what's like, let's even just dish out the fact that you're not saying this word correctly or whatever, you're not understanding it correctly. What is so distasteful about the feminine or stepping into your feminine energy as a man? So a lot of work being done here by Marc. Kudos to him, but this was a mind-numbing thing to listen to.
Yeah. Believe it or not,
Let's get started here.
Oh shit.
I just don't want.
You better not. No, I'm just playing.
No, I just think it's sad, man. I'm so tired of like men, and it's mostly men. I'm gonna say this: a lot of men just like always got something to say about women, and man, just shut the hell up. I do appreciate Marc for bringing that up on that platform to give other men to take a position on the woman's side. But I don't want to battle with the ladies, man. I don't let's just get along. Let's put the ladies definitely ain't got they just do. Let's just admit it as men. You know what I'm saying? Women have definitely been oppressed. Let's prop our ladies up. Let's put them in a position. Let's really do it. Like stop. Why are we fighting the ladies? What in the hell is going on? Why are we arguing about this shit like that? Who don't love women? Women love women. Like, what's going on? I'm arguing with women. I love women. Are the greatest things that's ever been created. Like, what are we talking about? Push the women to the forefront. I wish we had a woman president. I wish we had a woman everything. I wish like women should do. When I go to a Del Taco and get food, it's this one Del Taco in the valley out here, man. All women in there. It's pristine. It's clean. You go to the Del Taco where it's all men. Bathroom dirty, nasty. It's crazy. The women are better. Like, let's just admit it, fellas. Let it go. They are better. We love y'all, ladies. I want y'all to run it off. I'm glad y'all running hip hop because y'all better than the men right now. He's totally correct. Women are killing men in rap. They are better than us. We need to admit it and just fall back. Like, a vagina and a dick, vagina's way better. It's not even close. It's always ready. So on that note, I want to tell y'all ladies, I appreciate y'all. Y'all are fantastic. You know what I'm saying? I love my mother, my grandmother before her, Justin. Culture United, all the ladies in the audience, please come back. We need you. All you hard leg niggas, go kill yourself. You know what I'm saying? Peace.
No, second applause, Stan.
You didn't tell us you have a Del Taco sponsorship now, Justin. That's awesome.
I know what Del Taco he talking about too.
We have a lot of announcements that are coming up here very shortly. So,
but I did want to say, I mean, I don't know if you've all noticed it, but the Joe Budden podcast has definitely taken a turn towards the Manosphere in like the last year and a half or so. Like, you know, maybe it's after the Rory Mal thing or something, but like they've had some guests on, so like it's nice to see some pushback against that, because like I actually had to stop watching because it got so much like men are like this and women are like that. It just, I don't know. So I'm happy to see that clip, because I stopped watching them for that reason, because it just felt like they were always having Manosphere people on.
Manosphere?
Yeah, they did. They had like I'm sure they could tell me in the comments, but they had all these guests on who like, you know, go on and talk, you know, all that weird sexist stuff about like how to conquer women and all that weirdness.
Manosphere is out there. It's a big thing. It is.
Yeah, I mean,
I hate the Manosphere. But I don't know. I think about like an Andrew Tate, and I think what Joe and them are doing is they are reliving their youth, which I think is a little different. But maybe, I don't know. Y'all say I be caping for people. All right, I can see the comments being typed out now.
I will say a lot of it is behind a paywall. A lot of the stuff that I've seen that kind of was like, especially their kind of like couples pod. It was like, you know, the bitches be doing this and the niggas be doing that. Like very bio-essentialist.
But I talk like that.
Well, okay, but you
because I think that's what he's selling. I think he's selling, and I'm so sorry, I'm going to offend somebody. There are a lot of people who do not have friends, or they don't have that many friends. And when we grew up, it was a bunch of us all together, and we were arguing about stuff and talking about stuff. And I think what he's selling is being able to be a fly on the wall, listening to these characters battle back and forth. So it's like, I talk like that sometimes. And I think what happens is, because he's sharing that, people judge him as a public conversation, not a private conversation. Because I think, let's say all of us would sit in a room sometimes and I together, not on live. And I'm like, you know, as a woman, I got to do this with the niggas or whatever I said. I don't think you would be like, really, Elle? You're calling them niggas?
Not like that. I think I agree with you. Like there's some less than PC conversations that happen that just aren't recorded or put behind paywalls, right? I get that. But I do think that some of the stuff they consistently push over time, particularly with the Free Tory conspiracy, like that rabbit hole is in the orbit. It may not be Tate, but it's kind of like, if you followed it a couple steps further, it might lead you in that direction. But yeah, I don't think all of the conversations are just, I don't think you throw the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, I like what they do, but there are some elements that are a little bit like, okay, it is really good that they have Marc there for pushback. Because I'm like, okay, sometimes it's just misinformation about shit. But
I mean, I feel like all the headlines, I mean, they do is mostly, I mean, what I see is mostly hip hop for the most part, from what I see. You know what I mean?
Out of Joe Budden.
Yeah, Joe Budden. I don't watch everything. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to them. I've been on there before. I mean, I know when Mel was there, I mean, she was the female voice. She kind of felt like she got ganged up on. Mona's over there now. I feel like she's hanging with the boys. It could be a boys club when you got 5-6 guys over there and you got one woman's opinion. So I see how it could be looked at, but I feel like what goes viral for them for the most part is like, you know, heated arguments with the cast and just the hip hop topics and stuff like that. People, you know, they look to Joe for his wisdom and shit too when it comes down to that shit. So yeah, because when you really like get into the real Manosphere red pill shit, it's like way totally left field. Like it's you can say like, oh, they hate women, like that. You can say that, like you can argue that. I don't feel like no one's watching the JBP show and be like, oh, they hate women over there.
I think it's more like, oh, y'all kind of problematic. Y'all need to work on that. Because did y'all watch the Manosphere documentary on Netflix?
I haven't seen it.
I didn't even know they had that.
Yeah, I want to check it out.
Y'all should watch it. Like it really will have you looking at them like, it's worse. And so I don't know. I may be a little biased because I'm actually proud of Joe. Like, people counted him out a lot of times, and he has the biggest media well, maybe I don't know if I'm gonna say media platform. He has the biggest something, podcasts, hip hop media platform that he owns by himself. And imagine how people counted Joe Budden out to the point where a lot of these corporate places fired Marc Lamont Hill, and he was able to he was able to put him back somewhere where Marc Lamont Hill can give his opinions that are sometimes not good enough for corporate or not acceptable in a corporate world. Like the fact that he's able to hire a Marc Lamont Hill or a B Dot after they stopped doing their podcast or whatever, I guess I'm really proud of that. So maybe I have like a little bit more grace where I'm like, he's gonna have to get real problematic before I start being like, hold on, nigga, you're doing too much.
Word up. Well, we've reached our 2 hours on the main
flew by.
9 second applause. There's a whole bunch of comments in here for the super chats. You guys gonna stick around? You guys want to rock? Let's see what the people got to say.
Let's do it.
Stick around for some.
All right, we'll start right here with K-Way for real, since he's on the screen.
Hey, K-Way.
And I think K-Way's got a great point here. He says gas is higher than Patel's. All right, I guess I didn't read that right. Gas is higher than Patel's GPA. We're at war. Black women are under attack, and culture history is being rewritten in real time. First artist that drops a song that speaks to all these things will blow. Now, I guess the question I have with this is, will a song like this be suppressed, in your opinions? Because to me, when I look around in the space right now, you know, there's a level of censorship that I've never experienced in life in this country. You know, everything is super censored. So where does a song like this live? Like, you know.
Well, I will say this isn't a US artist, but Dave, who's really big in the UK, I just got into the whole UK rap scene recently. It's really cool. But he just dropped a project, The Boy Who Played the Harp, and the title track, it literally says West Bank on the track, and is like going into all these different things of like, what would I do if I was in a different generation, and touching on all these points, and it did commercially really well. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just the way in which you do it. Maybe you have to get to a certain point where you're too big to fail. You know, I would love to see like someone at a Kanye scale doing this. It's like, okay, fuck it. What are you gonna do? Like, I'm almost too big to not sell. So I don't know. It would have to be strategic, I feel like, but it could happen, but with a nice beat, I think.
Yeah, Dave is dope too. He dope.
Yeah. Suppressed in what way?
Shadow ban. The algorithm saying this isn't what we're going to recommend on your For You page.
Like how they did some Palestinian videos on TikTok.
Correct. You know, I mean, when I think about gatekeepers now, I'm thinking about the algorithm. I'm not thinking about someone who has the
gatekeeper.
That's the gatekeeper. You know what I mean? So there, I mean, we're all like, language is changing. We say PDF now. Okay, this is Orwellian as fuck. Right.
Yeah, unalive.
So, right. You know, so in this environment, you know, a song particularly speaking to these things. I mean, you could look at it, just, I guess it matters how the song comes across and how it's coded or whatever. But away from this song and the way K-Way describes it here specifically, you know, the level of, we don't really know what's going on in Iran, right? I have to go follow other accounts. I have to, like those of you in this audience in other countries, y'all are feeding me information. I've been working on my next video that's talking about Iran and all these things that are going on for a while now. And the only reason I haven't dropped it is because everything changes so fast. Yesterday was a ceasefire, and today it was like psych. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but the point is that people are getting their, whatever we're getting here, delayed satellite images, you can't even go to Google Earth. Like, the censorship is just everywhere, right? And so to me, that is part of the challenge for movement music in that regard. You know what I mean? Like, is there even room for a change going to come to a degree? Whitey's on the moon to a degree.
I mean, they're also just, we've sort of lost our appetite, I think, for politically charged music, like in the mainstream. Like, it's been so long since we've had anything politically charged in the mainstream. Like, seriously, like 2 decades. I mean, I guess there's the Lil Baby song that was, you know, that was pretty good, but like, I don't know. I mean, because, you know, I cover a lot of the underground rap stuff. I want to go back to the thing, like, what makes a successful album? At this point, it's so hard to make money as an artist that I think literally any artist who doesn't need a second job has gone platinum. Like, that's just how we have to say it. Like, and if they can afford to get their kids through college, then they've gone diamond. And like, that's it. And like, so I try to like listen to a lot of that, and there's a lot of really great rappers doing a lot of really great political stuff. I mean, the guy Guevara keeps on coming out with great stuff, and Teller Banks just came out with something last week that's like just ridiculous, and Elucid and Billy Woods and Arm & Hammer, all this stuff. They're doing really political agitated stuff, but like, just at what point I mean, maybe it's the shadow banning, but at some point, I think that there's going to be a tipping point. That's going to be the audience. I'm not sure it's going to be the artists. I think it's going to be audiences that are going to be like right now in rock and roll, there's this weird band from Quebec that everyone's listening to that makes almost unlistenable music, but people love it. And it's like, they didn't change, the audience changed. So I think at a certain point, we're going to hear the next Public Enemy, and we're going to say, oh wait, actually, we love this. And it'll go mainstream. And that's hopefully when we really know Trump will actually be in trouble and not just pretend trouble like he's been for the last 10 years.
Yeah. Great question. Great comment, K-Way. 1 second applause. Slip that little slick joke in there too. K-Way be on his Dean. K-Way's podcast is out now. Let everybody know what your the name of your podcast is in the chat too, by the way. I don't have it in front of me, but K-Way for real is a personality. Everybody go support him. 1 second applause to K-Way. This one is Chauffeur. Big shout out to Chauffeur. What's up, Justin? Just wanted to support the channel. Keep doing what you do. It's all happening. Thank you, Chauffeur. 1 second applose.
Yeah, Chauffeur 0575.
Yeah,
Chauffeur
New heart.
0574.
That's dope. This one's from Stace Jam X. Stace Jam X.
Stace Jam's a good one.
Stace Jam. That's a good one. 1 second applause off Rick. Skye, yes, learn the history.
Yeah. All right. That's yes. That's
I hear
correct.
claps.
If people would learn if people would learn history, we'd be in a much better position. But when you talk about like things being suppressed, it's not a coincidence that history is being rewritten in the schools and that the humanities are being deprioritized and that all of our students at all levels are just being formatted to just be good workers at Amazon fulfillment centers and not critical thinkers. So yeah, that's why you need Culture United.
Until the robots take over.
Yeah,
that's right.
For real. The Amazon job ain't even there. You're a professor, Scott. Like, have you seen a change in your students' ability to comprehend text? Are these reports that I see everywhere that,
yeah,
reading comprehension is lower than ever? Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, but it's really hard to tell because this is also like the COVID generation. Yeah. And if I had to like go to high school in COVID, I would have just dropped out. I don't know. There wouldn't be any Professor Skye. There'd be like, Professor Window Washer because I would not have handled it. So I think that kind of makes it hard to tell. But yeah, I mean, just reading is down. Critical thinking is down. It's just being deprioritized. Like I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, but the education system from a federal level has been really pushing for just less and less critical thinking. And when you're a college professor, like you want curiosity and critical thinking, and phones take away curiosity. And then the sort of exclusively focusing on career options removes the sort of experimentation and sort of broadening of the mind. So yeah, I have been noticing it, but I mean, professors have been saying that forever, right? They were saying that about our generation too, but it feels, I don't know, but hey, I teach a class of 35 students who are all learning about hip hop history. And I was teaching them all about why Missy Elliott was so good today. And they were all paying attention and asking questions. And I was trying to explain who Timbaland was, and they were all paying attention and taking notes. So, it's not all bad.
Yeah, 1 second applause. Ms. Hummus. Shout out to Ms. Hummus right here. She has a fantastic YouTube channel too. Me and Elle were in there watching her live last week. 1 second applause to Ms. Hummus.
I really like your setup, Ms. Hummus.
She says, Ye should be banned in every region, city, district, town, etc. I have bipolar and understand the nuance of this disease. But hell to the nah. Why is this a conversation? I'm so confused. Now, I mean, you guys know, everyone on this panel knows, and the audience should know, at the foundation of my career is journalism. So there's things I'm going to cover that I may not necessarily support. Just because I'm covering something doesn't necessarily mean I support that thing. And Ye is in that category, regardless of whether or not I agree with where Ye is. Whether there's been plenty of times, I've told you guys plenty of times, I detached emotionally from Ye years ago. But in the space that I'm in, it's critical to continue to document certain things. And Ye's career arc is one of those things that I will continue to document, just like Drake. You know what I mean? Just like a lot of things that people don't like. And so my position on these type of things is a little bit different than perhaps what most people think when they watch someone on YouTube, for example. But banned in every region, city, district, town. What do y'all think? Is Miss Hunte going a little hard?
No, I think like, you know, someone did say like hate speech is not protected speech, right? Like, or even things like yelling a fire in a crowded theater because you get trampled. Like, I get it. Maybe pay a fine or something, but like banned, I think we gotta like really understand the precedent something like that sets when you're banning someone off of speech. That permission structure can expand at any point, and that typically ends up hurting the most marginalized of us. So just think about that. I don't know.
Yes, I mean, please don't ban him in every region, city, district, town, because then I would have to come take up for him. Please spare me.
I mean, my only complaint is that, like, I mean, the reason, I mean, I obviously talk a lot about Kanye, and to me, the thing is, like, he's not like Drake. He's not like anybody. Like, he is an artist on a level unlike anyone else in our century, in any genre, in any form, in any medium. It's like, that doesn't justify anything that he said or done. And I'm totally, you know, I'm going to get smoke in the comments, and I deserve the smoke because he also is a white supremacist, and I don't like white supremacists, right? But like I feel like sometimes he gets too downplayed, and that's why I compared him to James Brown. James Brown was a terrible person who beat the hell out of his wife. He also completely changed the world in many, 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 many ways. And with history, we just think of him as this great person. We don't think of him as like this true giant of a genius who just completely changed the world. So that's why I feel compelled to talk about him, because it's not like Post Malone. I didn't cover Post Malone's last album because, like, yeah, he was fine. Like, when he was good, he was fine. And then it turns out he was a sellout, and now he sucks. So, like, there's no big loss. It's not like the greatest artist of all time has become a terrible person, and how do we handle it? I told you, Elle. I told you, one stat left. I'll say something you disagree with. I'm taking up the mantle.
You're getting there. I ain't gonna lie. You was getting there. I was like, you saw the squint when I do this?
Oh, I saw the squint. I'm like, oh.
That means you're getting there. I was like,
please, Elle, don't hurt him.
Her facial expression, say it all. Say a lot. Say a lot through the screen. You guys thoughts on this, AD? Should we block a ban? Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. You know, Stat was saying something, you know, saying we talk about Drake, we talk about Ye, we talk about certain people because of the views. And yes, I think directionally he's correct. I mean, 90% of people who are doing anything on a platform that gives you a score, a number of followers, subscribers, or whatever, 90% of the people are conscious of that. But I think that certain things aren't as, I don't want to say profitable, but aren't as popular as a lot of people might think, right? Like, Ye is not popular algorithmically right now.
No,
I have not had one Ye video do what you think a Ye video would do. Yeah. And so at any point in time, I mean, are you saying that too, AD?
Oh, 100%. But once again, it's like we said before, the algorithm controls it. So it's like that's suppressed.
Right. I mean, if it's the algorithm, because I'm running into people like Elle and BK in real life who are just like, in the comment sections of videos that I do on Ye, people are like, comment for the algorithm, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is a lot of like pushback against it. And yet, you know, certain things are still going to get covered. Drake's not as popular online right now as he was, like virtually.
I would say this: if Kanye didn't do these 2 shows at the SoFi and was like, oh, he sold the most out, like, you would believe, like, damn, they're not fucking with him still. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you would actually think. That's what I thought, and then I was like, damn, nigga, he sold the most tickets in SoFi history with an independent company. So it was like, people are still supporting.
That can't be denied. You're right. Can't be denied. People are going to support Ye now.
And people were saying, "Hey, this is the greatest rap show I've ever seen in my life."
I think
brought Lauryn Hill out.
It might be
that show.
It might be the greatest stage.
I didn't go. A lot of my friends went. They was like, "That's the best show I've seen."
Yeah, the stage production was.
I think it's the best staging ever. You know what I mean? You know, but like, it's Ye. People are gonna go see Ye, right? You know, if Obama was giving a speech in your city, you go see Obama. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just certain things that people are going to go to. I'm not trying to say this to diminish anything that he's accomplished. I just don't think that him selling out SoFi last week is necessarily an indicator of where he is. I think him debuting at number 2 is an indicator. Now, YouTube numbers aren't in there. I still look at the charts every week. I'm not reporting on Chart Report every week because honestly, they feel less meaningful. Everybody I'm looking at on the Billboard charts, they're not including their YouTube numbers.
like who's number 1?
Crazy.
BTS is number 1.
Oh, yeah.
Right, for a second week in a row. Right.
Oh, shout out to Derek Milano. I know somebody who wrote on that. They're doing huge numbers.
Right. But if you look at the Billboard charts, the top 100, this feels like the first time in the streaming era that a full Kanye album didn't show up on the charts first week. You know, there's 18 songs in the project. I think 15, 16 showed up. You know, I think his highest song is in the top 20. I think King is the first song, and then right after that is All the Love song. You know, perhaps it's anecdotal and too early to say, but I do think there's sincere softness in the marketplace for Ye. And I don't think that the SoFi shows are the best indicator. I'm not saying they don't mean anything by any means, but like, you know,
our ticket sales, man, it's a little different. In
no,
today's climate.
it means a lot. Don't get me wrong, but like, Ye's always had hard ticket sales. That's not a new thing. Ye always had hard ticket sales and number 1 albums, and the whole project streams tight, and everybody wants to talk about them. And some of those things just feel a little softer than normal. I'm not saying it's not successful. If I'm Ye, I think this is probably a big success, honestly.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
I just wanted to give a shout out to FD because I think it's his first ever YouTube video is about how K-pop is just ripping off Black American culture, especially from the 90s. It's like if you want to start doing YouTube, start with that video because you can see his early, like, no production value, just putting out good information, and it really ruins K-pop for you completely the way that he puts it. Because
I don't know how you heard K-pop and not heard that.
Yeah, I know. Well,
right.
There's a couple, billion people who hear it and don't hear that, and they're not.
I thought the K stood for karaoke the whole time in the beginning. I was like, oh, they killing this fucking karaoke. They was like, no, that's not what it's talking about. I'm like, excuse me?
1 second applause. This is funny right here. Big shout out to my man Deluxe, the champ. Stat Quovio.
Oh, he's not here.
I wish he was here for that. Stat Quovio is funny. Oh man. Okay, so next we hear from V Sorceress. Big shout out to V Sorceress. She says, I think what Stat is saying, non-Black fans will hold Drake down, but those fans follow what majority Black fans like. If we drop them, so will they. Are we still in that era, in your opinion? Open panel.
No. People following Black people?
People, following Black. If Black people think something's not cool anymore, does that meaningfully hurt an idea, artist, concept?
We're having like a cultural divide right now, where it's like you have one side, and this is to me why it's fucking Drake up more. The people that are speaking for him are, the streamers that don't look like us and shit like that too. So like that's where the outrage is, and it's like everybody supporting Dot look like us, and they're, you know what I'm saying, they're from the culture. So it's like, nah, like this the TikTok era, the streaming era, it kind of fucked that shit up right now. And it's like it's weird. That's what I be telling you all the time, Justin. It's like where I came from and what I do and what I've seen and stuff too is like you have two different subcultures, if you could say they're even subcultures, and you look and you see how this shit is now. It's like it's just weird. You have one side of people who are just like they troll all day. They don't care about anything. They support the most ignorant shit, and it's kind of like, you know, who was writing for Kanye. It was like, you know, who was writing his shit where he said his cousin gave him head and the hell Hitler. It was like it's Dave Blunt's, and it's like, yeah, the most crazy offensive shit. They cheer that on, and then you have the other side that sticks to the principle. So I mean, I feel like right now we're at a point in time where everybody has their little corner, and they're sticking to that, and then everybody is just all over the place.
1 second, pause. I feel that too. There's no monoculture.
Well, maybe what needs to happen is Drake needs to go K-pop, and then everything's solved. Drake pop.
I mean, you know,
It's not a bad idea. I hate to
mean-
be the guy to give him the idea, but it's a good idea.
I genuinely want Drake to do something to push himself. How about this? Selfishly, I would like to hear a project from Drake that feels like he's pushing himself. Now, I'm not going to limit that to what my certain specific things I like to see. I like to see some third-person storytelling. I like to see him talk about other stuff. But just generally speaking, I agree with Stat. I don't feel like he's pushed himself since the first half of Scorpion. And I feel like this is a great opportunity to do that again. And maybe that means K-pop Drake. Who knows?
Lord have mercy.
Big shout out to Mika Red. 1 second, pause, Mika. Drake is suing hip hop. Why are we waiting for him to do anything? Kanye wore a black KKK outfit, lied about George Floyd, said he beats his women. Keep them away from hip hop, please. This is a lot of the energy.
Jesus Christ.
This is a lot of the energy. When you start adding stuff, I mean, even with AD just said, he said that really fast. He's talking about writing a song about his cousin. I mean, 1 second applause, Mika.
What was so crazy too was that like him getting banned from the UK and all that sparked up like the people posting the swastika shirts and like the Nick Fuentes stuff. And then like a couple of days later passed and I saw some tweet that went viral that was like, wait, am I misremembering like SA allegations? And then there was a whole other wave of shit I totally forgot about. And I beat my women. Why don't y'all? But y'all are only dissing Diddy, and then the Cassie hoodie thing. Like there was just so much that I just blacked out or just forgot. It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, I feel the same way because like we were streaming earlier, and you know I have a son with special needs too, and you know the homie was like, "Wait a minute, I don't forgive him what he said about Jay-Z's kid," and I was like, "Oh shit, he did say that." Like we were discussing everything, like, damn, like should everybody give him a chance? And it's like, oh wait a minute, you know, he hit certain things, certain points that you know you can't really come back from. We wouldn't accept that from anybody, so I understand.
That's crazy. Next one. Lotus Queen 38. Stat thinks Will Smith dropped classics. I think Will Smith dropped classics. I think Will Smith got 2 classics. Yes, he has 2 classics.
Summertime is a short classic.
You said which one?
Summertime
song.
Singles.
Yes,
That's what I said.
Song, yes.
Like songs, yeah.
Album.
He has 2 classic albums. Me.
Yeah.
He's the DJ. I'm the rapper. Easy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That bare minimum. I mean, not that this matters that much, but he won the first rap Grammy, or one of the first rap Grammys that there was. But he's the DJ. I'm the rapper.
Album got more people to rap than that album. I mean,
that's the first album I directly related to. His parents didn't understand. My parents didn't understand.
Yeah.
I thought I could beat Mike Tyson on Punch Out. You know what I'm saying? So that album, and then I give Big Willie style classic status. I don't see how you can't. I mean,
Is that the one with Miami?
Yes, that's the one with Miami. That's the one with just the two of us. That's the one.
Jiggy with it.
Getting jiggy with it. That had the.
What else was on there besides the singles?
Candy, where he spends the whole verse hollering at a chick, rapping with naming different candy brands. So I'm gonna get my boys Babe Ruth and Charleston Chew, just like Candy.
I cannot wait to go listen to this.
He's got the other song. What's the other song? The song about the end of his marriage. I thought you was the 100 year when I met you at the Freaknik. Whoever thought you'd be the type to creep and keep secrets. I don't know if that was like his wife or not, if he's just talking about some relationship, but this was the album also where him and Jada first, really went public. You know what I mean? That album is a classic album. And it's what, 5-time platinum, 3-time platinum?
Yep. And
he swagger jacked Nas something crazy on the bars the whole time. Nas helped him. Wait, how'd it go? Steve Stout was managing Nas and Will Smith at the time. And Steve Stout wanted Nas to ghostwrite for Will Smith on the album. Nas, in his own words, was too busy and never did anything. So Will swagger jacked Nas on the bar. So he is rapping like Nas without Nas actually doing it. Like, so it gives you an idea of the bars.
Taking it far.
That's what he is. It's a
Rapper
classic
like
album.
Nas.
I mean, you know, okay. Well,
I think Summertime is
if we're gonna be
classic.
over there in the particular section, clearly there's a bit of hyperbole, but like directionally correct, I understand. He
Yes.
is.
Men in Black song is a classic too. I like that song.
There's like
That
at
video
least
back
5 massive hits on that song, on that album.
I like all of Will Smith's singles. If it got a music video, Will Smith got off. After that, you lost me, Will Smith.
Me and my roommate in college, his name is Sean, he's my best friend, right? And so Sean P, shout out to Sean P, 1 second applause. It was Sean P before Sean P changed his name to Sean P, you know what I mean? And I remember it was the first day of freshman year. And we were like trying to get a feel for each other, you know what I mean? Going through each other's CDs, and we disagreed on every CD. He literally, his CD, if he had 100 CDs, 99 of them were completely different than the 100 CDs I had. But the one we had in common was Big
Don't
Will
say Will.
Style. Big Will.
No.
Both of us knew it was a classic.
Wow.
1 second applause. That was funny. Thank you for that, Lotus Queen. Next, we got.
That was hilarious.
This is from Philip McGee. Says, for Elle, does Lupe ever watch Culture United? Would he ever give Justin an interview? I'm a big fan of. Oh, I got to read these before I put them up here. I'm a big fan of all y'all, and Elle, good job helping Glasses earlier today.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I called into Glass's lunch table today. I love his stream. It's Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. We be on there having fun, chopping it up.
Shout out to G, man.
Shout out.
Yeah, word up.
Philip McGee, $5 is not enough to know what Lupe thinks.
That's a good answer. I'll say this. I mean, I have interviewed. I don't want to say interview, but I've had recorded conversations with Lupe. So that's happened. There's one on my channel from a Instagram conversation we've had. We had another one at what album was that? I think it was the 10th anniversary. I can't remember. 10th anniversary of one of his albums, we did a Clubhouse conversation too. You know what I mean? So just want to clear that up because the beginning of this makes it seem like we've never talked on the record before.
Food or Liquor and the cool classic albums to me.
Yeah. Oh my God. All right. 1 second applause. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
20th anniversary for Food and Liquor. Justin, have I ever told you that I think that may be my favorite Lupe interview?
Which one? Oh, the one.
The Instagram Live.
Oh, really? Okay. Word up. Thank you. Yeah. It was a good conversation. I can't. I mean this a lot. I mean, people in this audience know how much of a fan, of course, and inspired by Lupe I am. But literally, like, just from a distance, like just from a peripheral standpoint, you know, Lupe and Chill, like they are the definition to me of how to remain honorable in a seedy industry. You know what I mean? Like, for all the things that can go wrong in an artist's career, or all the ways people try to get you in the music industry, or all the ways you can, you know, screw somebody over, like those cats, like even without even knowing them, you could see, I mean, it's really a cool thing to see, because it reminds me that, you know, you can find solid people in a room full of sharks, you know what I'm saying? And so, you know, I really, really appreciate both.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that make me so proud to be, like, being from Chicago, first of all, and being a part of the FNF team. Like, I am super proud, and it's because I am very particular about people and their morals. And that doesn't mean that I'm like a goody two shoes, because y'all hear my opinion. Sometimes people are like, that can't be your opinion. But I'm very, philosophy student. I'm very funny about people's morals. And I really have I place a lot of value to people that's like, I could do this, but I'd rather do the right thing. And I don't think I have ever seen either one of them do anything that is like even borderline questionable. And that's amazing, because they sure seen me do it. Like, wow, this is crazy. So yeah, I agree with you.
This is a good question right here. This is from Nigel 34 Hills ASD. For the panel, who is the best rap producer from the 2020s decade? And what is your favorite song from them? Cannot have come out before 2020. So Kanye, Hit Boy, Alchemist don't count.
So we have 5.5 years to choose from. Who produced on that Clips album? Let's see.
Let's see if we can pull up a list.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Please.
Would
I
you
like
say
when
like
y'all make
Conductor
me do it.
Williams is the best of this decade?
Say it again.
Conductor Williams.
I
As
think
far
he's
as, like,
trying to
this
say.
decade.
I think he's trying to say rap. Oh, rap producer. Oh,
rap
just rap
producer.
producer. Oh, good. Just rap
Yeah,
producer.
the producer.
I feel like Conductor Williams is probably right on the line.
Yeah.
Let me see. Who else is
There's a lot of people in that school, sort of the underground school stuff.
Mm.
Damn, did you know Stevie Wonder wrote Birds Don't Sing?
No.
Sort of. Well, sort of.
It's,
What the hell?
Birds Don't Sing.
Like the time?
I just went to the credits and it said Stevie Wonder. I'm gonna have to look into that. Maybe they just stole his words.
yeah, I have to look at what they did with that.
So I think there's probably a good question here, but I'm gonna have to be a teacher and say I don't know what the question exactly is.
Yeah.
Because if
question is,
you
out of
can't
all of
count
the-
Hit Boy, then like
Because I'm seeing Metro Boomin, Alchemist. They say you can't say Alchemist, but are you saying like a producer that raps that's making?
No, they're saying a producer.
Mhm.
Oh wait, shit. Are they-
I know, right? Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
if Nigel's here, just put it in the comments what you actually mean.
I thought they were saying a producer for rap music, but the rap music has to have come out after 2020.
and
But
but
I
I
don't
look at
understand why they
this.
saying so Kanye, Hit Boy, and Alchemist.
Who's
don't
the
count.
best rap producer from the 2020s? Okay.
But
I
I
look-
are they saying we can't use Kanye, Hit Boy, and Alchemist because all of them have put out songs after.
No, he's saying. I think what he's saying is their career started after 2020. And I'm also thinking, they're saying. I mean, and then it looks like rap producer to me, since all three of the examples he gave were just
Are
rap producers.
That's what I'm saying.
So, like, that is a very interesting
we'll
question.
see on the
Who's,
next
who's
episode.
rapping and producing? I have to.
Like Cash Cobain? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, Cash Cobain, if he fits the description.
Well,
you know.
Guy Scavata, to go
Yeah.
back again to the underground, he produces most of his own stuff. He's pretty crazy.
Oh, there we go. That's a good answer.
Did J. Cole still produce his own shit?
He was out before 2020.
True. Oh damn! Cannot have came out before 2020. Who the fuck he came out after 2020?
No, but this question right here perfectly encapsulates what you were talking about earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like where's the
Cash
market?
Cobain is a good one though.
Yeah, I think Cash Cobain is probably the answer. But that's interesting.
That's quite an intricate award to win, Cash Cobain. Congratulations.
We'll take applause to Cash
That's
Cobain.
gonna be this long, like the greatest. that not including Kanye.
Let's I want to come back. I'm gonna think about this. I want to come back to that one though, because that's a pretty. Because what's interesting about it is I don't even necessarily think about music in this way. You know what I mean? I'm not like, okay, post 2020 rapper producer. It's not reflexive in my mind at this point. So
It is like also a very, I think, 2020s question, because I was actually talking to a friend about this, that like, since a lot of the tracks coming out are like producer forward, like people say like the producer's really carrying this track. I feel like I'm familiar with a lot of like, if I initially thought I was gonna say Benny X, but I think that he came out in like 2015 or something like that. But I feel like a lot of the stuff being so, especially like underground opium, or well, there's different subcultures within the underground, but we're relying a lot on like, I feel like it's a lot of producer forward stuff coming out in the 2020s because they're doing a lot of the carrying. So I don't know, it's kind of fits the era, I think.
I mean, I think Baby Keem, I think that was somebody I would think about. Did he come out before 2020? Are we counting anything he did before 2020?
When did his first album come out though?
2019 in the chat. Somebody
Yeah.
said 2019 in the chat.
2019. Okay.
This question's giving me a headache.
Somebody said IDK.
Yeah.
He's been out before
IDK?
20. IDK,
Yeah,
he's
but
been out
he's
way,
way before
2020.
way before
Yeah.
2020.
That's why it
I
gives
think-
me a headache, because every time I think
I
of
think
someone,
this
I'm
is
like,
this is
That's
let
a
you
great
know,
question.
man, the climate that we're in right now. We
like,
can't even
when
think
did
of
Pure
nobody
Born start?
other than
producing?
Cash Cobain. That's fucking sad.
I think, but Pure, I think is the 2010s with like the Cardi
Yeah.
era. So
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think it's
I-
hip hop's
It's
problem.
definitely
I think it's a
somebody.
poorly formed question. And he's
True.
not here because we gave him a chance to come in and say what he's thinking, so we could say that.
All right. Well, But thanks, Nigel.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks.
Now,
for
if you
the
would have
chat.
said 2010 and up, then it'd have been a little different.
Right.
A lot of people you can name.
Right.
Yeah, I think that was the point of the question. Like, y'all need to know more new niggas. And you're right, Nigel.
Right. And also, he needs to know what he's asking us to answer because we
Yeah,
might have spent all this time.
Everybody's
on the wrong
confused.
Right. Nigel. This is from William. Says, do you think revolutionaries of the past would have used hip hop to organize more than we currently are seeing, or is the nature of the industry what fails?
I was about to answer, but I don't know what. Or is the nature of industry what fails? What does that mean? Or is the nature of industry?
Like, does
I
the
mean-
fact that it's a capitalist venture to be a rap artist mean it can't be revolutionary? I think that's what they're saying.
When I think about revolutionaries using hip hop, I don't think about it like, oh, we're getting in the rap game to make money to be revolutionary. I think about it as using it as a propaganda machine to convince other people to rebel. So I don't think the nature of the industry really changes that much. And I would say, yeah, I think music, the popular music of the time has always been used to communicate ideas. So I'm gonna go with yes.
There does seem to be more, right? Explicitly revolutionary. I know "Fight the Power" is not the only song, but it's just like etched in my brain right now as like explicitly like we're talking about what's going on and what needs to happen, and like it's inspiring people on the streets, and like that's the background music to like their protesting and organizing. I mean, that definitely was happening, just not so much anymore.
Fuck Donald Trump song too.
I love that song.
I want to put something on the screen quick because this question reminds me of just a fantastic conversation between All Hip Hop. Shout out to allhiphop.com. 1 second, applause. Chuck Creekmer and Dr. Conrad Tillett. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Conrad Tillett, but he was one of the early. He was a member of the Nation of Islam, but also wanted to move hip hop into political spaces, and he was the one who inspired like Russell Simmons and Diddy to do the same. Except for he didn't want to go and be a part of either political party necessarily. He believed in something called the 80-20 rule, and he believed that all Black people 80% should be a part of the blue team, but 20% should be on the red team, but 100% should work together. And that way we can be in different rooms to help position ourselves for the best possible outcome. Very progressive thinker at the time. But this part right here is actually really interesting to me. So this, I think, is an example of someone who is trying to do it with hip hop and mobilize it in a different kind of way. And so, we'll start right here. It says, you played a role in hip hop's political evolution. Can you elaborate on that and your relationship with figures like Russell Simmons and Diddy? He said, after leaving the Nation in 1997, I founded a movement for change, the first political organization dedicated to mobilizing the hip hop generation. I worked to unite artists like Russell Simmons and Diddy, advocating for independent political leverage rather than blind allegiance to the Democratic Party. Unfortunately, that vision clashed with industry leaders who sought a more partisan approach. Russell, in particular, wanted to use hip hop's influence to strengthen the Democratic Party, where I believe we should be non-bipartisan and leverage our power in both parties. That caused friction because I wasn't willing to play along with the idea that we should just deliver our votes without demanding anything in return. Diddy was a part of that movement too, but over time, things shifted. The moguls were making money, building brands, and engaging in politics in a way that wasn't always about grassroots empowerment. When you're dealing with corporate structures, your independence can become compromised, and I saw that play out. So that is, here, I'll put the link in the chat if anybody's interested in reading it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's fascinating. Text that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is Dr. Conrad Tillett. You guys should know who he is, even just on some history, because he has a lot of it and share it. So I think that the conversations between moving hip hop into more political spaces have always been there. I think they're at the core of it. I think even if you look at just the influence the Nation of Islam has had, for example, you look at all of this being birthed out of the civil rights movement, you know what I mean? I think that activism, that energy has always been there. I think once you get to the FCC Act of 1996, and then I think once you get to the point where you have mass consolidation in the space, and you have, after Biggie and Pac dies, they call it the shiny suit era, but it's kind of a love era. Everybody was collaborating like crazy, and everybody was talking about getting that money. I think the combination of those ethos just swallowed a lot of organizing in different kind of ways. But I'll drop this in the chat if anybody's interested.
Why would he pick Diddy and Russell Simmons?
You have to look at you have to look at the year, right? I mean, you're talking.
Yeah, that's what I just tried to Google, but I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah,
what
this
year
is
was it?
In 1997. But you have to think, like in 1997, Diddy, Russell, James Prince, Suge Knight.
But trying to get that mega label.
I mean,
yeah, but Russell and Diddy were very corporate centered.
Well, they still had a direct connection with what was happening on the street level in hip hop, particularly in New York. You know what I'm saying? So they were closer to the ground than ever. And they were also the best position from a balance sheet standpoint to pivot into that space. You don't go into politics without having your money right. Actually, one of my favorite things I ever learned from Russell Simmons, very significant for me personally, was how he structured his business. And he told me about this. He said, there was a point in time, actually, where I almost went over to All Def Digital after I left Hip Hop DX. And I decided not to. And ultimately, I think that was the best decision, we'll say. But I spent a lot of time talking to him about his career and the work he does, and just really picking his brain from a media standpoint, since that's the space I'm in, and he's been successful at that 8-9 times over. And so he said he always starts with music. No, he always starts with comedy. The first thing he goes into is comedy, right? He invests in comedy, money, whatever in comedy, because everybody laughs, right? So because everybody likes funny, he invests in comedy first. That gets his numbers up. So after you go into comedy, since everybody likes laughing, your numbers go up heavy, right? And so now that your numbers are up, you're in a position to pitch to advertisers and different brands and sponsors and different collaborations. So you go into comedy first, get your numbers up. You take the fact your numbers are up, then you pivot into music. Pristine, top shelf music, right? Once you have music, now you're cool. Now you're cool and you're perpetually young. Now you go get all the money from the sponsors, and now your bankroll is tight. And once that happens, that's when you pivot into political activism. That's when you pivot into social issues, the things that you care about on a different kind of level, because you need to have money to even be in those rooms to have those conversations. So if I'm Conrad Tillett, I would say that's why he went to Diddy and Russell Simmons at that point in time in the 90s, because from that level, at that level, with people who have a direct connection to all of hip hop history, but also corporate relationships, the idea, I think, was to leverage that revenue that they had to make hip hop put hip hop in a position to have the biggest political impact, regardless of party. And as he described in this interview, Diddy and Russell wanted to just go with the Democratic Party, and that wasn't his vision at all. So, it's a little off from revolutionaries, but I think Dr. Conrad Tillett is pretty close to a revolutionary.
Yeah, I think the idea sounded very progressive, but like if you already had that idea laid out in your mind, whether or not they had the money or not, I don't know. I just feel like they definitely were not going to do something where they were putting the Republicans versus the Democrats. Like they had already been connected to. Well, I don't know. You said 97. Maybe they had.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this is a point in time that, it's particularly for Diddy. That's really early. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's true.
So at what point can we get Company Man Comedy Jam? Is that
it's a thought. It's already a thought. It's already
let's
a thought.
have it.
It's a
You
thought.
just
It's
need
also
Stat with his internet, and you're all set. Like just have that for an hour. It'll work.
It's a real thing, though. It's a real thought. Don't get me wrong. Like I took what Russell said to heart. Like he's done a lot of wrong in his life, but he wasn't 100% wrong. I'll tell you that. You know what I mean? Like there's things he got correct, and I think there's things that we can learn about patterns of like human patterns, because really that's what it is, right? Whatever era you're in, whether you're in the 70s, 80s, 90s, now, people like funny, brands like cool young stuff, and you need money, right? And so you take these different case studies and you put together your whatever your universe likes with, you know, the wisdom of those who came before us, you know. And so that to me is one of those things. And so I think that is probably the closest example, like I said, to what he's talking about right here. And I guess maybe the answer to that is the nature of the industry is what fails, because that's what happened with that situation. So,
that's what Tools Masters has.
you know what I'm saying? So 1 second pause, William.
You build it up, but you ain't ready to throw it all away for the goal. He was never going to be no revolutionary anyway.
Right. Well,
you like, oh, I got to hold on to it now. You already lost.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes. I gotta go, guys. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, this was. I thought this was funny. My listening library YouTube. Love the content. Great cast. Professor Skye, the ultimate Ye fan. Show the merch, please. Don't.
Show the merch.
So it's funny because when I was going on the show, you know, my wife's like, "Oh, is that why you're all nervous? Because every time Ye comes up, you're scared you're going to do something stupid." I'm like, "Yeah, that's why." But anyways, I did make an entire video about that event. If you haven't seen it, I suggest you watch it. And it was not my best moment. And if I am clowned on forever for that, no problem. Put it in the chat. I don't care. I deserve all the smoke. I was a dunderhead, and that's how you grow. So, but
I mean,
no,
the fact you made a video about it and really addressed it, though, that's where we see your character. That's where we see how much you care and your grace. You know what I'm saying? We're in this environment still where people are like, don't apologize, just stand on whatever it is. Sure, fine. But that is also, in my opinion, the least humane and the most disrespectful thing to do, because ultimately, at least for me, my own personal position on tough topics is very simple. Like, I'm opposed to compromising my neighbor's humanity, right? And so if whatever it is I'm doing or I'm supporting means that my neighbor, metaphorical neighbor, will be compromised, that's not something that is within my reflex. And a lot of times just saying my bad or apologizing is recognizing your neighbor's humanity. And I think more people should do that.
Yes.
Yeah. And apologizing is also selfish because it frees you from feeling bad. Like, that's what I always try and tell my kids. Like, when you apologize, you're free because, like, you don't have to fight and hold on. Like, hey, you screwed up. I'm sorry. It's amazingly free. A very underrated thing, realizing that you're an idiot.
Right. This next one comes from Heaven Sent Frieza. Frieza's Heaven Sent, yeah. 1 second, pause that title. Who do you think could go against Ye in a versus?
Jay-Z. It's really
nobody.
You think Jay-Z beats Hov?
I don't know if he beats him, but it's definitely going to be a fight.
I said Jay-Z beats Hov. Jay-Z beats Ye.
Yeah. You said my head.
Jay-Z. Yeah. Who else?
Let's see. Who else has 11 classics?
Yeah. I think I'd be somebody else. Is there anybody else? Is there anybody else that can go against Jay? Let me look at this wall over here. I'm definitely cheating.
I don't think Jay-Z and Ye is a good versus battle. I'm tired of hearing people talk about it. I don't want to hear Jay-Z tell his story about locking down the town and then Kanye come back and tell me about being mad at his manager at the Gap. Get the fuck out of here, Kanye.
Who would be better though than Jay-Z?
But
who
also,
would,
there has
sense?
to be producer and rapper. Like, that's why you can't do it, because like most people can out rap him and a lot of people can out produce him, but to be able to do both and shift the culture with most of his project each time that he does anything,
I'm not sure that a lot of people could out produce him.
I think Dr. Dre would be interesting. I think if you're talking about 20 songs, Dr. Dre has 20 massive songs. He's got Tupac songs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's more of the production than the rapping.
But still, I mean, we're talking verses, right?
Well, if that's the case, then you can maybe Pharrell. Who else?
No, I'm liking Kanye versus Dr. Dre.
Ye versus Dre would be very interesting, I think. You know, especially with Dre, you're going from all the NWA stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You get the Death Row stuff. You get Tupac. You get a lot of Tupac. You know what I mean? And then you get Eminem, 50 Cent stuff. And
shit!
You know what I mean? You get Jay-Z in there. You got Jay-Z stuff.
Kendrick shit too.
You got Kendrick stuff.
Yeah.
Damn.
Like Dr. Dre would be pretty interesting. And I
We
think
gotta
they
float
rap
that.
about.
We gotta float that idea.
Like
I
hit the
don't.
hit. Yeah.
I don't think Dre. I'd be shocked if Dre is going to share a stage with Ye.
He's not doing that.
Yeah, I just read Drake's Forbes article today. Dre sounds very happy at home. You know what I mean? And I can't imagine him stepping outside to do a versus. But I think that's probably what I would say.
I saw the cover of that. It said Compton Capitalist, right? I squinted.
I almost thought, I almost brought it up to, so that's something we should talk about today. But
I was like, I squinted.
You guys should read the article though. I mean, it's less polarizing as the cover might insinuate. Like really, he's talking about how the beats happened, which that story's out there, but he talks significantly about how Gin and Juice came about, which is a similar backstory to Beats. Ultimately, him and Jimmy were talking. He said, why don't you make some gin and juice? That's what you guys used to do, And so,
shout out to Dre too, because Compton High School look like an Apple campus right now, and they doing the next two high schools too. It look crazy, like for real.
Yeah, I haven't been over there. I heard good things about that over there though.
Oh, bro, it looks amazing. No bullshit. Like probably the best looking high school in America.
Nice. That's what's
crazy. Yeah.
Let's take applause to that. Brittany Danielle, shout out to Brittany Danielle. She says, back in the good Ye days, he was inspiring, motivating, but now it just feels like an emotional sinkhole.
Do y'all think that it has to go that way? Because I kind of think that's what happened with Drake too. It's like when you were the underdog, you were kind of representing us all, and we were rooting for you, like go, go, go. And then as soon as you started winning, you turned around and shitted on us. Like it's almost like a part of winning had to be, oh, I'm so great. Look, I'm better than y'all. Do you think that's like I don't know if I want to say necessary or expected or like that outcome? Do you think that's always going to happen where a person can't carry it over the finish line? Like, yes, I was built up to this place because of the people I represented, and I'm going to keep representing them even with my success.
I mean, I feel like Dot did that. Yeah. Like, I feel like that's also what made the moment so incredible. He genuinely, I mean, not just the victory laps of like, oh, that, but like seeming like he was still challenging himself and still caring about the medium and still being like, this isn't right where I want it to be. So let me just go at this angle. Like what could be fresh, new, and sharp to me as a multimillionaire, 20 years into my career. I've done it all. I won the Grammys. I'm doing it all, and I'm still gonna give you a Man at the Garden. I'm still gonna give you a Reincarnated. Like, I think he broke the mold. Like, I do think that it is kind of a symptom of, hubris and wealth accumulation. And like, okay, I'm not really hungry anymore. It's kind of hard, I think, for like someone at that level to recreate the situation for hunger or whatever, which is why I feel like we marvel at Dot. It's like, how the fuck are you still finding new point of views to the same old stories that we still heard, you know what I mean? So not to just be all, but I mean, just that's the one example I can think of, and Beyonce, of course. That is just, it's like, whoa, okay, I thought I heard all the harmonies ever, but I guess not. So
that's fire. That's fire. What you think, AD?
Where does Justin go?
I mean, Dot is he's still a student of the game. You know what I mean? He's really grounded. And like, yeah, he's one of a kind when it comes down to that. I do get what you're saying, though. It seems like once somebody hits a certain, tax bracket, it's like, oh yeah, I'm better than everybody and shit. They get lost in that shit. And yeah, it's kind of hard to come down once you get to that because like we don't identify with you no more. You just out of this stratosphere and shit like that too. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and we also don't have that many success stories. I guess we have success stories, but I think that we also can see the consequences of people who do stay in the community. You know what I mean? And I think that is, that is something that we have to get together. You know what I'm saying? And so, but hip hop be walking around talking about everybody the best all the time, most paid all the time. Then they get the best and the most paid, and then they bounce. And I'm not sure that's a surprise. I think it's only a surprise from certain people. Like the way Ye started, not even just like George Bush doesn't care about black people, but when he's talking about his mom being arrested at the sit-ins. You know what I mean? Like, I thought that stuff was deeper ingrained. I didn't realize that was something he was trying to, that wasn't enough, you know? So, but Ikari King says, it's about survivability. Black culture always wins in the war of attrition. That is also our culture. I'm in Australia right now watching people walk around in our uniforms. World's getting blacker by the minute. And I think that's something we might be missing too, just being in America, but the global perspective around these things, you know? And I think that when I heard, when Stat was talking about, we don't have the money, we can't do anything, we don't have, you know, we don't own enough stuff. And I understand where he's coming from, but I feel like we got a lot of Hormuz straits, man. Like, I feel like there's a lot of things that we could do. You know what I mean? If we pivoted differently. Dwan B was on here the other week and he was talking about how he was doing a piece on how BTS, or excuse me, K-pop has just taken black music. And, you know, and here's another thing that they're taking from us. And I was legit sincere when I said, you know, we should do an exchange and we should take their super fan model. They are amazing at figuring out ways to package content to allow the most people to pay them in the most number of ways. And sometimes simple organizing around, I don't even say it's simple, but intentionally organizing our labor and our work product in a certain way, you know, I think is a great place to start. You know, I'm a big fan and supporter of an organization in LA called Bold Black LA. And Bold Black LA, they advocate for some political candidates here and there, but really it's advocating for the black community in Los Angeles at all levels, right? And so they created a new green book. And so there's a book that they made that just has all the black businesses in Los Angeles. And so we can go take that book and just figure out who you want to support.
I heard about that too.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes you'll see me with this Bold Black LA shirt on. That's what it is. Right. And so to me, that's where a lot of this stuff starts. Right. Like being particular and intentional about obviously where we spend our money, but like how we also let other people know where we can spend our money. You know what I mean?
Shout out to the homegirls too, man. That Black on the Block. They kill it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, shout out to them. 1 second applause. Yeah. So let's see what we got.
Also to the K-pop tip, I see like Megan doing that really well. Like I think she's like co-hosting a show like in Japan. Like she has several, I think, BTS features. Like I've just been seeing, and like just the hottie BTS kind of crossover, I've been seeing her work that really well, especially when she was just rejected en masse by the people who were just trying to drive the boat a year prior. So she made an interesting pivot in that regard. I don't feel like she had to dilute the, like Megan and Megan Act 2 is still very much Southern hip hop. But in terms of marketing and Chicas Divertidas and the show and all this type of stuff, she's been, you know, kind of reading from their playbook. So I've been kind of keeping an eye on that too.
What's I can't remember that song. She had a pretty big hit last year with a K-pop artist. I can't think of the name.
Yeah, like the Watashi Wasta one.
I think that's the one. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Otaku Girl was pretty big too. So yeah, she's tapping in.
Yeah, and she got a song with Juvenile this year. So she's covering the polls. 1 second, applause. Not the pole. The pole's like polar. I don't want that to be taken another way. Big Bippin says, I love you, Professor Skye.
Hey, that's very nice. I actually just got a text from the doctor and Mrs. saying that our 3-year-old needs some care. So I'm just going to leave on that very high note. I really appreciate that. Although I did see someone ask about if there's any good French rap that they should know about, and that's like asking someone, is there any good American rap? So I'm just going to include a link in the comments here to a song that touches on some post-colonial issues, uses some great African samples, and I'll just put that in there because I know someone gave money for that. So thanks for having me on again. I hope I was not too wild of a Caucasian this time, but I'm glad I could shock Stat. That's good. If I can shock Stat once an episode, I know that's good.
You're definitely highly quotable this week.
This week. Hilarious.
Great. But thanks for having me on again, and I'll be listening.
Well, thank you.
Great to see you again.
9 second applause.
All right, bye, everyone. I'm going to leave.
No, I got you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. We're good. Let's figure it out.
I'll fuck with him. He dope. He's dope.
Yo, Professor Skye's he's a real one, man. I rock with him. DJ Waller, what's good, y'all? Love the show. Is it possible to hold an artist accountable without canceling them? If so, could you name an example of such?
Nah.
Well, what's the definition?
Is J. Cole canceled?
No.
When you fuck with people money, then they get to apologize and then.
I was gonna say you can only. It's my view that like in this space you can only be canceled by your own audience because those people,
yes, that's true.
And eyeballs, like you know what I mean? Because even people that say like because it happens in the reverse of like, oh, I want to cancel this person, and then they're like the second most searched. They just broke all types of like. But if their people say, I'm not buying tickets anymore, I'm not streaming the music anymore, that's the real cancellation in my view.
If your core fan base, they mad at you, you in trouble.
That's a great definition of that. You can only be canceled by your own audience.
In this age, I feel like, but
all right, is it possible? Let's workshop this from a philosophical standpoint, Elle and everybody. Is it possible to hold someone accountable without canceling them? Now, what does accountable mean?
I think they do something wrong and you give them enough pressure or pushback that they understand why they were wrong and they correct it. So in an effort to find somebody, I'm looking for apologies.
Oh, you know who's a good example? Oh my God, what's her name? Robin Thicke's ex-wife.
Paula Patton.
Paula Patton went and put out a video once, and it was her making fried chicken. And she didn't wash off the chicken. And everybody was talking about how she don't make chicken. That's terrible that she's making fried chicken and wash off the chicken. And then she came back.
For fried chicken?
It was a lot louder than it should have been. But she came back and says, oh, sorry, guys. That's just like how my grandma taught me to make chicken or whatever. The point is, we held her accountable, and she learned how to make chicken different because I think she started doing it differently after that.
Me listening with intent, because Justin has this tone where it's like, oh man, he's about to say something deep, and that's in the story. I was listening to
They got her right when it comes to cleaning that chicken before you cook it. All right, let's come back. We'll come back to this and we'll think if there's an example of someone.
Did Miguel ever apologize for doing that split on that fan's head that one time?
Who?
What about Lil Mama?
Lil Mama.
I'm going Lil Mama.
When she went on stage for
when she had that outer body experience, and she was like, shit, I'm from New York too. Fuck it.
Legendary moment now, though, in hindsight.
It was an awesome moment. It was an awesome moment. It was legendary. It was instant classic. It didn't work out for her. I don't think I heard much from her creatively.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's blackballed still, but the world was mad. Ooh, it was mad. She apologized. We held her. Is that canceled?
No, I don't think she got canceled. She actually
voted
she
got canceled after that.
Well, she voted herself off the island. And to me, that's what that is. She got out of her seat to go stand next to Jay and Alicia Keys.
She canceled herself.
Right. And she held herself accountable.
I know that high was good. And I don't even mean drugs. I just mean whatever was going on where you was like, fuck, because I might do that at Yankee Stadium. I don't want to hear shit. I don't care what y'all say. If I see a stairwell, NYMP, the realest niggas on, I'm going up there.
Y'all think she got a picture of that somewhere in the house?
Oh man, I hope she has it framed.
Definitely.
I had that shit.
I hope she has it framed.
On a rug.
And this baby, this is when Grandma got blackballed by Jay-Z.
Oh my God.
I thought we were all from New York. Turns out I'm not New York enough.
I'm not really New York enough.
Big shout out to Brown Girl Elle says, I need my Culture United soccer jersey merch. I need it too. You know who I'm talking to right now. I'm looking at the camera. I don't want to put you on blast, but I need it too. I wonder where that is right now. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Great timing on that though, Brown Girl Elle. I appreciate that because I need it too. But it's coming soon. Don't worry, it's gonna be dope. 1 second applause. What's this? Ms. Hummus again says, let's move on. It's not that deep. It's not that serious. Y'all ninjas are part of the effing problem. Do better. Tomato.
Okay, I see a start quote. Okay, let's move on. It's not that deep. It's not that serious. End quote. So the people who are saying that are the ones that's part of the fucking problem. So who said to move on? I love figuring out the context of the
Oh,
question.
you're right. Coming back to him at the end. That's funny.
Who said let's move on? It's not that deep. It's not that serious. I don't remember that.
Ooh, no.
Whoever said
I
it,
don't
you
think- I
in
don't-
trouble with Miss Hummus,
Yeah, I'm not sure if anybody. I don't remember anybody taking that position.
or even that like gave that kind of
like energy type.
I mean, maybe it's not even a reaction. Maybe it's just another observation because there's a lot of people who are just like that. And I think I'm pretty sure that SoFi was packed with them, at least the people who paid tickets.
Oh yes, this is definitely a yay thing, right?
Or yeah, and I think this is the what was the other? What was I talking about? This is separating the art from the artist, I think.
Well, they got a tomato.
Yeah, they got tomatoes, and well deserved too, because Miss Hummus, be correct. 1 second, pause.
Thank you for the $5.
This one funny as hell. See, these days says Kanye makes straight to DVD music now.
Jesus.
Straight to DVD is crazy.
I ain't seen a DVD in.
Look.
That's crazy. I mean,
Remember when they did that Blu-ray shit, niggas like, gotta go get a Blu-ray player. Fuck that, I gotta go get a Blu-ray player. Played you.
Thank God for my PS3 back then, because I was not buying a Blu-ray player.
That Blu-ray shit was crispy as shit when it first came out, though. I was like,
No,
damn.
that was amazing. It was amazing. Definitely.
That's what's up.
They still selling Blu-rays, matter of fact.
For sure.
Yeah.
8 niggas with a Blu-ray player left buying on phone.
Hey, PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
I have an optical drive on mine. That's the only optical drive I have in the crib.
I don't even have a
I kind of want a PlayStation.
disc drive on my PlayStation.
I thought you was a PlayStation person, Justin.
You say what?
Nothing.
You say you didn't think I was a PlayStation? I don't look
You're
like
an
you.
Xbox guy.
Oh hell no. Hell no, I can't do that now. I like games. You know what I'm saying? like I like original IP, you know. I like Ghost of Tsushima. Can Xbox give me Ghost of Tsushima?
Classic
You know
game.
what I mean? They can't give me that. You know what I mean? So
Ghost of Yote. Fuck with that one too.
I gotta get on it. Are you finished it?
I beat it, yeah.
Okay, I gotta get it. I got it. I've been in such a creative streak and very efficient.
And it's a dope female lead as well too.
Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it, man. Sucker Punch is good. They make great stuff over there.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Bonafide MC says, yes, is the artist formerly known as, Ye is the artist formerly known as Kanye, new but not improved. He's a composer now, not hip hop, maybe bigger.
Definitely still hip hop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't say he's not hip hop.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Wait, maybe bigger? Question mark? Is Ye bigger than Kanye? Is Ye bigger than Kanye?
On paper, yes.
Yeah, like money, I guess money wise.
Yeah.
That's wise, but
Because when you think of Kanye, you think of the music. When you think of Ye, you could think of a lot of
Yeezy
bad
brand.
shit, but merch and
yeah.
STEM players and
Oh,
shoes.
yeah. Adidas,
Mhm.
Yeezy.com.
Yeah, Ye might be bigger.
Gap, all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Kanye was better.
Yeah, because this
Yes.
concept is like new but not improved. I like that.
Yeah,
'Cause
I like that.
he did kind of reinvent, but it's like, is this product better?
1 second applause to Bonafide MC. Thank you for always supporting too, man. I see you out here. I appreciate you, bro. Nigel's back, and he says, also, what's a bar from a 2020s cat you dig? An example, Gaze Guevara, Slayer, Pluto, Veda.
I don't think I can process this question at this time of night.
This is some new shit. Like Slayer is 18, Veda's like 20 something. Pluto just came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, these are guys that are on the at least the leaked XXL list. So I know Slayer.
Yeah, shout out to him because he got niggas thinking every time.
I know, and because of him, I'm gonna listen to more new music. Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't like that he asked me about people who came out post 2020, and I don't know any of them people. That makes me feel like I'm not doing my part. But I'm gonna tell you what is gonna happen. If I start listening and they trash, you maybe would have preferred when I didn't listen. Because I'm gonna say it. If y'all off beat, if y'all on there lying like y'all real niggas and y'all saying fake ass shit.
I don't know. Some of the shit my little brother listened to, I'll be like, what the hell is this? And he'd be like, I don't know.
Could I suggest tuning your, okay, you gotta tune your ear. Okay. It's gonna sound, some of the shit is gonna sound abrasive. Could I invite you to maybe go into their world a bit?
Yes.
And let's give you their elevator pitch.
And let me tell you why I'm open to that, because I get tired of my East Coast friends complaining about E40. I don't care. I know that when you hear it, it throws you off, but E40 be getting off. Revenue retrieving is crazy. Like I try to tell people about it, like the double disc revenue retrieving, and they're like, just imagining the E40 double disc just has me so anxious, and I hate that. And I was like, because you have to get used to the sound, and then you'll hear how he's getting off. So I definitely understand what you're saying, BK, and I will try. It can still be trash, even if I'm trying.
40's a legend. 40's a legend.
He asked, but
shout out to Water.
I will
man.
try. You're right. I will.
That's a great comparison though, because you do like you're like, okay, let me get my ears just accustomed.
Your ear has to
train, because it may sound, you're like, okay, actually this is a cacophony. What's going on? But maybe by the third song, you're like, okay, I see where they're trying to go. I don't know.
Yeah, but revenue retrieving, oh my God, he went crazy.
I got a report card. That's the one.
So, but my East Coast partners hate it.
Another one from Nigel says, who is a great black figure you love? No Malcolm or Martin.
If I find out you're writing a book with all our opinions, Nigel, I swear to God, different book. I need percentage. No, okay. Great black figure I love. What's that guy's name who used to be talking about the black boys in school? And it's like this little kind of ashy footage, and he was pointing at the Jawanza. Nobody knows what I'm talking about?
Not with that incomplete sentence.
Jawanza Kunjufu. Everybody Google Jawanza, Jawanza, last name Kunjufu, Kunjufu. He just passed. He had this series where he would talk about black boys in school and how society affects the way that they were educated, and it actually sparked a lot of like motivation for a bunch of programs that targeted black boys. It was really dope. It was dope. It's like 80s footage, but it was really good. And also I think I would say who's the guy that says I only debate my equals, everybody else I teach? Y'all don't know who that is either? Damn it. Wanted to rely on y'all memory.
I would say Dr. Sebi.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
I would say Bell Hooks. Shout out Bell Hooks, Rest in Power. A lot of her work, especially The Will to Change, talks a lot about patriarchy and how women can be really big pillars in upholding the patriarchy. She calls you in a lot. And you're like, ow, bitch. Okay. Thank you, ancestor, but damn. Communion is a really good one for women trying to be a little bit more challenged on their feminist thought. And then The Will to Change, I would suggest to the brothers.
Right. James Baldwin. I think everybody writing is chasing James Baldwin. Ta-Nehisi Coates. I think everybody writing is chasing Ta-Nehisi Coates. You know, and it's not a coincidence that Ta-Nehisi Coates is referred to as the James Baldwin of our time all the time. And the thing I love about him is not only his prose and his pen and his ability to just beautifully contextualize whatever he's talking about, but the range, right? He's got The Water Dancer, which is basically a novel about a superhero from the Jim Crow era. He's got We're 8 Years in Power, which is his book of essays that he wrote for The Atlantic that was talking about the transition from Obama to Trump. He's got one of the greatest books of all time, Between the World and Me, which is a letter to his son about what his son needed to know about the world as a black man growing up. And he had this last one. Oh my God, what's this called again?
Passage?
Huh? Yeah, The Middle Passage.
The Message.
Right. The Message, excuse me, not Meal Patch, The Message. And The Message talks about, it draws parallels between slavery and segregation in South Carolina to apartheid Israel. And he went from arguably the most celebrated American author after Between the World and Me to probably one of the most banned authors, partially because we're banning books anyway. So Between the World and Me was one of those books that was banned. But The Message, you know, I watched this man sit on television doing interviews around this book and legitimately have hosts of national radio shows throw unexpected levels of racism directly in his face because of the position he took on the similarities between Jim Crow and what is happening in Israel through his eyes. You know what I mean? And so I think from a writing standpoint and from even a storytelling standpoint, he's definitely one of the 2, maybe 3 people ever who's had the biggest impact on me. And so I would say, if you see Ta-Nehisi Coates anything, you got a book, you got an article, you got a tweet, you got an Instagram caption, go read it, and you'll promise you'll be taller right afterwards. Good question, though.
That's fire. I like when you go on your diatribes. Somebody put it in.
What's that Lupe line? Wow, that was the most interesting diatribe I've heard in a while.
Yeah.
He said the most, wow. The Patriot said, wow, that's the most interesting diatribe I've heard in a while. No, there's a Lupe
That is
line for
one of the
everything.
greatest songs. That's Miss Mural, right?
Yeah, that's Miss Mural.
Oh man, that was so good. He set the dude on fire in the end. Y'all should listen to it.
Spoiler alert. What we doing?
It's hilarious. I think some people miss it. It's so good.
You got to spoil the alert now.
You got to spoil it so that they can be like, hold on, wait, let me pay attention.
Oh, let me go see this. I heard there's a surprise ending.
Yes.
It's funny. I have a lot of I get a lot of comments in the audience, at least in my comment section, where people ask me why I repeat certain things. Like I repeat certain things back to back for emphasis, and I know that people ain't listening no more. Like that is actually a self-taught thing to make sure people don't tune out. And
we learned that on radio too, where they want you to continue. Yeah, they want you to, like, you know, in between, keep talking about it, because if a new listener checks in, a lot of times they be like, oh, well, what are they talking about? So you have to reintroduce what you're saying too. So yeah.
Was it a tough transition? Was it a tough transition to LA radio out here when you guys first got on?
Nah, it was just the cursing. That was probably the hardest thing.
Because you can't curse at all.
Yeah, but we got that like down packed now. So it's like, but they still have the dump button. So they was like, I mean, they didn't even tell us though. They was like, look, before they didn't tell us, but I remember the first time we was listening, they have a disclaimer on our show every week. So it's like, the thoughts and the views of blah 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 do not reflect on Power 106 as a staff. I thought it was cool though, but it's like, yeah, we're coming over here on some. We're pressing the line of what you could do in radio, and yeah, it's definitely a learning experience. They let us go live for a long time.
I think it's dope though. I mean, I think especially if they're putting a disclaimer in front of you, like that makes you more interesting.
Yeah, it's like, wait, why do they have that there for them to even do that? That would make me as a listener want to, like, you know what I mean, get up in here. A lot of the things too is the sponsors is like, don't diss the sponsors, because we didn't do that a lot. And I didn't realize how much sponsors, how much they pay the radio stations. Is crazy amounts of money. So I'm like, oh, I get it.
What's the biggest surprise that you've had now that you're on radio?
It's dope though, because you know, you got like we didn't had in a short period of time, we had like Jagged Edge come over, and like, you know what I mean, they wanted to come on the show. It's like Jagged Edge. We had Jagged Edge, Corla Ray, Marcus Houston. We just had Sway Lee come by. It's just dope, like how many people like actually like listen to our stuff, and you know what I mean. And it's like, it's still weird. There's like, oh, you guys are on like LA radio. We were like, this still kind of weird. It's been a year, which is crazy. So it's like, yeah. And you are, Justin, you know me, bro. Like, you didn't see the different transitions and shit like that too. So I'm still kind of like, why the fuck does everybody let me get to do this shit? But you know what I mean? I try to do a great job. I try to be a great representation as I'm going, because I'm still younger and I'm still learning as well too. So yeah, I like that's why I like coming on here. I'm like, I get a different blend of people, a different types of conversation, and it's like it's not bullshit. I can bullshit with the homies. I can come over here, you know what I mean, get some real game and shit like that. And it's like being in a group chat with G Malone every day. He's like, you my young homie, I'm gonna make sure I keep you on track. And you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of shit that I'll be like ignorant to. I have like a lot of different examples of you know, shaping me up to be the man that I am in the space. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're doing a fantastic job, and I think
Thank you, appreciate that.
You've always been, you know, just honest. One, two, your voice is great. Like your voice reverberates amazingly. Half the battle with connecting people is how you sound when you're saying whatever you want to say and how they're receiving it. But I also think you're wild versatile. You know, like you could be over on No Jumper or whatever, sitting in front of whoever. You could be, you know, in community, wherever you are, have any conversation. And now, one thing I was curious about was how you would be on Culture United. You know what I'm saying? And like, you fit in with this audience too. And I think that is probably the linchpin to everything you've done. If people aren't aware, I mean, AD is in the middle of a meteoric rise right now. And it's very rare that people are given the opportunity or even the keys really to a major radio show and in the second biggest city in America. Like if you just do the math, right? There's probably 8 shows in the country, you know what I'm saying, that are even at the level of what you guys are doing. And it's so cultural at the same time. And it's in LA, which is a super radio market. And LA, people don't understand, really drives radio consumption of everything west of Chicago. So it's
not
way
to
more
cut
than
you
just
off.
LA. Yeah.
They told us like, you guys are the first like all black cast we've had, which is crazy to think
That's
about.
like applause.
Yeah. That was, I was like, huh? That was crazy to hear that.
Right.
And you know, too, so you know, even what's over there, they're like, we don't even want to play music. We want to hear it. We got y'all for talking. So y'all do that. So that was definitely a transition for them too. So they want to hear us talk. We got that hour to go, say what we want to fucking say and fuck shit up. I love it.
Man, it's the right decision, man.
Yeah.
We'll take applause again. Next comment from It's Nikolai. Bipolar is a mood disorder. It doesn't change your worldview or foundational truths. He really is racist. Don't use bipolar as an excuse. It doesn't help. Yeah.
Can't fight you there.
Yeah, I have heard a lot of people say that, like they don't like how that makes it look. So then when somebody say, hey, I'm bipolar, let's say you're dating somebody and they like, oh, by the way, I'm bipolar. You're like, oh, hell no, you ain't about to do me like Kanye, you know?
Right.
Yeah,
that's really not cool. Gives a false representation of, you know, illnesses.
Shout out to Ms. Hummus again. I cannot. Majority of Ye's audience were young MAGA white boys. Check the footage. I'm bipolar and understand the nuances, but that ain't it. Period. Stop coddling this man. Do you think y'all think people are coddling Kanye?
Nah.
I think she was talking to Stat.
I mean,
I'm trying to think. She's obviously coming. I know this is an old super chat, and she's obviously coming back in response to like, y'all got to stop. I cannot. Stop it. Check. Cut it out. So that means somebody had to be taken up for Kanye, and the only person that I think was Stat. So I feel like that's what.
I mean, I think, you know, what's interesting though is that even just talking about Kanye right now resonates with a lot of people as support and agreeance. You know what I mean? And so. You know, I'm not even sure if this comment is particularly tied to a statement or position, but you know, this is what I mean when I talk about the softness in the Ye marketplace right now. He is fine. Don't get me wrong. I'm not even speaking from whether someone agrees or disagrees with anything Ye is doing. I'm just saying, if you just look at this from 10,000 feet, I've never seen Ye in this position before, and I probably thought Ye was going to get canceled 5-6 times at least by now. I thought it was a wrap after he took the microphone from Taylor Swift. You know what I mean? I wasn't sure how that was going to come back. That was a different America. You know,
I thought he had like 100,000 people in the queue.
Right.
There's 100,000 people in the queue trying to get a ticket. Like,
right. You know, so yeah, there's a lot of people who support him. But there's, at bare minimum to me, this is the loudest detractors have ever sounded to me. There've always been people who didn't rock with Ye, but this is the loudest. Perhaps maybe that's a better way to describe it. I don't know. No. Yep. Let's see what we got here. Got that one. We got that one. Got this one right here from Creative Energy Collective. Kanye's addicted to being a contrarian. He's not married to any politic but wealth. He never has been.
I can see that. If you look from that lens, then that does kind of defang even the George Bush doesn't care about black people. Like maybe that just was the most incendiary thing or contrarian thing he could have said in that moment, even though it did speak to, you know, the reality. But looking at it from the lens of if you're just addicted to being a contrarian and just saying the thing, kind of what Elle was saying earlier, like y'all told me not to stand over here, and so I'm going to do that very thing, you know, like stunts, provocateur, like all that stuff. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, childish.
One of the coolest moments to me with Ye was when, and this is before the George Bush thing, he went on MTV talking to Sway, and out of nowhere, he just started talking about how hip hop is too homophobic. We need to stop that. You know what I mean? Like, you got that one, you got George Bush doesn't care about black people, you got Taylor Swift. And ever since then, you've got the same thing, I'd argue, but from a different angle. Or how about this? Pissing off a different population. You know, I'd hate to think that he didn't believe any of these things.
No, I think he believes it in the moment. I think this is how it works. He doesn't really have a deep politic, but he likes words. So depending on what room he's in, if people use words that make him feel good, he convinces himself that he thought of that. He'll like listen to an argument, be like, that's a good argument. I think I thought of that. These niggas is too scared to say that. I'm about to go out and say that because it needs to be said. Because I mean, he said it, but really, I thought of that because I remember. And I think he's as the rooms change, because you got to think about it. You used to be in a room with Talib Kweli. You used to be in a room with Common. You used to be in these rooms. And he's like, oh, somebody needs to say George Bush is fucking playing with it. I'll say it. Oh, Beyonce was supposed to win this award. I'll say it. And then it's like, as those rooms shift, it's like, Trump ain't that bad. I'll say it. Like, wait a minute, nigga, if you don't sit the fuck down. And I think that's really what it is. I don't think that he is educating himself to the point where he understands it and is making a choice. I think he wants the attention of being the one to say something nobody said. And so he's just parroting whatever sounded cool in whatever room he's in.
Yeah.
Pretty believable take. I can see it. A lot of your entire life perspective is based on which room you in.
Facts.
Who are you talking to? You know, you get to the point where you're only talking to CEOs and you're only talking to billionaire people. Right. Well, that leads you to Nick Fuentes, right? If Obama's about to leave office and here comes Trump, you know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people who feel like, generally speaking, whenever you talk about the red team, that's rich people. I don't even understand people who vote for the red team who aren't extremely wealthy or extremely religious. Like, if you're not those two things, I just don't even see it. That's not even like a diss. It's just like, well, look at the history of how people who aren't extremely religious or extremely wealthy do when the red team is there. Every one of them has a recession. It's just what it is, right? But you get to that, you hang around Kardashian, you're married to Kardashians, all your friends are billionaires. They're over here talking about tax breaks. Suddenly Trump's not that bad. You know, I can see it actually playing out.
Yeah, because they had a white revolution. I think this is what annoys me the most about that. I've been saying, hey man, we need a revolution on this side. People's like, man, nobody got time for that. Nobody about to change all that. And then they told us woke was wrong and we had a victim mentality. And then they turned into the victims and had a white revolution. This shit is the most frustrating time of my entire life, I think. Watching them just pull the wires out of shit and say, actually, it should be this way. When I've been saying for a long time, hey, let's pull the wires out of all this shit. People like, you can't do that. So
yeah, they were 50 Cent and we were Ja Rule, and we got baited and switched. They over there singing for hoes sound like the Cookie Monster when he told us that was a bad idea.
Yep. Then they went and did the exact shit. Because tell me these people ain't woke in the pejorative, the way that they use it. Tell me these people on that side ain't always.
100%. Well, their whole thing is culture issues. Their whole platform, and it has to be cultural issues because they can't talk about financial issues. They can't talk about war issues. They can't talk about. There's nothing else they can talk about. So they have to make sure that everyone else, they feel like everyone else is actually against them and working to destroy them. And
they 50 Cent'd us.
Yeah, right. And we over here, what would I be without my baby? Great. This one says, Stace JMX is back. BK, yes, we have social and responsibility to hold each other accountable, but not delete them for anyone else.
I don't know what that was in response to, but W comment.
1 second, pause. Let's see what it says. Born Gifted, shout out to Born Gifted Media, says sus that Ye times manic episode with product sales.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, we got that one. Oh, this one.
At least it seems that way.
Stace Jam X again, not protecting, just erasing him. That's what they're saying.
It's
I think
not erasing him.
Oh, not protecting, just not erasing. Yeah, actually, the way I said it is actually a totally different sentence, actually. So thank you for the clarification for anyone listening. I like laughing at myself. I laugh at myself all the time. This next one is Fake Diana says, I'm 63 and I can't with Kanye. He does not care about us, so bye, Ye.
Her name being Fake Diana, then I looked at the picture. I'm not about to laugh at her. Okay, now what did it say? I'm 63. Does not care about. Oh. It's funny how bye is B-yay. Anyway.
Shout out to Brittany Danielle says, Stat, your pessimism is not needed at this critical time. Can you hold your influence until post-revolution?
Oh my God. I guess that was, him being like, we ain't got shit, we ain't got guns, we ain't got money, we ain't got shit. Now we gonna do shit. But...
Right.
That was such an interesting take because we don't want to hear that shit. But
hey.
I don't know what this means here, but shout out to Doomer. Is Megan Thee Stallion low-key Rosa Parks because she's pushing boundaries, maybe? Is that she's working with K-pop and
do not put that on Rosa. I don't even know what that means, but like
don't answer that one. Just move on.
Okay, we'll let that move. That moment didn't work out, Doomer. Still appreciate you, brother.
Doomer.
V Sorceress, K-pop artists are treated brutally by execs.
Yeah, I've seen little YouTube videos of that for sure.
Yeah, it's like cold-like conditions I've heard.
Yes.
Now I'm thinking about Megan Thee Stallion being our Strait of Hormuz. I know I ain't say it right.
Yeah. Can't wait for real. We only forgave Paula because she's easy on the eyes, Justin. Had she looked like Trick Daddy, she'd be working at Chick-fil-A and making 2B shorts.
Wait. This is really
This is why y'all gotta check out K-Way's podcast.
Yes.
K-Way is so funny. Did y'all see Trick Daddy? I know we got to get through the super chats. Go ahead.
That's fine. 1 second, applause. Golden Nimbus says, for the K-pop discussion, Black producers like Teddy Riley, etc., are the ones who are helping for K-pop to be a ripoff of Black music. I mean,
Black producers.
I guess what they're saying is Teddy Riley is working with a lot of K-pop people. I don't know if I would frame it that way. If I'm going to be mad at, I don't want to say, I don't even think about this.
I know. Why are you thinking about this? I struggle with this too. Because they're Black and they're getting paid.
It's like both and. Because it's like you can't put it all on Teddy, but then like Teddy and people like him are like they're the sauce, like that they're paying you to get that sauce in order to try to recreate it. But there is such a bigger mechanism happening than just that. But it is an interesting point of the conversation to say, well, what if the Teddy Rileys of the world just said, no, I'm not making no damn, I'm not writing for that shit.
What if that's our straight up or Hormuz? What if we just say we block off who we're willing to work with and not willing to work with? Well, I don't know if that's the answer or not, but but it definitely is another straight up Hormuz. Like this is another example of things that we can control if we wanted to. I'm not even advocating for that necessarily, to be honest. This question just has me thinking about that in a different kind of way. Or this comment, right?
I don't know. I feel like maybe sell it to them. They're gonna steal it anyway. Maybe sell it to them. I mean, I guess because my fear would be K-pop would be a problem if it's like they were able to replace us. Do I think that K-pop can replace Black music in America? I don't think so. Maybe it matters more globally. But then another thing, hot take, I also think some of that K-pop music is some of the music Black people have kind of left behind a little bit. Because similar to bossa nova, like, do you guys ever listen to bossa nova music?
Not now. I have at different points of my life.
I learned about it in a restaurant, and I literally had to ask the waiter, like, who are these white people singing these black songs? Like, what is going on? She was like, oh, you never heard of bossa nova music? And I looked it up, and they basically just
they cover. Yeah.
They just stole all of Black songs and made them a little romantic-y, a little whatever.
I will go to Mastro's and I hear that. I'm like, nigga, that's not Alicia Keys. Who is this? I'm like, I know I ain't that drunk that this sound totally different, but you know what I mean? Like,
that's funny.
Damn.
What
it is? Oh, they do go to like Jack Swing. You like, man, we ain't even doing it right now.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So I guess a part of me is like, do we want our Black greats to be able to get money in that way? Or is it like, Teddy Riley, you tripping for even working with them people? You should be working with Black artists here and giving
you know what this is right now, right? What we're talking about is literally what Stat was talking about. Stat was saying we can't get together because money always comes in the way. And philosophically, we're not even sure what the right thing to do is. And I can't point a finger at anybody, including Teddy Riley, for doing something they love, literally making music in their profession and getting paid top dollar for their talents. Like I just don't have a fundamental issue with that. But I do understand that if we're going to pivot away, if we're going to change things, that is an uncomfortable conversation that might need to take place. But this is what Stat's talking about right here.
Yeah, the money.
Right here. This is what he said.
Is it a difference between 100 mil and 20 mil? Like, you know what I mean? Or it's
that's
not
the difference.
Like a billionaire and penniless, you know, maybe it's like you may have to like shave a couple dollars off the top. I don't know.
We don't have to answer these questions.
Teddy Riley, come to Culture United, explain to us.
1 second applause. Shout out to Will Thompson. My brother Will Thompson Fargo says, I have a Blu-ray player, but you already know I'm an advocate for physical media, walking around with my shock-resistant CD player and Word headphone.
Hey, man.
I'm with it.
Yeah,
hey.
I thought that was some high-tech shit when the CD wouldn't skip.
I still didn't understand the science behind that. Like, for a very long time, I didn't understand the science.
Hey, I just trying to put that shit in my pocket too. Like, that's just
I think it was like a like, remember the little laser that was actually reading it? I think it was like more on like almost like a gimbal. So like even when it moves, the laser is still on that place on the CD.
Yeah, I can see that.
No matter what. So it might move, but it's moving together. That's my guess. I don't know. I was really young looking at shit. So
that's something we can Google. Oh, on that last comment, I did want to say this though. I think you said something else. Like, can K-pop replace black music in America? I don't think it can replace Black music in America, but I know that's being prioritized in new places. Hip hop, or TMZ has had TMZ hip hop for the past few years, and this year they decided they didn't want to do that anymore. And so,
shout out to the Trent, huh? Trent.
Yeah, Trent.
Yeah. Shout out to
yeah,
Trent.
that's exactly what he did. So
they closed down TMZ hip hop?
Yeah, I mean they still report on TMZ, but they're not focused. They're still reporting hip hop, but they're not focused on it. But they made a change though. They did make a change, and so that change is right here. Let's see this.
Oh my God, is he gonna throw up TMZ K-pop? I'm gonna pass out.
TMZ K-pop.
Ultimate pace. No, I'm just playing.
Oh,
TMZ K-pop. Wow.
Dancing like hooligans.
That's there. This is where TMZ is now.
God. Yeah.
Wait, is this the front page of TMZ? Is this just TMZ.com?
This is TMZ K-pop section. What they did was they diverted their resources they were using on hip hop to start a TMZ K-pop, and so I imagine they're gonna have the landing page and everything else. But that's, where the resources went, because they see, they see a brighter future in K-pop than they do than hip hop with where the market is right now. So
that's not good. That is very bad. That's a bad sign. Shit. I stand corrected. That's kind of a bad thing.
We'll see, right? Because from what I know about K-pop fans, and honestly, I can't really speak to American K-pop fans. My familiarity with K-pop comes through just studying Hybe and the industry over there. When I was working at Empire and different things I've done. K-pop fans, to me for a long time, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in the comments, correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like they just kind of like the good news. They like the music. They want to talk about how much everybody's awesome and amazing. Like they're not necessarily interested in the conflict the same way that TMZ specializes in. I feel like they need to do TMZ country. That culturally seems like it's right on brand for TMZ. They be fighting. You know what I mean? Like they're selling all kinds of products. They be drunk as hell. You know what I mean? Like
that's true.
And if you look at where the market is right now, they're talking about there hasn't been a top 10 rap song in hip hop since July 2025 or something like that. Bunch of country songs. Choosing Texas be sitting up at the top of the charts all the time. And I love that song. Big shout out to Elle Janelle. 1 second applause.
I love that song too.
That's a good song, ain't it? That's a good
little fucking song.
I like that song. AD, you heard Choosing Texas by Elle Janelle?
What is that? How it go?
You want to do it, BK? Go ahead and do it, BK.
Nah.
Go ahead and do it.
She's from Texas, I can tell by the way. It's a nice little ballad.
It's a great song. It's a great song. So really, a girl is getting dumped by her boyfriend for a chick from Texas. She's from Tennessee.
Yeah.
Right. You can tell.
I'm gonna have to listen to that after this.
It's good. It's
a good song.
It's like Cracker Barrel crooning for sure. Yeah. But it's good. It's a good song. It's a good melody for sure.
Right.
Cracker Barrel crooning is hilarious.
Yeah, that's a good one. Shout out to Tamia Peach. She says Nigel might be an LLM.
Facts.
Oh.
I would love for LLMs to drop super chats. Can Claude cook one of those up?
Yes.
That's one of my favorite stories this year. The guy who is facing Fed charges because he created an AI artist and created AI thousands of songs, and they paid for bots and they paid for bots to blow him up. Like that is he found a gaping hole in this modern era. He made like $8 or $9 millions of dollars. You know what I mean? Like
he's going down.
Yeah, they're going.
It's over. Man.
It's a wrap.
But I wonder
if there's like streaming platforms, maybe in another country that's not really thinking about this kind of thing, that you go in and get out real quick.
When they see that 8 million float out, they're gonna think about it real quick. Because I think he got to the point where he was just naming the songs numbers.
Oh, did he really? The songs of 27, 28, 29.
He thought he was never gonna get caught.
Like I'm cooking.
Here's number 8.
Well, I
mean, talk about the scammers in our community.
But that's kind of messed up, though. I mean, you're gonna go. He didn't even have AI make song titles. That's how he got caught. He was too lazy to get AI the song titles.
Hey, he said put out quantity.
That's crazy. Shout out to Mateo. Mr. IE says Kanye will never lose. Call Dago.
Call Dago?
It's a term. Like it's San Diego, but it's like call Dago. It's a long history I would have to give y'all.
Okay.
That's what's up.
I'm in.
Big shout out to Jarv over from Rap Roundtable. 1 second applause. Friend in the show. He says, love to the new big three. Justin, BK, and L. Shout out AD too.
Shout out to you.
That's love. 1 second applause. Yo, have you been on Rap Radar, AD?
We need to get what?
You've been on there, right?
Wait, Rap Radar or on the radar?
Roundtable.
No, Rap Roundtable. Excuse me, Rap Roundtable. What I'm saying, Rap Radar.
No, what is Rap Roundtable?
Oh, you got to check out Rap Roundtable. They're out of New York. It's a forecast. We just talk about things that are happening in hip hop, but in a detailed way. Their facts are always straight. They're all funny. They disagree, but they still like each other. You know what I mean? It's like, and they go viral all the time.
Who's
Twitter.
on the panel?
You got Jarv, you got Sincere, you got Macito. I'll put you in touch with Jarv, actually.
Yeah, let's do that.
And I think you guys can build.
I definitely like to definitely chop it up with different people too.
Yeah. I'll put you in touch, man. Jarv's a great guy. We've had Jarv on. I want to have Sin on. We need to have Sin on soon.
Yeah.
Sid is sensational, man.
When he gets worked up, I'm like,
right. That's why I love it. But yeah, I'll put you in touch with him.
Yeah, appreciate that.
After this, so but like I think you'd have a good time on there. And they have a lot of different guests come on. They have artists come on all the time. They had Sci-Hi the Prince on there when he was going back and forth with J. Cole and all that kind of stuff. They break a lot of news, so it's really good.
They also just interviewed Fraser Tharp, who interviewed Jay-Z to kind of do some like post-interview chats about that. I thought that was really cool that they tapped him for that.
Yeah, that was really good. K-Way for real says, first fried chicken, now R&B, shaking my head. All we got in return is a 7-step skin routine.
Oh my God. Yo, this is your pathway to Culture United comedy. Like hey,
yes,
get K-Way.
I think he needs to write skits, and we like actually make skits.
Right.
Like some talent right there.
I think that there's a lot of talent.
What's the name of K-Way's podcast?
Oh my gosh, I just saw it because we were talking about it.
When I Googled K-Way podcast, it didn't come up. K-Way, work on that.
Try K-Way for real. That's what I would think it would be.
Oh, Nigel says he's here to clarify the question.
Oh shit! Nigel, where the hell you been at? All right, is it a rap producer or a producer of rap? Not clarifying the question in this super chat is crazy because
that is kind of crazy, right? He said he's here to clarify the question.
Like how long ago did he
clarify the question? That's actually pretty funny.
Is it called Heavy on the R&B, K-Way? I don't know.
Oh,
yeah, it is an R&B podcast. I know it has R&B in the name.
Okay.
Heavy on the R&B is a nice name.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
You need to put that on some t-shirts.
Facts. Dang, I had a t-shirt idea earlier.
Don't tell
hip hop
nobody,
is outside. I think that's gonna be my next shirt.
I'm about to say,
Hip-hop
don't
is
tell
outside.
nobody. Just put it out there.
Yeah, true.
Somebody will watch this and take that shit fast.
Facts.
They can make an AI mock-up
K-pop
immediately.
nigga have a K-pop is outside shirt on. I'd knock all this shit over.
V Sorceress, shout out to V Sorceress. Making braggadocious music when most of us can't afford gas, grocery, and housing has impacted listening taste too. Clips, let God sort them out. Maybe the exception. That's what I'm saying, man. People out here, I had a real problem. I remember pretty much everybody in my circle thought I was crazy because I was one of the only people on the planet, at least I don't say that, only people I was around who wasn't feeling Watch the Throne. And even today, I still don't really feel that out because everybody just lost their house. And here come these niggas talking about new Watch Alert Hublot. You know what I mean? These cats are over here talking about, they're destroying Bentleys in a music video. Now I get the statement that they're trying to make. I didn't like two of my favorite artists being so tone deaf. Yes, there's moments on there like, you know, Who's Gonna Survive in America and all this kind of stuff. But I looked at that like Jay-Z looked at Nas's career. Two of them shits was due. And not even do, but DUE do. Yeah, you can at least give us two. Everybody lost their house. Yeah, at least give us something to connect with. But the majority of the project was just like, look at all this excess we've got. I know you have so little. I'm just going to fuck up this Bentley real quick, put some chicks in it, and you guys are going to spend your money on it. You know what I mean? Like,
Amazing music video, by the way.
Amazing. It's one of the best ever.
Outstanding music video.
It is
Very
one of the best
creative.
ever. It's one of the best songs ever too. Otis is literally an amazing fucking song.
This comment is so real too, because I remember like this happened. Lotto got a lot of backlash for her song "Brokey," to the point where she had to like give some bands away, and everyone was like, "Okay, damn, okay, like if I'm rapping, I'm working class. The fuck, like yeah, I'm the brokey bitch, like And of course it's just music or whatever, but it's just interesting that like the contradictions are so stark and wealth inequality is so bad that like niggas don't even feel like they can escape and sing the brokey but not be talking about themselves.
That's that's a new version of No Scrubs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But at least it was a prosperous economic time when No Scrubs came out. I was working at Chick-fil-A.
Damn.
I was a little kid. I was like, they hate us.
Oh, wait, where does Glorilla sit? I feel like she's post 2020.
Nah. I think FNF came out like 2019.
Is it?
I could be wrong.
I think she might be post 2020. I think Glorilla might be.
Could be wrong.
FNF was 2022.
There it is.
2022.
Don't give a fuck about my credit score. I might be rich tomorrow.
Hey, man.
Damn, that was real. That was real.
That's one of my favorite bars of all time. Period.
I don't know if it should be real, but it was real. Like,
it's too real. It's way too real. It's too much truth. Because that's how, between that and lottery, that is the American way.
Facts.
Everybody is told all the time that we're all going to be rich. All you got to do is work hard. That's what we're all taught at the beginning when all this starts. Work hard. You could be anything. You could be a billionaire. You know what I'm saying? Don't give a fuck about my credit score. I might be rich tomorrow.
That's true.
Glorilla knows what she's talking about. 1 second applause to G. But yeah, that's how I felt about Watch the Throne. My man said, ain't that where the Heat play? Niggas hate ballers these days. I'm like, bitch, everybody loves their house. What are you talking about? Like, this is another one of those times. That's why I think it'll be really interesting to hear because even Ye's album, like even Bully, for example, he turned down a lot of the just excess in his conversation. Like from a conversational standpoint, he's not talking about all this wealth that he has. He's not overloaded with "I'm rich, you broke" bars. You know what I mean? And I personally think that's intentional. I mean, you pointed that out too, AD, in some of the bars. Like, is it brother or sister? I can't think of what it is. But he's talking about, he gets real close to talk about class warfare in like an Instagram caption kind of way. You know what I mean? And so I could tell he recognized it just by the fact that the guy talking about stunting on a Jumbotron,
I mean, my favorite one on the album is "It's Been a Long Time Coming." I don't know. I like that one. It's some good shit on there. Some good shit on there, but it's definitely like I said, the overall message is missing.
Yeah, and just like him, it still doesn't feel like him to me. It feels like.
And to be fair, I mean, this is him going back in and switching his original idea, because they got some of the older songs sprinkled in. Because I remember he had dropped like it was kind of like it was just his son with a bunch of like wrestlers.
Yeah, the Bully. Yeah, the album.
Yeah.
The AI on it. And all that stuff.
Yeah.
This is a better version than that one.
Oh, definitely a better version.
Much better version. Star Trek Ambassador. Big shout out to Star Trek Ambassador. 1 second applause. What do y'all think of other black celebs, e.g. Lauren and Chloe, showing up to Ye's concerts? Ooh. Peer pressure.
They was on Chloe for that. Heavy.
Yeah. There was a lot of backlash. I know, especially for the women. Like, I saw way more flack for the women that were attending than the men. But that's just kind of like how it goes in this era. I think, you're always gonna see celebrity solidarity. Like the celebrity class will always support each other and always have each other's back. And we see it with how they with how they move, they purchase, they buy, they produce. I mean, I wasn't surprised.
I don't know how true it is, but I was reading that they said Don Toliver like took all his songs off DSPs with him. And I know on Bully, Circles had him featured on there.
Right, yeah, he was featured.
And yeah, I don't know if he's still on the song, but his name is not on there no more. I just noticed that yesterday.
Did you hear why? Let's see.
Nah. That was just floating out there.
Wasn't there also there's some stuff? I know he's not black, but with James Blake telling Ye to like take some of, I guess maybe his credits or his sample or something off of the album too. I saw something like that.
James Blake, yeah.
Yeah,
I saw that. I mean, that's par for the course for Ye projects these days. And since Pablo, I feel like all his projects change. Like whatever he puts out the first time is probably not what it looks like today. Mm-hmm. And I think that's actually a cool thing of the industry. But it reminds me a lot of what Elle was saying the other week, which he was talking about modular rap. Like everything is modular rap now. Like everybody has a different track 3.
Yeah.
That was fun.
That was a new word for me. Brand new thoughts, modular rap. I'll tell you what I think. I think I like what Professor Skye said earlier, Star Trek ambassador, when he was talking about, shame the people, and those people just accept it. I'm not one who likes to push that in different directions, but people are doing it anyway. Like if I'm outside supporting something, I was having a conversation. Actually, this is actually a really good conversation. I was having a conversation with some friends the other day, and one of them posted someone who was critical of Ye in the group chat. Right, it was some post from social media, and I was like, "Yeah, man, a lot of people split on Ye." He was like, "Yeah, but he's like, yeah, I understand that, but I don't want to hear them fucking tell me about it. I want them to just shut the fuck up." Right, and I think everybody feels that way. People who are mad at Ye don't want to hear people who are liking Ye talk about it. And people who like Ye don't want to hear people who are critical of Ye right now. And Professor Skye's like, everybody just own it. And I think that's where I'm at.
I like that angle because that's what I take. Like, I know I catch a lot of flack for being a young boy fan. And I feel like like he got some shit that it's just like, it's inexcusable, but it's like, can we have a conversation about the art and the artists and like what they do off wax? Like, I welcome it, and I welcome the critique and the discussion and the conversation. I don't think everyone needs to just block whatever opposing opinion they see. Sometimes, I love the block button. I'm not, but I like that angle. I like him being like, yeah, I think I should kind of get some flack for this, and like I'm still gonna listen to the music, but let's talk about it.
Word up. K-Way for Real says, Will Smith had one of the greatest flows and pockets ever on Brand New Funk. I agree with that. 100%. Have you guys heard Brand New Funk?
No.
I don't think so.
Man, you guys just missed out on all these classics.
What year did that come out?
That feels like 94, maybe 90.
Yeah,
95. Let me see.
I was a little kid. I wouldn't have heard that. Unless Pops played it.
I mean, oh, my bad. Brand New Funk is 1988. Yeah.
I wasn't born.
1988? Oh, 88. Oh, dang.
88, yeah.
I wasn't born yet.
I mean, you should check it out. Brand New Funk.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You know what? One of my favorite things to do is like, it's not rap, but I like going to listen to like old R&B that I missed. Like I was like, I fell in love with like Cut Close and who else? Definitely New Jack Swing era. Like that's my favorite probably of all time.
I think that's my favorite too. I love all that.
Yes.
Let me add Deborah Cox Sentimental to your list. I was just listening to that the other day. That is the fucking jam. And Eric Benet's Femininity. I just put that on my Instagram story. Damn, Eric Benet got off where he started. What'd he do? He slapped somebody or something.
Holly Berry. I don't know what else to say. Don't ever be Eric Benet.
Damn.
That's a Jay-Z line. I don't know if he slapped her or not.
That sure was.
I don't know if he
just full disclosure.
Full disclosure, I don't know if he slapped Holly Berry. I just said that with confidence because I was thinking about the Jay-Z line from 444. Okay. And I know Hope said he don't want to be Eric Benet. And that was actually about Beyonce, I think. I guess they used to date or something like that. But I love this one right here so much because I agree. Mr. Felder says Big Willie style is a classic the Drake archetype. Now, it's the Drake archetype. Is it the
I don't know what y'all saying because I'm looking up who did Eric Benet slap. What do I Google to find that?
Let me see.
Let's see. Maybe domestic. He slapped
Nah.
Getting jiggy with it. That was my shit. Holly Berry.
Mm-hmm.
You said he hit her?
Well, I don't know. Now I'm just saying cheating shit. Oh yeah, when he did become violent. I don't know. I ain't gonna say
You know, they called this. I know we're having two conversations at one time. So
I love that. That's fun.
But on the super chat, they just called Mr. Let me go back to the screen. What's his name? Mr. Felder said that Big Willie style is the Drake archetype. And I see that argument, but Big Willie style has just the two of us. And that is a song that I don't think Drake would or could make. Not to say that he couldn't make it, but Will Smith made a song dedicated to his son.
He wouldn't make it just the two of us.
He made the song dedicated to his son, you know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know that song in Drake's catalog. I might have missed it.
I thought Will Smith was from West Philadelphia, born and raised. I don't think you can ever be the Drake archetype after being from West Philly. That is,
yeah.
Shit.
Shout out to Dane W.
88. So he from West Philly in the early 80s? Shit.
Well, I think he was talking more about that album, not necessarily Will Smith. So if you look at the Big Willie style album, because the album itself is really interesting. Again, it's another Steve Stout production, right? And so Steve Stout was super on turning everything into hits. This is at the point in time too where he started to pivot towards Madison Avenue. Tanning of America was his book that's about that. And this is also around the time when things weren't necessarily working out with him and Nas in the same way, right? So right after this point in time, things splinter and Steve Stout ends up getting with Jay-Z. I bring up all that to say, Steve Stout also did Kobe Bryant's album. Kobe Bryant had some music he put out at that point in time.
I remember the song, the video.
Right. That was
I remember
Steve.
the picture. He had on a long ass suit.
Yeah, right, he did. Right. And so, and the reason that's significant, and I can see where that comment comes from, is because everything Steve Stout did was also in consideration with how it could be marketed and tied to larger brands. And so when I think about Drake, I think about being able to sell the most records to the most people or the most places. I think about that type of alignment too. So, but it doesn't have, but this has just the two of us, you know? It also has his wife on it, you know, Jada Pinkett's in the interludes. And it has Jamie Foxx playing Keith B. Real. I'm Keith B. Real. This is real damn ridiculous. You guys haven't seen this? Oh my gosh, you guys got to treat yourself. Everybody, homework assignment for this week, go listen to Big Willie Style about Will Smith by next hashtag See You Wednesday. Okay.
I was already going to do it, but just knowing that maybe like a bunch of other people are also going to spend, Will Smith going to wake up like, what the fuck? Will Smith.
It's
Streams
a
went up.
fantastic album. I mean, it's the last great piece of work that he put out, in my opinion. Yeah. Brown Girl Elle, excuse me. I wonder how different that demographics are from Kanye West concert in 2004 to the Bully tour today. I'm sure it's gravely different. It is from my personal experience. I've probably been to 10 Kanye shows. I've never in my life been to a Kanye show where it was hard to find Black people. And I went on the Wednesday show, so which is basically the dress rehearsal. It wasn't the one that they live streamed.
You said there wasn't a lot of Black people there?
Not at all. It was largely white and Mexican. We're in LA, you know, that makes sense. But GNX had a lot of Black people there.
Yeah.
And
that's probably the only one in Los Angeles. I'm like, when's, because I'm like, other than that, or like the B2K Forever, I'll give it that too.
Well,
that's a Black show.
I mean, when you outside of the SoFi shows, I've seen Ye a bunch of times in LA. never had a problem finding black people. I walked around that whole venue because I wanted to see what this globe looked like from different levels. I was like, wait a minute, I might be too close. Let me go up higher. It seems like it might be better to be up top for this. Nope. Walking in, nope. Walking out, nope. It wasn't no black people. It's SoFi. There's 80,000 people in there, but like, I shouldn't have to I shouldn't be able to count them. I'll say that. That's another thing that makes me feel like there's a softness in this marketplace. I know this is all anecdotal, but that's the craziest thing to me. I was like, it's still a Kanye show, guys. It's still Ye. If you guys got free tickets to a Ye show right now, would you guys go?
Yes.
I had a free ticket. I didn't go.
I wouldn't, but I'm just not as invested. So
I was tired.
Okay, you were tired. Okay,
yeah, I was tired.
And I would wear
if you weren't
something
tired, you would have
problematic.
gone.
Yeah, I'd have went.
Yeah.
I would wear something problematic too on purpose. Like, this is what happened when y'all made Ye was born again, something like that. Why did y'all make him be born again? Now look. Oh shit.
Oh, 1 second applause. That's funny. I think we only got a couple more here, I guess. Let's see what this is. Graduated Thought says, are any of you on Upscrolled TikTok alternative? Also, can we all agree that the Black community in general is operating under varying degrees of Stockholm Syndrome?
From a commercial to Stockholm Syndrome.
I've heard of Upscroll, but I'm not on it. I have way too many apps on my phone. Like, everything is an app. So I'm just like, I don't get on TikTok as much anymore, but no. And then I think the Stockholm Syndrome part is probably true from like a clinical standpoint, but I also think that like when your oppressor kind of creates a power dynamic to where you're constantly having to suckle the teeth of white supremacy, it's kind of like, is it Stockholm Syndrome? Is it forced dependence? Like chicken, egg? Like what's actually going on there? So
that was a great comment.
What is Upscroll though?
I think it's literally like what like Blue Sky is to Twitter as Upscrolled is to TikTok. I think it's like a video platform app that kind of does like TikTok's reels. If I'm not mistaken.
I was like, I'm with you. I don't want no more apps, man. This shit is
too many.
It's so crazy how they just gangster TikTok.
Yeah.
They really just thugged TikTok away from them people. That's crazy. Did y'all ever look up the people who now own TikTok? Do y'all know who they are?
Larry Ellison?
Ellison's, yeah.
Yeah, who own like about to own CNN.
Though, right?
They own Oracle, but it's the same owners. They own Paramount. They own the media. That's why I'm saying the gatekeepers are the algorithms and the media, basically. I mean, it's all the same guys, same 5 people own all of the media, and they all have the same point of view.
TikTok is super sensitive too.
Oh my God. Yeah, I basically have to stop making any sort of political left-leaning content on that app. It's like it just goes it's like 3 companies in a trench coat that has pretending to be like 50 different options. Like,
right.
I went live for the first time like last week on there, and I got age restricted twice, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
like that shit was crazy.
They strong arm that shit. I will forever be annoyed by how people over exaggerate small petty crimes in our community and act like they're so criminal. You guys want to be so gangster. You guys are so rough and you're so violent. And meanwhile, America is like
the biggest bully
movie. I mean, the mob movie, Dark Empire movie, back to back to back, and everybody's like, "Well, that's just how it goes." Like they strong arm rob them Chinese.
We steal presidents in America.
They stole the president.
That's what we do.
They went over there and stole a president. They stole a president.
Yeah.
Shout out to Graduated Thought says, are any of you? Oh yeah, we just did this one. Okay, so the
and
next
then I
one
wonder
is,
if Nike paid to make him have a Nike Tech on. You think that was a commercial?
I think like something like the stock, it was definitely some like stock activity with Nike after or before they posted him in the tag. Like
that's crazy.
It's just straight corruption.
I never seen no prisoner get given no damn Nike tag. Maybe they had the Nike tag on when they kidnapped him.
No, they're expensive Nike tags.
I know.
Yeah,
for real. Shout out to Erkman the 12th says, much love to Culture United. Always a great conversation. And my day genuinely improves when I remember it's See You Wednesday. So what's second applause? My day genuinely improves too when it's See You Wednesday. Hashtag See You Wednesday. That always works.
I thought it was Wednesday on Monday like a motherfucker. I was like, oh shit, I gotta be ready.
We have the morning show. So with the third verse, we have the new pod episode every Tuesday. We just added a live show as a morning show on YouTube. And so it's every Thursday now at 7 a.m. I woke up this morning. I was talking to BK and Elle today, and I was like, yo, time is going by so fast. Every time I wake up, it feels like Wednesday. I woke up shook this morning. I jumped out of bed. It was like 6:58. I was like, oh shit, the morning show. But I was a day early. You know what I mean? I gave myself a little mini heart attack off of that.
That's fire.
Daz1 2012 says, can a man call themselves a feminist? Can a white person call themselves pro-black? I think it's rhetorical, but if it's not, the answer I would say is yes. But I do think that is on that feminist conversation. I think that I feel like men need to just get a lot more comfortable. You know, like they run away from anything that might seem to attack their manhood, and I don't think feminist is one of those things that needs to be doing that. And you know, everybody's got mothers, everybody's got grandmothers. They have women in their lives that they care about. Those are some of the strongest people probably in your lives. I know in my life, that's the case. So watching all these people tie themselves into a pretzel trying to get around femme, and it's not even like funny, like pause culture, you know? It wasn't even like humorous. It wasn't even a game. They didn't even gamify it, you know? It felt as though they felt like their man was attacked.
A lot of us are raised by single women, man, for real.
That's what I'm saying.
Also, to your point of any little thing threatens your manhood, that is the cage of patriarchy, which is why, like I said, it would behoove men to be feminists or at least adopt the feminist framework, because it attacks patriarchy as a system that impacts y'all too. Like the fact that you have to be like, oh no, I swear to God, I'm not gay. I swear to God, I'm not a woman. Like, and rejecting anything that's in the feminine energy or whatever, like that's an ill and a symptom of patriarchy too. Like it hurts y'all too. So it's like, you know, it's about equality of the sexes and also women's rights and women's liberation. But like that part, I feel like equality of the sexes and like liberation of the sexes from patriarchy is like skipped over. And it's like, we love women, right? And it's like, yeah, but like we got to contend with that first part too. It's, you know, freeing us all from patriarchy. So
yeah, I think about the same thing when I think about, you know, all these books being banned in schools, African American studies classes being taken away. How much of this country's history has been hidden? If I'm a white person, I'm probably pretty upset about that. You know, not necessarily for any other reason other than the selfishness of feeling like I don't know shit. Like the idea that huge chunks of your entire history are being blocked and banned for your quote unquote safety or whatever reason or control or whatever, on a micro level, on an individual level, that would just bother me because I'd want to know that stuff. And then I would feel like I wasn't necessarily as competitive because everybody else tells these stories. So the Black community got it, the brown community got it, every other community knows these things. And we're walking around like, that would bother me personally, you know? And it's just one of those things, I think, you know, our idea of masculinity and knowledge comes with discomfort. And that should be the only sign that's really important, because it's the discomfort at least for me, discomfort is a signal that I'm actually growing. Whether that's in the gym, whether that is when I'm working on something, whenever I'm trying to exercise a new idea. And I don't know. I just think it's really unfortunate. Let's see what we got. Sin survivaling negativity. To Justin's point on WTC, it's like when Cats had 20 songs about murder on the album and then that one song for their mama. Exactly. I gotta listen to these cats sell drugs to the entire community. They gotta lay everybody down, all the ops down. These motherfuckers are stealing from whoever they need to. They're cheating on all the women in their lives. They lying to their mama. Then at that, in the lying to their mama song, they sorry about lying to their mama. That was the project. So many projects were like that. People that
That's material though.
That's what it was. It was almost like a structure. It's like Tupac found success with it, and everybody's like, okay, I love my mama too, fine. Shit is crazy. We got this one right here from Tamia Peach says, LLMs have a hard time pinning down our culture enough to replicate us in a convincing way. Live agents engage long enough to gather data to feed the machine. Big money being spent on this right now. Yeah, that's a good mic drop right there. Because that is the truth. Word up, you guys.
Engage long enough to gather data to feed to the machine.
Right.
What does that mean?
Real people are uploading things in real time to AI, to learning models, so that they can keep up with how fast we innovate language. That's at least how I took it.
I don't see those words in that sentence.
You say what?
I don't see those words in that sentence.
No, I said that's how I take it.
No, I heard you. I know. I just don't know where you got that from. Live agents. It don't matter.
She gonna sit with that for a week and come back with a philosophy.
Yeah, exactly. Live agents engage long enough to gather data. Because the agents, the agents thing with AI, that's the big news of the week or the last 2 weeks. They had this system called OpenClaw that was basically like the middle ground where you can speak to all of the different services. So like if you use Smartsheets or if you use Canva, if you use Remotion, if you use all of these different programs, Google Calendar, all of that. And OpenClaw was like the middle ground where you can make agents that's like, go to my email, find out if somebody emailed me about an order, go to this thing and make them an order form and email it to them. And then when they respond, like just make it do all of the shit. And Claude basically was like, we'll just put that shit in Claude. And so all these people have been buying all these things to go to OpenClaw. So it's been a lot of talk about agents. And so that's why when she said live agents engaging, I was trying to find out like what was she actually talking about?
Okay.
Yeah. Like what live agents and who are they engaging with and how are they stealing our information? Because I want to know so I can block them.
I mean,
we still don't know.
We still don't know. There's a couple more here. This is shout to Shino says, what does this say about the Black community to other communities that we let Kanye say all he did was zero consequences and a brief apology?
He didn't apologize like 8 times.
Not to us.
No.
What does this say? Oh, go ahead.
I don't know what it says about the Black community, but what I will say is it is very interesting that a big portion of the apology tour was just to the Jewish community. And I don't believe in any those age-old anti-Semitic Jewish conspiracies. I don't. They're like, oh, well, he has to apologize to them because they control everything. I think it says a lot about how the world views anti-Blackness because he was anti-Black far longer than he was anti-Semitic from what I've just, from a viewer or whatever perspective. And him feeling like even in the apology to the Wall Street Journal or the Times or whatever publication he put it in, we got like 2 sentences in one paragraph, like, and then even like trying to meet with rabbis and like spiritual leaders within their community. And then like, even after wireless canceled and the UK blocked him, he was like, so sorry to the Jewish community in the UK. And it's like Hitler wasn't just anti-Jew. I mean, like, there's so many that so many groups, particularly the Black community that fall under the scourge of white supremacy, and he hasn't felt the need to like repair that, talk about that, meet with any of our, I don't even know who our like leaders are, so to speak, but it just kind of goes to show to me how quickly people can wave off anti-Blackness. Like it does remind me of like the BAFTA situation where people are like, okay, but y'all can get over that, right? Like everyone like doesn't fuck with Black people, so like that's normal, right? You know, that hurts me the most, that like he doesn't feel the need to do as much repair with us. Not that we would even accept it. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people don't even care, but that's just a blaringly obvious detail for me, which is sad.
Even when they put out, you know, why they didn't want to have them there, they added in there like what you said about Black people in the 400 years of slavery being the choice as well too. So he definitely could have touched on that when he was giving his apology this time as well.
You know, when he did that, I think it was that. I think that's the time this happened. Yeah, he went back to Chicago. He went on WGCI, the radio show, and they had to face the music. Over there at WGCI, and he broke down crying. Like he was just like broke down, collapsed, crumbled in tears about, you know, the impact of what he said and how it was resonating back home. And the video is out there. Anybody wants to actually, I got a clip of it right here. This is when I was trying to teach myself how to edit. It's one of the worst edits I ever did in my life. What is this? This was right here. This video is called Eminem and Kanye West Damage Control. Because at the same time, Kanye, this is what we're talking about with Kanye, Eminem drew a line in the sand between his fans and Trump. And it seemed like his fans liked Trump a whole lot more at that point in time. And so they went and did certain things to try to ingratiate themselves with their community. And so here's a clip of Ye talking at that time. But by the way, you see how terrible this edit is. Look at this. This is me trying to edit. It's been a long road edit. I'm still not there, but I know how not to look awful. Tell you that. All right, here we go. So let's take a listen.
Stream this much, or this didn't sell, or this, that.
About being bipolar and mental health. He says he's going to put his ideas to work for Chicago. Then he apologizes. This is lightly edited, but watch this.
And when you were apologizing, I felt as though you got it. And I humbly accept your apology, and I receive it. I really do receive it, and I appreciate it. I really do.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me see and feel this, because like when you be out and on TV, on social media, you never get this level of a connection or this level of a feeling of, you know, what my voice could really mean, because someone could come and say, well, you only stream this much, or this didn't sell, or this, that, and it makes you feel like your voice is not meaningful. Don C just is like not around as much, and the people that were around or starting to make money just didn't care about me as much as Don C did, because we like moving like Kanye West was like an entity, like a money-making machine or something, and you get to that situation and you don't have people that are continuously looking out for your best interests at all costs and making sure, because I even had people that was with me at TMZ that could have stopped it. They could have stopped it. They could have said like, yo, this is going too far. That's just allowing, you know, these things to happen. So I believe that the downfall of Kanye West is directly related to Don C not being around.
Wow.
And because at the very beginning of my career, right when I was blowing up and Manosphere was managing me, because Manosphere manages me now again, and we rebuilding, what I can do, and it's a new, speaking third person, it's a new Kanye West that you're going to see that's going to be better because of this mental health situation. It's going to be better because of this TMZ situation, and Don is actually, he's icing it down right now because I just told him I need him to be there for me so shit like this don't happen to me. Because it's
Now I got to return to her.
The point is this: for Mike, that's where Ye was.
I don't know if I'm just looking at it from today's eyes, but that shit looked like bullshit. I'm sorry. Maybe that's just his affect, like just the way his face sits. But okay, that was a lot of word salad, in my view.
As soon as I looked at the chat, somebody said "boom, boom, boom."
Boom, boom.
And boom, boom, boom.
J. Cole right there. Yep, that's what
that
it is.
that was nasty. That was nasty. I'm gonna be honest. In the beginning, I was listening. Man, that black mama turned on. Boy, if you don't get it turned right on. Man, get your ass out of here. Especially to have the benefit of us being in the future now and being like, you was full of shit. So if I would have been right there feeling bad for you, like, it's okay, baby. Sometimes you stressed out. You on your medicine now. Shit gonna be all right. I would have been a damn sucker.
Yeah. Damn. I wonder how she feels after like looking really back at now.
She probably cry again.
Jesus. Well,
I believe he did feel some level of stress. I just think people can cry for different reasons. You can cry because you are sad and you feel like you need help and you are a victim, but you can also cry because you like, damn, I want to feel like I'm the man, and right now I feel stupid. Not that you disagree with what you said or you changed his mind, because there was definitely a lack of accountability there. Like, I had people with me at TMZ that should have stopped that. Is that the same people you text and told them leave you the fuck alone because they don't control you 5 years later?
It got way worse after that too.
Yeah.
Way worse.
Like, you think this is something?
That was nothing.
That was
nothing.
That was nothing.
Blacked out clan hoodie. Like, just, I mean, robe. They have. Oh, Jesus.
Clan hoodie is, that's
crazy.
funny.
That's crazy.
Hoodie, it's a lot of entendres in there. Clan hood. Niggas be wearing the hoodies, killing
He
niggas.
told us though. He said he hate these niggas more than the Nazis. So, the most secret science says.
Wait, he was talking about the paparazzi though.
Who knows? Are you solid on that in 2026?
Yes, he said. That's as I recall. I know you love the show. He said, "Damn, these niggas got me. I hate these niggas more than the Nazi because they snapped a picture of him cheating on his bitch."
I understand. No, I understand. I just think in 2026 it's a double entendre. I think in 2026 it's two separate sentences. I don't even know if it's the same sentence anymore.
Is niggas even niggas?
Or niggas is actually niggas. Before I thought the niggas was paparazzi.
Right.
Now I'm thinking the paparazzi was a nigga. And
Well,
he hates them
could have
twice.
said these niggas, because people, especially black people, will call anybody niggas. Like, look at this nigga right here, and you'll turn around and it'd be like an Asian dude, like what,
Right.
what? So maybe he didn't even mean niggas. He meant. Never mind.
we in the rabbit hole now. Most secret science says rap is played out and far too sold out. You sold everything you could, but a real message. Where's the new public enemy? The world doesn't want to hear blacks brag when Trump is tearing down history. I don't like the way you use blacks right there, by the way.
I don't like how.
Yeah, black.
First of all, I'm not convinced this person is black.
Nah, I don't like your little avatar.
I don't like it either.
No.
Matter of fact, they ain't gonna dress the rest of that. I don't even like that.
Yeah,
that should look terrible. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. I'll gladly take the money too. I don't even know if I'm thankful, but I'll take it. It's already there now.
You got to take the haters' money, bro.
That's that live agent they said they was talking about that other AI.
That's that live agent.
Yeah, that nigga talking about trying to figure out how we talk.
Bro,
You ain't
we
slick.
got people that pay every show to like hate for like 3 years. I love it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Meaning some bots agents are humans interacting with us, such as in this chat.
That's true.
That's what I think. That's what I was saying. So here she said, "Element, yeah, her turn. Yeah, that's what she said. That's true. That's what we just saw. My man talking about blacks. I don't
It
like
only
that.
took $5.
That shit was
Is
terrible.
this nigga talking about black and miles?
Right.
And it looked like his avatar was in blackface.
See,
It looked like a black Confederate soldier to me, like he's trying to be funny.
right. And this is the last one we have here. K-Way for real. I'm convinced Kanye had silver teeth in his mouth as a kid. Everybody knows kids that had silver teeth were bad as fuck and grew up to be problematic adults.
Ooh.
Oh gosh.
I love K-Way.
K-Way too, man. We gotta connect, K-Way. We gotta connect.
Definitely. Kids with silver teeth was bad as shit.
Yeah.
Damn, they was hella bad. Why they didn't just take the teeth out? It was kids.
Your teeth are stiff.
They still gotta eat.
Oh, fuck their teeth off. Oh
Yeah.
I used to be scared of that shit.
I learned that back in the day. I was like, why can't I just get my shit pulled? The root canals, I can't afford the root canal.
Right.
Moms ain't gonna pay for it. They're like, no, you're gonna ship your teeth and do this and do this and
Heard
Word
you.
up.
All right, we did it.
Yeah. You guys got any in closing thoughts? Anything you want to leave the audience with over the next 7 days?
I'll tell you guys a secret. There's a new Lupe single coming out on Friday. It is from 20 years ago. And it is outstanding. It is in celebration of the 20th anniversary of Food and Liquor, but it is on Chill Spotlight's project. So be looking out for that on Friday. It is a great song, and it kind of fits into that little pocket that you guys say is missing, but it is from 20 years ago. So it's a little secret for Culture United.
You want to leak it?
Mm-hmm.
You want to play the first verse?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I want to leak it, but I'm not gonna leak it.
Right. Hey, because that'd be dishonorable, and these are honorable men.
Exactly.
Word up.
I can just imagine them looking at me like, I know she's not finna play the song. Like they'll be looking at each other like, she ain't gonna play the song. Right?
If you're about to leak it, I'd be like, I don't think you should do that.
Yeah, yes. Will I?
I don't think that's a good idea.
But yeah, this Friday it's called Crash Out.
That's what's up. Crash Out. Oh, I'm thinking
Sounds
Spaz
familiar,
Out.
huh?
It sounds like I'm thinking Spaz Out.
Mm.
Remember that? Remember that song? Spaz Out. Spaz Out. Is that it?
I don't know.
Okay,
Anybody else
well,
have anything?
everybody-
Anybody else have
everybody
anything
tune
that
in.
they would? Anybody else have anything that they would like to share?
I'll just say, had a great time today. Thank y'all for bringing me back to the panel. You know what I mean? Always a great time. Yeah, that's it. Shout out to the people in the chat.
Word up. Thanks for coming through, AD.
Oh yeah, anytime.
Now take applause, AD.
I knew when you hit me too. I was like, bro, my kid's about to miss the Mario movie for this, so I'm like, all right, we're gonna make it a good one. You know what I mean?
That's what he said that too.
Yeah.
I felt bad for a second, but he knows his kids. So,
Nah, they all right. Dad will take y'all tomorrow. Y'all good.
That's what's up. I appreciate you coming through, man. You bring a lot to this panel, man, and I'm really, really happy that we got to do this again. We need.
And I'm gonna say it one more time. Anybody, you guys are always welcome. Y'all want to come get a change of scenery? Come debate and come sit down and school out of us. You feel me? Come fuck around.
I'm with it.
Anytime.
I'm with it. I'll let you know.
Said he was gonna bring me up there. We should all go at the same time.
Man, Glass is full of shit. He'll tell you. Come on.
Yeah, he's been saying forever, like, we're gonna go up there. I'm gonna show you all this. He always show you all this shit.
Yeah, it's definitely a different ecosystem, but tell G to really bring you though, for real. We got a lot of different shit going on. You know what I mean? For sure.
Yeah, it seemed like a room I could holler in. I try not to holler in here because I'm at home and I don't want my neighbors to be like, "What she saying?" She said, "What?"
Nah, we definitely got like a gang of different sets. You could just be free. You're not gonna offend nobody. You could curse us out, whatever the fuck you want to do. It's all right.
That sounds fun.
It's fun. It's fun for sure.
I would. Well, that's what's up. Appreciate the invite. BK, you got any closing thoughts?
I love Black people. That is like what I want to leave y'all with the week with. I love Black people, and I want us to have more. I said this last week, I think, but I was like, I want us to have more solidarity with each other on a working class level, because we're just not too far off from each other. You know what I mean? No matter where we are in this space. And so I love Black people, but you can also check me out at Look at the Material with BK on YouTube. I'm on Patreon now. I just dropped a reaction to all of the diss tracks, not Champagne Moments by Rick Ross. If you were looking for that, we didn't do that. But my partner and I reacted to all of like the major songs from the battle, just to go back, especially after Cole's interviews, with like new context and being like, oh shit, like that was supposed to be on that and blah blah blah. So that's on Patreon. Make sure you go check that out. And I just dropped a video on YouTube called Leave Women Alone. And we explore misogyny, internal misogyny, how people drag pregnant women in hip hop for filth for no reason. So if you want to have those conversations, join me over there. Thanks for having me.
Word up. Now second applause. Word up. Thank you, everybody tuned in to another Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man YouTube channel. Check us out tomorrow morning over on the Third Verse channel for the morning show. This will be our second one. I think a third live ever. So second one. Episode 2 of the live show with DJ Marmilli, Stackwo, and myself. And, you know, I think this is a good week to really, you know what? I want to say this real fast. One of the coolest stories that I saw this week is UCLA women's basketball team winning the championship. And I'm not really the biggest UCLA fan. I'm more of a USC fan than anything. But that team is one of the coolest basketball stories I've ever seen, right? You have Corey Close, who is the coach of the team. She was there for 15 years. 15 years she was there. This is her first title. That's a long time for any coach to be with any team, period, right? Either they leave or the team asks them to leave. So the school held her down and she held the school down, and they came up with a championship. That's a very LA thing to me. You stay down, everything comes up. You know what I'm saying? I love that aspect. You got Gabriela Jaquez. Her brother, Jaime Jaquez, plays for the Heat. He also played for UCLA. She was on the championship team, was a starter on the team, 4-year starter on the team. And their parents were college basketball players too, 2 Mexican college basketball players. I don't have a lot of Mexican lineage basketball stories like in history. Like if there's a curry of Mexicans in basketball, it is them, right? You've got Lauren Betts. She's 6'7". She was bullied because her voice is deeper than other women that she's around, and she's way taller. And she had severe confidence issues. She had severe mental health issues that she's been battling. It was a major storyline last year. She got over it and was the MOP, most outstanding player of the Final Four. And you got Kiki Rice. Kiki Rice, crazy point guard out of Baltimore. She is Susan Rice's niece. Her mom was in the Obama administration, right? And so this team was an underdog. They were underdog to pretty much everybody because no one believed that this team could get over the hump. And this is a team that had 6 singers. 4 of them will probably go in the first round in the WNBA draft. All 6 will probably get signed. And I look at the totality of what they were able to accomplish with the personnel they were able to do it. And it was a bunch of people who just got around each other, supported each other through hard times, whether that was mental health issues or confidence issues. It was people who believed in them, even if they didn't look like they were going to make it to the mountaintop, like UCLA and Corey Close and the coach. And it's just another testament to what people can accomplish when they work together, they believe in each other, and they hold each other down. And I haven't felt that way about every championship banner that gets put up in college basketball or any other sport. But this one, I think, particularly hit home because everything that they did represented LA in such explicit ways to me, particularly if you stay down, everything works out. And I think Nipsey Hussle would have loved that story. You know what I mean? And so something to think about over the next week. We'll be back next week. Culture United, hashtag see you Wednesdays. It's all happening. Peace.
Culture united, our culture united, our culture united, our culture united, connecting all over the world.